Too many. There are now more than 5,000 digital currencies and over 100 attempted blockchains and distributed ledgers, all clamoring for attention. Each one promising the moon, luring investor money, but causing a disarray of data. Except one. Only one remains true to the original vision of Bitcoin creator Satoshi Nakamoto, to be the world's ledger for data and value. The time-stamped chronology of events, the universal source of truth. In so many industries, healthcare, food, manufacturing, and more, data silos create inefficiency, block transparency, inhibit the best decision-making. The solution is for the world to have one distributed ledger, one place for anyone to access data, but managed with privacy, so businesses and consumers can control who can see their information. One place to timestamp a chronology of events. One ledger to break down data silos across a sector's transaction chain, across industries, across geographies. One ledger to provide real-time access to events. One ledger to provide open access to the truth. That one ledger will be Bitcoin SV. With massive scale and cost efficiency, Bitcoin SV will support a world where data is on-chain, to create a better and more honest world by breaking down walls that separate data. It's time to fulfill Satoshi's vision. Bitcoin SV. One world, one chain. Welcome to CoinGeek Live.
Hi, it's Jimmy Nguyen, founding president of Bitcoin Association. I'm your host again for day 2 of CoinGeek Live. I'm coming to you live from New York City, connected to our second broadcast site in London, United Kingdom, as well as bringing you speakers from across the world. We are indeed connecting the world with one virtual conference, just like we are trying to connect the world with one blockchain. This conference is focused on the vision of Bitcoin SV to lead one world, one chain. As I said yesterday, we truly believe in the power of one. One distributed timestamp server, one time chain, one blockchain, one data ledger for the world. Today's sessions will focus very much on this concept of the power of data, the fusion of data and money, bit plus coin, into a network protocol that can be used for almost anything. We yesterday learned about use of Bitcoin SV technology for AR and VR, Zumo launching its ZumoKit integration for its SDK with Bitcoin SV, and plans to use Bitcoin SV to help emerging markets around the world. And we also learned from Dr. Craig S. Wright about the power of the Bitcoin network to enable outsourced computation and so much more. Today, we're going to continue that journey. As we continue the journey, I want to take a moment to first thank our Day 2 sponsor. We have so many sponsors for this conference. It's amazing. But for Day 2, we really want to thank Blockchain Intelligence Group. It is a leading provider of blockchain analytics as well as risk scoring services based out of Canada and part of a Canadian public company called BIG, B-I-G-G, Digital Assets. And you know, from my past speeches, I love big blocks, a big-scale blockchain, and we love big, B-I-G-G, digital assets. So check out Blockchain Intelligence Group at blockchaingroup.io. That's blockchaingroup.io. In addition, you can engage with our conference in many ways. We have a virtual conference platform for those of you watching there. If you're not watching there, go to the conference platform, because the more you interact, the more points you'll gain and can win $1,000 in Bitcoin SV by the end of the conference. Speaking of the conference interactivity, we have a conference and AR app. Yesterday, Transmira announced its Omniscape platform, which is integrating Bitcoin SV tokens, and they've created an AR experience for all of our conference attendees. You can download the app at the Apple iOS Store or the Google Play Store, CoinGeek Conference and AR app. And when you get into the app, you can also vote, if you didn't vote yet from yesterday, for the favorite of your choice of the hackathon finalists. We had 3 finalists present yesterday. Voting closes today at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for our audience vote. That is the deadline. But using that AR app, you can also collect around you in your augmented reality environment tokens that represent virtual items with the brands of our gold sponsors for the conference. And they represent small amounts of Bitcoin SV. You need to connect a wallet such as through a paymail address. So one of the BSV wallets out there, such as Centbee, who we heard from yesterday, Handcash, Money Button. I think Relay is also supported in the app. Connect your wallet and then connect with the tokens that are in the augmented reality experience and get some small amounts of BSV. I'll be announcing airdrops throughout the day and as well as tomorrow. With that, we're ready to kick off what is a power-packed, very full day. We're started very early today in the Eastern time zone. It is a little after 7 a.m. here in New York City. It's because we wanted to have a block of sessions for a more convenient time for our friends in Asia Pacific. So if you're in the Asia Pacific region, hello, and we are doing this for you as well as the rest of the world. Our first session will have a series of presentations from a group in Australia. And they're going to be talking about the use of Bitcoin SV to power Internet of Things devices and big data. IoT and big data, a huge potential use case to create data marketplaces on Bitcoin SV. The presentations will be led by Paul Chiari, who is the founder of Weather SV, as well as a new product called MetaStream, a high throughput wallet for Bitcoin SV data. He'll be joined by Daniel Keene, who is the co-founder and managing partner of an organization called Predict Ecology. And finally, they'll be joined by Brendan Lee, who is going to talk about the founding of his new company called LS Digital. Together, they will bring you a future vision for IoT and big data.
Hi, I'm Paul Chiari, founder of Weather SV and MetaStream. Welcome to our CoinGeek Live presentation on how, with the help of our partners, we are bringing IoT and big data to the Bitcoin SV network. In launching MetaStream, it was important for us to align with partners, not only within the Bitcoin ecosystem, but also other industries that utilize big data and IoT in their daily processes. We believe many of these processes can benefit from utilizing the properties inherent in the Bitcoin protocol. Two of our partners, Daniel Keene from Predict Ecology and Brendan Lee from LS Digital, have joined me here tonight in Cairns for this presentation. We will go on to showcase some of the collaborative end-to-end solutions that could become the foundations for solving many of the issues that plague industry, society, and our environment today. MetaStream recently went live on the Bitcoin SV network with the successful migration of the Weather SV platform. This migration has enabled Weather SV to decouple from the complexity of its Bitcoin integration and has facilitated a more scalable, efficient, and reliable platform. The experience of building and operating Weather SV gave us many insights into the limitations we were facing, and MetaStream was built from the ground up to address these. The opportunity around IoT and big data is huge. Looking here just at IoT, there are currently nearly 9 billion connected devices, which is estimated to grow to about 14 billion by 2024. And during this time, we can expect revenue growth from about $200 billion today to around $500 billion. The data ledger of the Bitcoin public blockchain, combined with support for microtransactions, tokens, and smart contracts, stands to revolutionize IoT applications and how data is collected, valued, shared, and utilized. I will now explore some of the practical measures we are taking to bridge the divide between the public ledger and a world of machines and data. In order to bring IoT and big data to Bitcoin, there are a series of technical and economic challenges to overcome. The simplicity and power of MetaStream's design makes it relatively easy to connect any current real-world application, database, or device to the Bitcoin ledger via our interface. This interface enables integration without any knowledge or concerns around Bitcoin development. MetaStream removes all the complexity from the application itself. Just send the data or the transaction output to MetaStream, and it will autonomously build, sign, and broadcast those transactions. No need for UTXO or key management or even a Bitcoin wallet, as we can accept a range of payment methods to fund an account that adds network fees to the transaction. Facilitating access to external data sources enable a myriad of projects and businesses to build solutions utilizing our technology. Some examples are data audit trails, supply chain solutions, smart contract applications, prediction and data markets, incentivized data collection and dissemination, and IoT and big data applications. Scale is important for these types of application, and MetaStream is built with unbounded scale in mind. As our record-breaking tests have demonstrated, we can indeed support the throughput required for IoT, big data, and enterprise use cases. Machines never sleep, and neither does Bitcoin, making it the perfect foundation for the machine-to-machine economy. But it needs to scale to support the throughput and economic conditions for the applications to thrive. We're building the tools to enable these possibilities on the only public ledger protocol we believe is up to the task, Bitcoin SV. A campaign we ran in July was officially recorded, reaching nearly 3,000 transactions per second. However, we were only idling, and there is plenty left in the tank to take advantage of the future network scaling. The technical challenges are also being addressed at the network level, thanks to the fantastic work of Steve Shatters and the rest of the SV Node team. Improvements to scaling and the functionality of the network show a true commitment to unleashing the potential of the protocol and support for the use cases way beyond payments. The network continues getting better and stronger, and the recent updates will bring us closer to realizing our vision, and we look forward to putting the network through its paces again in the near future. Wider adoption of these applications will require not only the technical capability, but also an economically stable and viable framework, as even tiny fees do add up in significant volumes. Unstable fee rates seen on other public blockchains make many applications unfeasible. Unbounded scale means we always stay ahead of demand, minimizing the risk of similar issues occurring on the Bitcoin SV network. Thanks to the success of Weather SV and the transaction volume it generated, we were fortunate to be able to take a lead in negotiating with miners and spearheading initiatives to reduce and stabilize fees, which led to lower transaction fees across the network. The migration of Weather SV to MetaStream enabled us to introduce significant cost efficiency gains, increasing value to subscribers of the platform. The ability to easily batch multiple outputs into a single input, coupled with improvements in our data serialization techniques, we were able to reduce our daily network expense by over 70%. The slide shows a small sample of our new transaction format, which contains 100 individual location updates for a total size of about 10.5 kilobytes. Turning back again to the network development team, we can see how their updates and their roadmap are also important factors in addressing these economic hurdles, as they remove many of the barriers that have been imposed on Bitcoin and create unnecessary friction for certain applications of the network. MetaStream is now actively working to bring real-world solutions onto the platform, and some of our initial project partnerships are underway. Our Node-RED integration is an important step in opening the floodgates of adoption from the many IoT applications already operating within this open, IBM-engineered, flow-based programming framework. Dan's presentation will include more information about our solutions for carbon abatement and other use cases for his industry and the ecological well-being of the world as a whole. Dan started his own company not much more than a year ago, but is kicking goals in all directions, and his work with the Cairns City Council in advancing the discussion of these solutions is very exciting to all of us involved. Our partnership with Brendan on projects including the cow tracking system is fundamental to what we hope to achieve in delivering end-to-end solutions for a broad range of industrial use cases. The concepts he has demonstrated using tokens to link value to the data pertaining to a real-world asset or a token that is used to control the state of IoT devices are important components of the complete solutions we aim to deliver and will be expanded upon during Brendan's presentation. We are also very excited to announce our recent partnership with the transparent voting system, bVote, created by Eli Afram. This system has a broad range of applications from the ballot boxes to the boardroom, without the users even knowing that they are using Bitcoin. Please get in touch with us at our virtual booth for any more information on us, our projects, or our partners. And we apologise in advance if it is not attended, as the time zone does make it difficult. Anyway, that's enough from me. I will now hand over to Dan from Predictology for his presentation.
Thanks very much, Paul. That was a lovely introduction. So I'm from the Wet Tropics bioregion, and I've worked here for most of my professional life. I've been very lucky and I've worked on many types of projects, but every project I have to find or create data. And often I want to know how, what, where, when, how much, and can I trust it? Now, every time I want a consolidated, tamper-proof, generator-owned data repository. Now, big data is ubiquitous. However, its origin, validity, and accessibility is not. Whether you do compliance monitoring or machine learning, crap in makes crap out. So how about creating a way to capture and index environmental data for perpetuity in a way that the creator gets rewarded for high quality data? The saying is that the beginning of wisdom is to call things by their proper name. And I'd just like to add, you must also record it. So this is, next slide. This is a photo of a mountain stream I know in the wet tropics. Think about what's happening here. Think about the natural information, the processes, the data, the natural capital. There's air purification, photosynthesis and carbon storage going on. There's water purification, hydrological and geological processes. There's obvious biodiversity in plants and animals and fish and invertebrates. And there's probably even a gecko on there if you can see very closely on one of those trees. There's also unseen cultural connections, the human story and the human attachment. This is natural beauty at its best. And collectively, these ecosystem services are the natural capital, a capital that's based on interactions. However, this is just one snapshot in time. There's 86,400 one-second snapshots like this in a day. And that's a huge volume and high-velocity data set. However, these beautiful mountain streams are disappearing. Ecosystem services are declining, biodiversity is decreasing, and atmospheric carbon dioxide is increasing. The figure to the right of your screen shows projected CO2 concentrations modelled just 100 years into the future. Now, I don't have all the solutions to alleviate these issues, but I do have some suggestions. Starting with the circular economy, where the magnitude and direction of change is valued. We need to value natural capital. The fantastic work that's done by Dr. Gretchen Daly and Pavan Sukhdev of the Tweed project. Now, I like plants, more specifically trees, so I'm going to stick with those for the time being. And let's talk about carbon abatement. Carbon plantings are my biodiversity Trojan horse. If I build a forest, biodiversity will happen. Next slide. In 2017, I did plant physiology research looking at southern broadleafed conifers common in my bioregion. I grew seedlings in a high CO2 environment and found that at high carbon dioxide levels, like those projected, southern conifers have a higher relative growth rate compared to a mixed forest. Next slide. Southern conifers, like this on the right, also have prodigious lifespans, more than 1,000 years. So that got me thinking. I can build biodiversity around trees that live for thousands of years, I can store carbon, and I can improve ecosystem services. But I have to monitor these locations in accordance with international carbon standards. So that means that I need to store, share, trade, and audit this data for the next 100 years. So we can accelerate landscape level restoration. This creates a carbon storage with a biodiversity co-benefit, like this cassowary, first seen in our 20-year-old restoration planning, next slide, and again 5 years later, with a check, demonstrating restoration planning's work. We can create carbon storage and recreate ecological system services, but we need to monitor them. Next slide. We want to monitor a lot of parameters at a high frequency and over a large area. This creates a huge volume of data. Planting blocks can be monitored using UAV sensors such as LiDAR and hyperspectral cameras. Floral diversity and carbon stored within each square kilometre or square metre can be recorded and modelled. Fauna diversity, water quality and volume can be actively monitored using IoT-connected devices. And these data streams will be used to demonstrate the improved ecological services and function. To ensure quality assurance, we can further validate this data using traditional field techniques. And now, thanks to the BSV protocol, MetaStream and ELAS Digital, we have a way to create a ledger of this data. Tokenized streams of verified immutable time series data, the data of natural capital restoration. Next slide. The data will start looking like this. A high-resolution spatial data cube. Individual trees can be tokenized, and all subsequent aggregated and emergent properties can be referenced. Carbon stored can be tokenized and traded with an assurance that there's no double spending. Water quality and biodiversity improvements can be quantified, tokenized and traded. Tokens backed by a physical asset and physical data. And my personal favorite is that the data that demonstrates these assets can be referenced, validated and audited all in one place, fulfilling the 6 V's: volume, velocity, variety, veracity, value and validity. A combined data set of natural capital on the BSV ledger. This allows the data to be indexed and retrieved in a self-serve pay-per-view framework, open to investors, citizens, researchers and modelers worldwide. So that's natural capital. How about urban environments? Next slide. This is the Cairns Urban Tree Database, a record of about 30,000 trees in the wet tropic city of Cairns, a city in a forest. I record, audit and validate trees for this project, a project that was created for monitoring and management of urban trees. So this database uses iTree modelling methodologies to create an indicative eco-value. It demonstrates that there's natural capital and therefore potential. We're already recording the flora data. We have the models to calculate the eco-values. If only we had a mechanism to allow the realisation of this natural capital. We'll soon find out with Brendan's talk. And right now, we're in talks with the local government to investigate how this could be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So firstly, I would like to do a quick update on where we're at with ELAS. Firstly, our team is growing. So we have brought on Mo Jaber as our Director of Business. Well-known Bitcoin developer Darren Kellenschweiler, otherwise known as Degan, is coming on as our Chief Technical Officer. And Freddie Honohan is coming on as a MetaNet Specialist. As part of the deal with Darren, I'm very pleased to announce that ELAS is acquiring Probatus, including Baymail and Rounddesk, and both of those will continue to operate into the long term. I'm also very pleased to announce a couple of deals around cash currency with our tokens, and the first is with YenPoint, who we provided a test wallet. And the second is a major deal that we have just signed this afternoon, which is AMLA Gold. And so we will be developing a prototype gold-backed currency for them in the near future. And I look forward to demonstrating that soon. But to get on with, and as well, please come and see us at our booth. We have commemorative Bitcoin tokens that we're handing out for free to everyone, but there's only a limited number, so please get in quick. So getting on to the Internet of Things, one of the first things that I started looking at a few weeks ago was control system, or a few months ago actually with Paul, was control system management. So in a previous life, I was a control systems engineer, and looking at ways to use tokens to create state machines using Bitcoin. And using a platform known as Node-RED, we are developing a series of, we are looking to develop a prototype system that allows us to add node software into these small IoT devices to control basic systems out in the field. And we've worked on a demonstration system which is very simple, just a tank, a pump and a valve, and printing output control tokens, which we then manage using input devices who are the signatures that push these tokens into new states. And so we control the state of each token using input data from the system and push finite state machine push the tokens through a finite state machine architecture to activate the control. And you can see it's quite simple. The tokens operate using very simple Bitcoin script. Everything is done in script using signatures. And I'm looking forward very much to getting this off the ground. The next thing I'd like to talk about is GPS tracking for the establishing the provenance of food. And this is a project I'm very excited about. And I'm keen to announce today that we actually have hardware moving around being tested from a company in Brisbane called Movement. Movement make GPS trackers for cows. It's actually a tag that goes in the cow's ear and tracks the location of the cow as it moves around the farm grazing. With MetaStream and a close grazier family friend of mine called the Hughes family, we're going to execute a project to deliver tracking of cattle through their life to enhance consumer choice at the supermarket. So basically, we create a ledger for our cattle tracking system. Within that cattle tracking system, we create sub-ledgers for each farm that is going to be having cows being tracked. We issue tokens for each cow, and then as those cows go through their life, move around the farm, undergo medical procedures, take medicine, get evaluated, weighed, we update that cow's token. And so at the end of that cow's life, when it goes to be processed, we then use that token to create a processing report that tells us all of the different cuts that came from that cow. And those output, the tokens output from that processing report are then attached to the meat products as they are sent to the supermarket. So when the consumer goes to the supermarket and scans a QR code on their beef, they gain access to an immutable report that covers that cow's entire life and shows everything that's happened to that cow. So this is a very exciting project. It's already happening, and we look forward to bringing you updates as quickly as possible. The last thing I want to talk about today relates very closely to what Daniel was talking about just before, which is a carbon marketplace. So we have a huge urban resource of trees, and every day, as Dan was talking about, these trees are drawing carbon out of the atmosphere. And carbon is something that is quite a valuable commodity today, and what we want to enable is the use of these urban trees as a carbon abatement resource. And so again, we create a ledger for the management of these tokens. And then as people like Dan go around and audit this carbon resource, we take those audit reports and we use those to generate carbon tokens. And the carbon tokens are issued against a copy of that audit report, which is stored on the ledger. And those tokens are then put into a marketplace where they can be sold for the abatement of carbon. So somebody who has a carbon deficit can come into that marketplace and buy these tokens straight off the Bitcoin ledger and be given a receipt that immutably shows that these tokens are from an audited resource in our system. And it's all tracked and traceable on the Bitcoin ledger. So very exciting stuff happening. And we're looking at doing a project here in the Cairns City Council. We've already audited, or not we, but Dan has already audited 30% of the trees in Cairns. We have 2,900 tonnes of carbon resource being gathered every year, which is valued at approximately $40,000. But once the audit of the Cairns Regional City Council is complete, we estimate that that will be more like $400,000 per year of carbon. And those will be coming to a carbon exchange near you very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Australia. What a terrific presentation. And if you'll stay for a moment, we have a few minutes remaining in the session. I'd love to ask you some questions. The first question I think I'm going to ask you is actually from our online audience. Can cows trade Bitcoin SV?
Well, hopefully, maybe one day, the cows themselves will be represented by BSV. So we will be able to trade BSV that represents cows. I don't know if it'll be the cows themselves doing the trading. Maybe we'll set something up.
Yeah, sentience accounts, that works for me.
It's great. It's great to see the three of you together, and it really reflects great teamwork and collaboration among different companies. So I have actually a more serious question, which is, it's great to hear about the use of these IoT devices to audit trees and cairns. What other types of environmental and ecological projects, Dan, do you envision being able to use this type of technology to audit or record data about to the Bitcoin SV blockchain?
That's almost an open-ended question, Jimmy. As our machines get smarter and smarter, I can see semi-automated UAVs flying over plantations or cities or even cow paddocks, recording information and sending it directly to blockchain. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Like, this really is still in its infancy, and as humans move further down this path, I think the world's going to be our oyster.
Yes. And Paul, congratulations on the work you've been doing with MetaStream. I saw on Twitter, and I know that you are running some tests this week, testing the transaction volume capacity of MetaStream on the main network of Bitcoin SV. Can you tell our audience about some of the tests you're running and how that is performing this week?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, all good. I mean, one of the ideas of test, not so much a capacity test like we might have run in the past, was more about just a prolonged test, a bit more stamina type of a test where we have multiple streams of data coming into our platform simultaneously and we're transacting them through the network. Some of those tests that we're running at the moment have been for, B-vote ballots from Eli Afram, the predict ecology, Dan's data for tree survey data, and sort of, machine learning data. So that's something that's interesting. We're looking forward to playing around a little bit more with that moving forward and working with Dan in that. Sort of thinking back to Craig's, presentation this morning about the computation on Bitcoin and the idea of, packaging this sort of work up and sending it out and putting a reward system in place where people can download jobs, process that information and upload the results. And that's definitely something that we're sort of starting to tinker with some of our tests at the moment, yes. And of course, we've got some
so you're all
tokens running through from Brendan as well.
Great. So you're all based in Australia, and your initial test projects and initial partnerships are very Australia-based. What are your thoughts and plans on how to bring each of your capabilities to other countries around the world?
We think a lot of these things are quite standard. I know that I've spoken to a few people in the sort of agricultural automation industry and so forth. There are differences, I think, generally in some countries, especially I think Europe is a little bit different. But from my understanding, a lot of the agricultural type things, for example, in that industry is very similar throughout Australia, Asia, and the US, I'm led to believe. I think things like what Dan's project with ecology, once we have that sort of basic template in place, I think, the idea in terms of, say, carbon abatement is that it doesn't really matter where you're sequestering the carbon. It could be anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. It has no borders. So we think that, being able to start with the local use cases, be able to put those into a tokenized format that we can realize value for, then we think that the market for that is potentially global anyhow, and a template that could be used around the world is moving forward.
In reality, we have transferable skill sets. They're demonstrated to be scalable. We have an internet connection. We're broadcasting from a conference room in Cairns to all over the world at the moment. I can see this going everywhere.
Yeah, all of the systems that we're working on at the moment, while they're being developed in Australia, and a lot of the projects are currently very Australia-centric, are all applicable around the world. Bitcoin is everywhere. and the technology that we're using is available everywhere. And so there's nothing that we're doing that necessarily has to be isolated to us here, even though we might be for the immediate future. But yes, definitely global applicability across all of these ideas.
So Dan, you did not come from the Bitcoin or Bitcoin SV world. Tell us and our audience about what your experience has been so far learning about Bitcoin, Bitcoin SV, and applying your firm's work to Bitcoin.
It's been definitely a steep learning curve, at least in the first instance. I've been supported by some very good team and a team who are able to articulate some fairly heavy concepts in a way that an ecologist will. I mean, we are systems thinker and BSV and Bitcoin is a system. So to directly answer your question, how I'm finding it, I'm actually loving it. It's an opportunity for me to build a time-stamped series, and that's one of the things that, as an ecologist, I really miss. We collect data and a snapshot. Even a PhD, it only lasts for 3 years. You only collect a small amount of data, and the results can be really difficult because they're very small. Whereas we now have the opportunity to record something that my grandchildren will be able to use. So I've loved it. I'm loving it.
It's great to hear. We have one last audience question before we wrap up. Could something like this, meaning the entire MetaStream type platform and what you're doing with Predict Ecology, be used to audit vaccines, a hot topic in today's world, including what is put in the vaccines and tracking batches to geological systems?
Ooh. I think absolutely. It's very possible for us to tokenize the entire supply chain that goes into the manufacture of a vaccine. And with what Craig Wright was talking about this morning or last night with puff devices and devices that can create immutable records that are not just stamped in time, but stamped to a particular device, we can get very, very particular information about batches, about ingredient mixes, about tested outputs from those mixes. So I think there's definitely an opportunity to improve or at least provide people with some sort of clarity about what's going into that moving forward, yes.
All right, well, thank you all, gentlemen, for your work and efforts in helping us take a big step forward with big data and IoT on the Bitcoin SV blockchain. And I encourage all of the companies out there in Bitcoin SV land, as well as in other industries, to contact these gentlemen if you want to be working on projects that use IoT devices and big data with the Bitcoin ledger. I want to take this moment before we introduce our next session to tell everyone in the online audience, if you're on our virtual conference platform, there is a function for chatting and you can send questions. We have a team that's been reviewing the questions and will try to bring to my attention, most popular or pertinent questions. So when there is time, as this session had, we will try to ask some of the audience questions to allow you to have some interaction virtually with our conference speakers. A big topic that we discuss frequently in the Bitcoin world is the ability of Bitcoin to reinvent the internet, make the internet a better experience, particularly for users, so that you as a user have more control of your data, the ability to monetize your data and identity, and change the current business models on the internet, which are supposedly free to users, but really the online service providers use data, advertising, and other things about you as a user in order to generate money. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but is there a better way to run the internet and provide useful services to everyone around the world? We think there is, and nChain at Craig Wright's direction has conceived of the concept of the MetaNet, and there's a MetaNet protocol out there. Companies are starting to build on this new, better internet design. That design will also benefit from new internet browsers, as well as a new domain system to manage identity in a world that is not just online, as I discussed yesterday, but also on-chain. And on-chain, online linked world. That's what we're going to talk about over the next 2 sessions to lead you in a discussion about what he and his companies are doing to create a new browser that is powered by Bitcoin SV, as well as a new identity system and domain system for the Bitcoin blockchain called NB Domain. I'm very pleased to be presenting virtually from Singapore, the CEO and founder of Maxthon, one of the most popular browsers in the world for the internet. His name is Jeff Chan, and we appreciate him coming to us to tell us all about his vision for the new MetaNet. Welcome, Jeff.
Hello. Hello, everyone. This is Jeff Chen, founder and Maxthon browser and NB Domain. I'm thrilled to join CoinGeek conference. The last CoinGeek was fantastic, and I'm sure this time it will be even better. On last CoinGeek conference, I shared the idea of rebuild internet on BSV chain. Then we started to work. After 8 months, the concept becomes clear. This time, I want to continue our journey and share more details to all of you. My topic is new browser and domain, build a better internet. Speaking about better internet, we must first define what is a better internet. Otherwise, we may spend a lot of time to build and end up going somewhere else. My understanding of a better internet has some key elements. The data is owned by users instead of big companies. All user data can have clear ownership. With the data owned by the users, the apps are competing with each other to offer the best services. It also means the users can seamlessly transfer from one service provider to another. With other great properties of Bitcoin, like immutability and traceability, ultimately, we get an internet that encourages freedom and honesty. To build a better internet, we created NB Domain. It's a decentralized domain system, a global ID, and a blockchain data store. The fundamental difference between NB Domain and the traditional domain is this. The traditional domain is a subscription service. You have the service after paying for it, and you lose it if you stop paying, which means you have to continually pay the domain. It's not owned by you. On the contrary, the NB domain is actually an asset. You got the domain after you're paying for it, and you own it until you sell it to others. NB domain is owned by you after your registration. From the technical point of view, the traditional domain usually resolves to an IP address. With NB domain, we have greatly extended its ability. The NB domain is designed to resolve to any blockchain content. For example, NB domain can resolve to an IP address. It can also resolve to a simple sentence, like hello world. It can even resolve to some codes, like HTML code or JSON string. Another outstanding feature of NB domain is it can be used as a blockchain identity. Each NB domain is associated with a public key. The public key can be used to identify the owner without disclosing the privacy information. Once you own an NB domain, you own a unique identity stored on blockchain. Registering NB domain only requires a public key from the user, no email, no phone number, nothing related to users' privacy information. Just imagine if we use NB domain as the account to log into the application, we'll never need to worry about losing our account any longer. Now, I want to spend some time to talk about NB domain network. When I say NB domain network, it means NB domain is not just a protocol or a product. It's designed to be an ecosystem, consists of different parties. Here is the diagram. There are BSV nodes. We group them as a whole, and they're users. And there are NB resolvers. NB resolvers are important nodes in NB domain system. Since the data on blockchain could be very complex, we need a way to resolve the data. NB resolver provides a service to resolve all domain information. There could be a lot of resolvers. They can be anywhere. For example, the resolver can sit in the same computer with the user, providing the fastest resolving service. It can also be a server in data center or server farms when the demands are very high. People may ask, how can I trust the resolver's output? Actually, you don't have to. NB resolver runs in trustless mode. The user or the app can always verify resolver's output. For example, there is a subdomain beth.1020.test, and the output of the resolver is like this. You may notice there is a property called TXID, which identifies the transaction associated with this subdomain. The user of the app can always use this TXID to verify the information from blockchain. This design makes sure the resolver's output can always be verified. Since NB domain is a public protocol, the resolver can be built by anyone, and an open source implementation is also provided to save developers some time. Now, you may notice NB resolver is pretty much like Bitcoin node. Let's do our comparison. Both of them run in trustless mode, which means people can always verify its output. And both of them run in permissionless mode, which means anyone can offer the service and compete with each other. The Bitcoin node provides miner service through miner API. The NB resolver provides blockchain-related service through NB API. Lastly, Bitcoin node get profit while block reward, while NB resolver get profit while service fees. That's why I said NB domain is our ecosystem, which needs different parties to work together. Initially, some risk takers have jumped in to work with us. For wallets, the latest version of the Dot wallet, Vault wallet, and Maxim VBox will support registering NB domain, managing NB domain, and transferring funds using NB domain. We hope to offer NB domain service to more wallets. For resolvers, the permissionless nature makes an open option for anyone who is interested. We're glad to offer help for any interested party. The next important party is the browsers. Maxim browser will have native support for the NB domain, and we will extend NB domain to other major browsers as well. Speaking about browsers, I want to take some time to talk about another important product in our ecosystem, Maxim browser. Maxim 6 is the world's first blockchain-powered browser. The main blockchain feature are provided by our component in Maxon 6. It's called VBox. VBox is a blockchain identity manager. People could create unlimited amount of blockchain identities, which is identified by crypto key pair, the public key, and the private key. The VBox is designed for users to easily manage their identities. Every identity can have one or several NB domains. VBox is also a wallet, but it uses waypoint instead of BSV to make it easier for users to understand. In VBox, one waypoint equals to 100 Satoshi. People can easily top up waypoint using PayPal or WeChat. VBox also supports all major platforms through Maxon browser, from desktop to mobile. VBox supports a new payment protocol. We call it Open Payment Protocol, shortened as OPP. OPP is designed for apps talking to the wallet, so the app developer does not have to recreate wallet features. Unlike other wallet services, OPP is designed to work with all wallets instead of some specified wallets API. So the wallet can compete with each other to provide the best service, and the user can switch wallet easily. We'll cover OPP in details sometime after the conference. Another feature of Maxon 6 is visiting decentralized websites. With Maxon and NB domain, anyone can easily create decentralized websites which are easy to access using NB domain. Unblockable, because anyone can be the resolver, and the site cost will be low because of the computation. Finally, it's highly secure because the data is protected by the Bitcoin system. Now, it's approaching the end of my presentation. I have two announcements to make. The first one, we launched the world's first one-character TLD, .b. We have so much love in B. It's blockchain, it's Bitcoin, it's BSV. It's also built, big, bright. We hope .b TLD will give the new internet a blessing. The second, the Sunrise registration of .b domain begins right after my presentation. During the Sunrise, our trademark owners have a chance to reserve their .b domain name to protect their trademarks. And at NB domain, we encourage build culture. We protect brands. We recognize ownership. We also love competition, capitalism, and free market. The only thing we know is we still know nothing. So we'll keep learning and keep building. The future is bright. Let's build together. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you, Jeff. It is always so inspiring to hear from you. So if you'll hold on for a few minutes, we have some time for questions. And I have a number of questions from our online audience for you. The first question is NB domain an alternative to the ICANN system, the international governing body for internet domain names? Is this an alternative to their internet domain name system?
Yeah, it's alternative. It's a completely rebuilt on blockchain system. It's not the same one with ICANN. because that centralized system has a lot of issues.
Got it. Another question is, if the domains become non-expiring commodities, what controls would be envisioned to protect brands and entities from someone buying up all the high-value domains and keeping them as a tradable asset? You obviously have your sunrise period, but are there other protections?
Yeah, we'll have sunrise period, and after sunrise, if the brand owner can also come to us to register the domain. But after the registration, the domain will belong to the owner who registered that domain. I believe there are also other ways to claim to protect their brand, like using legal system, other, the society, other system to claim that asset of the owners.
Another question from the audience is, what happens if a person buys a domain on NB Domain and dies, passes away? Does the domain go back to the market, or what happens to it?
Well, NB Domain is designed that people can transfer the domain or sell the domain to others. I hope the people that they will make some early arrangement before they dies. I think that's a common for any asset in our society.
I want to ask you a question myself about your other big project, which is the Maxon 6 browser, your first efforts at creating a Bitcoin SV connected and powered browser. Will you tell our audience how development is going and what you envision to be the next steps on your roadmap?
Well, if the development goes well, we spent 6 months to let our team to learn, Bitcoin, and we incorporated Bitcoin features into the browser. We want to make the Maxon browser the foundation, of the next version of the internet, and encourage other browsers to keep up with us to incorporate Bitcoin feature into their browser as well. So, we'll continue to build the browser based on Bitcoin network, and we'll continue to roll out cool features, including NB Domain, including other features as well, to try to rebuild the internet on the blockchain system.
Can you give us some examples of the types of features or functions that a user will be able to do with your browser and how it connects to the Bitcoin SV blockchain?
For example, people can, since we have the webbox, as I said, in the browser core, it's quite easy for anyone of the browser users to pay, the Bitcoin to any website. That's a payment features, and also the NB Domain integration of the browser enables the user to create on-chain website, and people can visit those on-chain websites from the Maxon browser. So that's some initial features we will have, and we'll continue to develop more features. And we have the Open SDK API for other developers to create endless Bitcoin-powered features on Maxon browser as well.
Terrific. We look forward to seeing the further development. What you're working on is a perfect illustration of what I discussed yesterday, moving our world from everything online to where everything can be also on-chain. So thank you for your efforts, Jeff, and we can't wait to see what you release and develop more in the future.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay. All right, with that, audience, we're taking a quick little 2-minute break. You'll see some video loops, and we'll be back with a very exciting session. I've been looking forward to this panel for quite some time about how to reinvent the internet with great applications. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to CoinGeek Live. We're continuing our conversation about how to reinvent the internet on what we call the metanet. To join me in that discussion are three great representatives of different applications on Bitcoin SV that are reinventing how consumers as well as businesses interact with each other on the internet. And I'll be introducing all of them, and then we'll be giving them an opportunity to present what's going on with their company and products. Two of them are joining me here live in the New York studio. First, I have Connor Murray, who is CEO and co-founder of a company called True Reviews. Welcome, Connor.
Thank you, Jimmy.
And next to me is the CEO and founder of a company called Tonic Pow, Luke Rowanes.
Thanks for having me.
And then appearing virtually, he is a co-founder of Twetch. Welcome, Billy Rose.
Thanks for having me, Jimmy.
Of course. All right. So each of your companies has an application that is helping to reinvent the internet using Bitcoin. So Connor, why don't you begin and explain to the audience what True Reviews is and how you use the BSV blockchain?
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, CoinGeek, for such an amazing conference here. So as Jimmy mentioned, I'm the co-founder and CEO of True Reviews. So True Reviews is an online review platform where we're seeking to solve two basic problems that exist in online reviews today. I bucket these two problems into the incentive problem and the verification problem. So as far as the incentive problem goes, for consumers, there's very little incentive to go home and leave reviews for businesses that you patronize. In fact, for the most part, the incentive comes down to if you were wronged by a business, usually that's what drives you to leave an online review. Or you go to these current existing businesses that exist on the internet and you earn fake internet points that really don't mean anything, and these companies profit off of all that time that you spend leaving valuable data to their company. And then we also have the verification problem. So ultimately, there's no way for you as a consumer to validate that the reviews that you're reading online are coming from real people, real consumers, people that had real experiences, right? We see this problem on a lot of existing platforms, but ultimately we want to use the Bitcoin blockchain to validate that reviews are linked to real experiences, real purchases, things like that. As a cornerstone of our platform also, it's not just about the user, it's about the business as well. So businesses themselves, they're finding out in the modern world here, reviews are more valuable than any advertising campaign that money can buy, right? So ultimately, we don't want to just build a platform for users, but we also want to allow businesses themselves to directly incentivize reviews by offering rewards and allowing people to come back and, even just leaving some basic feedback about their experience, whether it's a 5-star, I had a good time, generating more positive reviews for businesses that deserve those reviews. So ultimately, we have a few cornerstones of our business that we're going to talk about in this panel today, but generally what's really important to us is we want to provide a way for users to both own and monetize their data, because that's the existing problem with the current internet. When you go home and you leave an online review, if you're going to leave a very good review, it's going to take you hours of your time, really, probably to get it right. And ultimately, we want to have businesses control their digital footprint. Right now, businesses are relying on these really predatory companies. If your business makes the national news, sometimes a ton of people will flood your Yelp page, your TripAdvisor page, and leave a ton of negative reviews. We want to put the control of your digital footprint back into the business's hands. I just want to talk a little bit about our journey here. We started in 2019 with the Bitcoin Association Hackathon. It was a really awesome experience for us to dig in and try and figure out a problem to solve. And ultimately, while 2020 has been a weird year for everybody, for us, it's actually been pretty exciting. We incorporated early this year. Me and my brother founded our company. In May of 2020, we launched our product called Veritas, which I'll talk about in a second. And that's ultimately our problem to solve that verification problem I just mentioned. Also in May of 2020, Calvin Ayre invested in our company, which we're very grateful for, and it's provided us the resources to build our platform out and do a lot of really great, cool, unique things, which I can't talk about right now, but we're going to share very soon. And Veritas, as I mentioned, it's essentially an API server that we've created that allows us to tokenize proof of purchases or proof of experiences, and then link that later to a common user identity. And that way we can validate that online reviews are coming from people that actually purchased a product or visited a business, things like that. We've also created this as an extensible product. So businesses or essentially businesses can attach as much data as they want. So what we can start doing is linking. When we go and look at online reviews, we have context. We can start looking at what prompted the user to leave that review. And ultimately, this allows us to have users own a lot of this data, and they can choose how to monetize that at a later time. Veritas is available on the Coda marketplace if you want to test it out, but also I encourage you, if you're someone interested in, if you're a business or anyone like that wants to use this product, definitely reach out to me and I'm happy to talk with you more about it.
Fantastic. Next, we have Luke Rones, who's going to explain to our audience what is TonicPow.
Yeah, so TonicPow started as a hackathon project, as a lot of you know, from the Bitcoin Association's first hackathon. Since then, it's evolved quite a bit and taken a few different forms, but what we aim to do is essentially connect advertisers and promoters directly to one another and let them come to voluntary agreements that benefit both of them, instead of this model that we have now where large platforms sort of dictate what advertisements get shown and to who, and the way that they do this is usually pretty sketchy by kind of spying on you and knowing everything about you, and most people are kind of oblivious to that. So I want to spend just a minute here talking about some of the things that we've been working on over the last few months, and we will be launching kind of a new version of our platform coming here in November. So I want to just share some of the things that that will be highlights of the changes that we're making. So the first thing is you'll be able to sign in with a number of different providers, be them Bitcoin wallets or traditional OAuth login type providers like Twitter. So this seems like a normal feature that you'd find on most websites, and it doesn't seem too novel, but for us, this is the first step towards something really important. When you link one of these services with your identity with TonicPow, our plan is to have something that Craig was actually talking about a lot yesterday, attestations associated with the disclosure of that information, and you'll get a receipt that is recorded on chain and that you could then use later to prove that you disclosed that information to us. This also gives us the opportunity to do something that we haven't done yet, which is have an application process to the campaign. So an advertiser comes on, they create a campaign. They might not want just anybody to be representing their product or service. They might want to have certain criteria, or they might want to make sure that that this is a person who would be a good brand ambassador. So this is a really important first step for us to getting towards that. Next big feature, but is also a very obvious thing, is that you'll be able to search for campaigns. This is something that you just can't do right now. We have loads of campaigns on tonicpow.com, and there's not a great way to sift through them and get to the what it is that you're looking to share. If you have a perfect context, I want to mention this, I want to mention Handcash to somebody right now, you'll be able to go to tonicpow.com, type in Handcash, get their campaign that's active, copy a short link, and then go share that on social media and earn Bitcoin for sharing that with your audience. The other interesting thing here is we also have a URL shortener, but it's very separate from our current product. We kind of have a few things that are not all in a cohesive package. So part of this update is basically bringing everything together. And this URL shortener is baked right into the same search bar. So if you typed a search term in here, you would get a list of search results and campaigns. If you typed in a URL, you would get your short link to then go share that wherever it is on social that you have an audience. The next big change is those of you who have been paying attention to TonicPow and what we've been doing all this time. Our first product was a display widget, a traditional ad that would show on a website or something like that. Then we did a campaign network where people, where advertisers come on, they create campaigns and then people can share them. Those two products are very disconnected. That's going to start to change, and you'll be able to use the new site to generate widgets and just copy a little snippet of code to put on your website and display ads from the campaign network. The other thing up until this point that you would have to do to integrate with us more deeply to fire conversions, which are like somebody purchases a t-shirt, you want to give the person who referred them 10% of the purchase or something like that. That's what we call conversion goals. And in order to integrate to fire conversion goals, you would have had to contact us to get an API key. That's changing. You'll be able to create apps right from the dashboard in TonicPow, get yourself an API key and start playing with the API. So this is a quick peek at what the dashboard kind of looks like. As you can see, there's kind of a lot of stuff there on the left, and I'll just go through some of the highlights here. We don't really have the greatest of reporting currently. That's obviously got to be a cornerstone of this of this service. And so we're working really hard to get much better detailed reporting, both for the advertiser and for the promoter, so they can see their earnings, what campaigns they came from, and all of this. As I mentioned, managing apps and API keys through this interface. This is where you'll manage your campaigns also. Kind of a new thing that we haven't had yet is similar to what I mentioned before. We're just trying to give more control to both parties. And that means allowing an advertiser to say, look, I've been working with this promoter. They haven't been, they're delivering me traffic that looks like it's either not legitimate, or for whatever reason, you'll actually be able to disassociate and say, I don't want to work with this person. And you'd be able to blacklist the promoter. The other thing I mentioned in the beginning, linking with wallets and third-party apps and having attestations. This opens up a lot of doors because, I touched on this briefly, but the fact that you could have certain criteria for your campaign, and you could say, in order to be eligible for a promoter, you basically have to have linked these certain things. We have to know these certain things about you. And that will enable us to finally get our rates that promoters can earn much higher. They should be able to earn a lot more money once we have these things in place, and that's where we're trying to get to. And the last thing to mention is that we're changing our short link domain. We have one that's basically all consonants and kind of doesn't give you a lot of information about where it's taking you. And the new one, tpow.app, is pretty clear that you're going to a TonicPow site, and that's all I have to share now. There's a whole bunch of other stuff we're working on. I had maybe 16 slides in this originally, and I trimmed it out because I know we got a lot to talk about, but that's the short version.
All right, thank you, Luke. So from reinventing consumer reviews to reinventing digital advertising, we're now going to turn over to Billy Rose to talk about how Twetch is reinventing social media, communications, and I'm sure so much more. Right, Billy? Tell us all about it.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Billy Rose, and I'm the co-founder and chief creative officer at Twetch. Twetch is a really exciting application. It's a social network where users own their data and profit from their content natively. But the really exciting part is the business model itself. We believe we have found the solution to all the problems of the internet. We often hear talk about this social dilemma, the problems with social networks like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. But what are these problems, and why are they so hard to quantify? In order to answer this question, we need to get to the root of the problem. The problem is that the business model of these platforms is fundamentally broken. I'm talking about the free-to-use advertising model. When things are free, they're generally taken for granted. Psychologically, when we get something for free, our minds regard it as if it were something meaningless, something you can throw away and not think twice about. This concept has given rise to poor behavior. Instead of supporting good information, growing good ideas, and working together as a general unit, we tend to troll, spew hatred towards others, and judge everything. The internet today is extremely shallow and short-sighted. It's a lot of image worship, idolization, cheap laughs, and meaningless scrolling. It's extremely addictive and extremely harmful to our minds. And it just gets worse. The way these platforms are able to provide these massive services that cost billions of dollars to run for free is by stealing your data and using that data to manipulate and control you. The ad model has turned us into sheep that are predictable and easily manipulated. It has killed our individuality and can only lead to one place: total control for big tech, and by extension, total slavery for the users. But don't worry. Twetch has found the key to unlocking data freedom and solving the major problems of the internet. On Twetch, we have paid speech, and with paid speech comes great responsibility. The beauty of paid speech is that you have infinite potential for future profit. On Twetch, interactions like likes and comments and shares, they're all micropayments. Users can earn Bitcoin peer-to-peer for each interaction their post receives. This concept is very powerful, and we have found amazing results. By archiving and storing all your content on the blockchain, your words and interactions exist for a very long time. Someday, your great-great-grandchildren will read what you posted and learn more about their ancestors and their heritage. Users on Twetch are true to their word. The culture we have created is one that has meaning through honest business relationships and content that lasts lifetimes. Bitcoin enables this microtransaction economy to happen. We no longer need to sell your data in order to earn revenue. We simply need to adjust the business model to not rely on manipulating you. Twetch takes a small fee, which is often a penny or less, for everything that a user does on the platform. By doing this, we're able to support our business without having to steal your data. Your Twetch data is always archived on the Bitcoin blockchain, so it becomes lasting, it becomes portable. Users can move their data to another interface where they control the terms of service, simply by writing a script and parsing the blockchain. These are all the things that are possible now on Twetch. We're only 1 year in, and we haven't even scratched the surface. This is what Twetch looks like as it exists today. It looks a little blurry here, but you might say it looks pretty familiar. This is a feature, not a bug. As the designer, I needed to find a way to create a familiar experience for users in order to balance out the fundamental shift in infrastructure. You see your usual like button there, but underneath the hood, that's a 5 cents sent directly to the content creator. Twetch currently has around 20,000 users, so you can imagine what this looks like at scale. So that's Twetch. A user has an idea that they want to post to the blockchain, they pay 2 cents, which goes to miners and service providers. The user then posts that information where it's archived on the blockchain within a transaction, and when a user receives a like, a reply, or a branch, they get paid. Twetch is not just some alternative social network. Twetch is a fight for freedom. We want to give you the power to own everything that you create on the internet, to earn money from it, and to do whatever you want to do with it. All I know is that your creation should be yours, not Mark Zuckerberg's. Yeah, thank you. And that's it. So we just released Twetch Chat, which is fully encrypted. We just released hashtags and cash tags, which are all mined using 21E8. And we're about to release our desktop app, I think sometime within the next few hours when everybody wakes up. So make sure everybody checks that out. And if you want to contribute to our development, you should go to twetch.app/features and fund the features you want us to release next. Twetch is available now at twetch.com. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Billy. That was a nice presentation of a lot of the issues I want to actually frame for our discussion now, which is, the problems people see with the current internet. Billy's given his and Twetch's summary of why they believe the internet's business model is now broken with free services. I'm curious for both of you from your respective sectors, what do you think needs to be changed or improved in today's internet business models? Connor?
Well, I think Billy made a good point. A lot of these companies are really predatory, right? A lot of the companies that exist in Silicon Valley, they profit off of users' time, users' energy, the value that users create for the platform. They don't see that value come back to themselves, right? So that's a huge issue. Ultimately, though, I think what's really important in this new paradigm of the internet that we're building, you also need to give users choice, right? So users having choice isn't a bad thing. So for example, advertising isn't a bad thing necessarily. So I think while the current companies that take my time, my energy, and they profit off it, that is an issue. It's also important that we give users choice to allow them to own their data, but also, not everyone wants to pay for everything. Not everyone wants to, spend all of their time and energy
writing reviews.
Exactly. So, but with that said, Billy made a great point that ultimately there's a few people in Silicon Valley making a lot of money off of a lot of people's time and energy, and that's a big issue.
I think Billy was trying to say something. Billy, we'll cut back to you. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, if you don't pay for it, you just end up with the same thing that we have today. It's just not going to change. What we need to do is we need to change the culture of the internet, not just allow people to have some semblance of data ownership while also just stealing their data and using that to create better and more targeted advertising.
So on the advertising point, Luke, what do you think really most needs to be changed for digital advertising on the internet?
For me, it seems it's just like who's in charge. Right now, it's massive platforms who lock up network effect, and then they are choosing exactly what ads to show. And the same thing goes for when you put an ad widget on a website. Who's picking what's going to display on that ad? And we've seen these ads all over, and they're horrible.
Yeah, it's usually an ad network, right?
Right. And I mean, it's how often you go to a website and you see the get ripped in 5 minutes, like really scammy, kind of like too good to be true type of stuff that's just very clickbaity, very like. But these things, are psychologically manipulating people into interacting with them. Now, with our model, it's very different. You're shown, an influencer promoter is shown a list of different campaigns that exist, and it's up to them to self-select. They're choosing because they know their own audience. They choose what it is that they're going to share in their own feed, and then they're also going to be rewarded for that. So it solves a lot of these same problems from a couple different angles.
Yeah, I think this is a common theme we're going to hear not just from this panel, other ones throughout this conference, which is retooling user consumer minds and behavior about how data and the internet should work. I want to ask about economics to all of you, which is, have you thought about what are the price points or value points that you think will work best for each of your various applications? How much, for example, should someone pay to post a review? How much should they receive back in other forms of value on your respective applications to make it worthwhile for a consumer? We'll start with Billy.
Well, we usually make our decisions based on good memes. So on Twitch, it's 2 cents to post your 2 cents. But the beauty of it is that you have, like I said, infinite potential for future profit. So if you don't get a 5 cent, so 1 like would actually be a profit for a user who posted their 2 cents. But if you don't get that like right away, you still have this beautiful benefit of the blockchain, which is that you can display it on as many platforms as you want, and you can always earn money into the future. So the economics of Twitch have actually worked out really well, and we are constantly improving that.
Connor, what do you think is will be necessary to incentivize people to pay to post a review and then hope that they get rewarded back?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a hard question only because economics is something that you can't plan in the first place, right? So ultimately, what emerges as the best option is something that the market will have to decide anyway. And I think, companies, all of us are trying to figure out what is that best price point. But you also have to
starting?
You have to also think that, for someone that lives in Africa, maybe that makes less than $2 a day, 10 cents is a lot. So for me, posting 10 cents to maybe potentially earn $1 or $2 is something that I'm willing to risk, right? But for someone that makes $2 a day, maybe 10 cents is too much. Ultimately, I think 2 cents is a pretty good, I like 2 cents for 2 cents, Billy. I think that's a pretty good number right now.
For us, yeah, it's a lot of the same sentiment there. I want the market to find the price. Right now, it's there's a couple different ways that people earn money. Clicks and conversions. Clicks are shared something on social media, people click it, I earn some money from that. We cap that currently at 8 cents, and the only reason that there's that cap in place is because we have more work to do to layer in identity and to give advertisers protection against fraud. And so as we develop that, we hope to lift those limits and to discover what this is really, what this is really worth to people, because I think that number will be much higher and people will be able to earn much more money with Tonic Pal in the future. So I'm actually eager to find the answer to that question myself.
Yeah. Yes.
If I can mention one thing too, I think the economics also depends on the user's reputation, right? So across different platforms, some users might be willing to spend more because they know that they're going to earn more based on their following or their reputation on the platform too. So it's a really complicated question that I'm eager to see what the market decides on.
And on the other side of that, like for us with clicks and conversions, I talked about clicks for a second, but with conversions, it's really based on, well, if I'm selling a t-shirt, it matters about how much profit do I have and how much leeway is there to offer a promoter for bringing me that sale. And so on that side, it's going to be percentage-based, more than likely.
You're hoping to create a model, though, that will have advertisers happier because they're getting more direct return on their investment.
Right.
Yeah. So let's talk about these legacy players. Obviously, each of your companies challenges existing legacy players in the internet space. Do you think there's opportunity for companies such as yours or ones like that on BSV to actually partner with, work with any of the bigger legacy players in the internet space? We'll start with Billy.
You're talking about Google and Facebook and Twitter?
Or yes, and other companies.
Yeah, sure. I'm certainly interested in making more money for my company, but our goal is to flip the internet inside out. We don't have too much interest in working with them unless it'll benefit us in some way.
Okay. Connor, what about you?
Well, I think our goal should be to bring Bitcoin to as many people as possible, right? So a lot of these companies have a lot of users, and so what we're building is an interoperable platform for any company like TripAdvisor, Google, or Yelp to integrate with, because ultimately what we want to do is get Bitcoin into the hands of as many people as possible, as easily as possible, and leveraging existing user bases is important to get there, right? I think, ultimately, while there are a lot of companies that, Billy mentioned them earlier, that are extremely predatory right now, there are also companies that just don't have another option. The internet doesn't provide them another option. So I think providing both businesses and users more choice is a really good thing, and something that we're definitely interested in helping other businesses grow into the Bitcoin ecosystem with.
Billy, hold on one second. I'm going to let Luke answer, then I'll get back to Billy. Luke?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear from them. I definitely can, understand Billy's point of view here of like I'm not like calling them up and saying, hey, listen, guys, you really got to work with me type of thing, because they are largely responsible for the situation that we find ourselves in now. And usually the people who have a lot of control in a certain paradigm don't want to easily give that up. And that's what this would mean for them, is that they would have to relinquish a substantial amount of control to the parties who are being involved in this commerce.
Yeah. Billy, you had a further comment.
Yeah, look, these companies would certainly benefit from the business model that we have created at Twetch, and just in using Bitcoin in general. Twitter is constantly trying to figure out ways to decentralize and take away the responsibility of content curation from themselves, and they're working on that with, I think, a project called Blue something. So yes, Bitcoin would definitely benefit these companies, but it would have to be a fundamental shift for them. And they have hundreds of thousands of employees currently working on making advertising better, stealing more and more data. It would just require a complete overhaul for somebody like Facebook to integrate with Bitcoin.
Yeah. Or would require very forward-thinking executives battling within larger companies, which I've seen from my experience representing a lot of big companies in my legal days. There's usually, some forward thinkers that have to fight a lot of internal political battles, or perhaps one of the legacy players saying, that's interesting, I want to experiment with that, but through a separate business, for example. They may trial a separate business in parallel. So we have a number of questions from our online audience, which is not surprising given the topic we're talking about here and its interest to the BSV world. So let me ask some of these audience questions. So for Tonic Pow, if I as a user do not have Bitcoin, what do I need in order to get links and start using Tonic Pow as an affiliate?
All you really have to do is sign up. Right now, we do have a bit of a wait list to get activated, but actually, you can still sign up and share links and just not have instant payouts until we've basically activated your account. And this all has to do with what I mentioned before, of the process of layering in strong identity, so that we can protect the advertisers from fraud. So if you are a real person with people who you'd like to share things with, sign up, and then you can probably the best way is to contact us, either on Twitter. We have a Drift widget right on our homepage, and we'll get you up and running.
Okay, Connor, what about your business? If I'm a user and I'm new to Bitcoin SV, I don't have any coins, how do I get started?
Yeah, so we're creating a way for users to come into the platform, and as I mentioned, we want to give users choice. So I don't think it's an issue to provide users a free posting model, but then show them that there can be an alternative that is better, right? But ultimately, what we need to do is capture the whole world that is used to this existing free internet model, whether we think it's broken or not. I think it's a really important way to bring them into a platform, allow them to post something, and then allow them to earn based on other economy generated that was from that content. So what we're trying to do is actually bring users in and allow them to post for free, or a few other ways that even this week, Luke and I have talked about this problem a lot. How do we best onboard people into this ecosystem, but also having these values that we're talking about, data ownership and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
So maybe giving them a certain number of free trial posts to get them on board.
Exactly.
Let's go to Billy. Billy, how is Twetch approaching this? How to get brand new Bitcoin SV users onto your platform and using?
I just want to comment on what Connor just said, because I don't think that letting people post for free is going to bring them in and scale up your project and bring new people into Bitcoin, because it's the same thing that everybody's already doing. So where do you get that unique aspect of what you're doing if you're just doing the same thing? And then the other thing, I really think the way to get more people to get into Bitcoin is to make it easy for them to get Bitcoin. It's really hard for people to get Bitcoin right now. My friends, they have Venmo. They say, oh, if I have Venmo, how do I get Bitcoin? Well, you can't unless you know somebody who already has Bitcoin. And not only that, we also have the problem of the ancestor limit. I hit the speed limit almost every day on Twetch. I'm trying to make a lot of transactions. On Twitter, I can do 1,000 likes in a second. We need that.
If I could just mention real quick, I think, Billy, the problem with existing platforms, though, they're free to post, but the companies are the ones profiting off of that, right? So we can still flip that on its head and allow people to come in to a platform, post for free, and then they're the ones that are monetizing the content.
In any event, let's move on to another topic.
Making money is a bad thing. I think the companies need to make money in order to continue to innovate and produce something that consumers want and need and provide a service for them. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I do think that choice is a good thing, and I could see a world where you can earn your posts or your Twetch tokens or your Bitcoins via looking at ads, or you can get free services by looking at advertising. But every time we've tried to do anything for free on Twetch, it always comes back to hurt us. So, we'll see how that plays out. But I'm really excited actually to see how that plays out, specifically, Connor.
Yeah, and I think like everything in the Bitcoin SV world right now, everyone's experimenting with different approaches, and there's probably not necessarily one right answer for every situation, and I think we'll all see how it plays out. Lots of other questions. There's a popular Netflix documentary these days called The Social Dilemma. I haven't had a chance to watch myself because I've been busy getting ready for this conference, but it's really exploring this question of the dilemma of social media and what the impact it has on user data. Do you have, for anyone who's actually seen the documentary, do you have any thoughts about how that informs the strategies your companies might take?
Well, I think Billy mentioned it. I actually think he covered it pretty well. I think the free model where essentially we're beholden to what advertisers are willing to pay for us to do on the internet is a huge problem. And I think, Billy, you mentioned it pretty well in your presentation that I think that's the root issue.
Okay.
Yeah, the main theme of the social dilemma, the problem that they're trying to solve, is that these algorithms and these advertising models are getting so good at predicting human behavior that they're actually creating human behavior. They're causing you to take action, and they're able to turn you into a sheep that does whatever they expect and want you to do. And so this is, they make it seem really scary and frightening. But I think that they never really come up with a solid solution. I don't think that anyone knows what's going on, but we have actually solved this problem already. If you just make people pay for the service that they use, then the whole entire thing becomes different. And we don't even have to do advertising. We don't even have to take your data. So I thought The Social Dilemma was a little bit of a weird movie. It was like they wanted you to feel afraid watching it and feel weird about using the internet. And I think that the internet is a beautiful thing, and I think that we're about to come into a world of a flourishing internet of ideas and everything. I'm just very excited about the future and very optimistic. And they make it seem like you shouldn't be.
I haven't seen it, but from what I heard, kind of the same thing. It really does highlight some of the issues that we're talking about and what we know about. But then at the end, it kind of doesn't offer some of the solutions that we know work very well, like, for example, having people pay for things.
So you hear that? Netflix documentary production or distribution teams will acquire a documentary, and then you can have Social Dilemma Part 2, the solutions from Bitcoin SV. Let's talk about, not to get into politics, but it is election season. And certainly one of the topics in politics in the US these days is the role of social media and misinformation, and what role service providers such as Twitter or Facebook should play in managing, correcting, disabling false information or misdirected information posted by users. So this question was directed to Twetch, but I actually want to ask it to all of you, which is, are there any fact-checking bots to remove content and dictate the narrative, or, deal with misinformation, false information? We'll start with Billy, and then I'll go to the other two panelists. Billy?
Well, misinformation is solved through proof of work. You can have content curation that has nothing to do with what I think or what Jack Dorsey or Mark Zuckerberg thinks and what they like and don't like. I think misinformation is kind of currently a buzzword, a campaign to go against anything that goes against the status quo. And we're just not here at Twetch. We're just not here to control the status quo. And one thing that we do want to do is we want to create ways to curate content that has nothing to do with someone's personal political views or what certain ideas someone likes and what certain ideas someone in power dislikes. So the problem with misinformation is that the content curation itself is centralized. And Bitcoin actually enables us to take it away from the centralized hands altogether and allow the people who think that they have the most important content, and then the people who give that content attention, to allow that content to rise up on its own without having to be involved in any way. It's all about what I think, how valuable my content is, and then how valuable the market takes my content and where they go with it. That's what matters.
Connor.
Yeah, I agree, especially with that last part. I think, especially for me, I know Luke, we had this whole conversation, I'm sure Billy, the same thing. I got into Bitcoin because I really like markets. Markets are really interesting, and right now we don't have a way of having a market of information, right? And ultimately, I used to use Reddit all the time. Reddit was a really interesting platform when it first came out, and then it became a platform where the company itself started controlling the information that users were allowed to bring to the top of the feed, right? And I think ultimately what Bitcoin allows us to do is allow person-to-person interaction, person-to-person trade, and I think the misinformation problem is ultimately a market problem. I mean, information that's really good will rise to the top in a market. Information that is bad and misleading will fall to the bottom.
So there's a huge point that I want to make here with this particular topic, and that is one of the big issues is a lot of people, Twitter, Facebook, these guys, they own that platform. They have every right to do whatever they're doing on their own product, and we understand that. The problem that I see is, again, you don't own your own data, and so you can't sign out of Facebook and sign into a competitor that doesn't do the things that you disagree with. So you can't vote with your attention and your engagement in the way that you ought to be able to. And with Bitcoin, we have a giant shared database essentially. Mm-hmm. So if we do a couple clever things like just publishing public protocols that are the same that everybody uses, to where if you post on this site, it's visible on this site, and the site's tax, they can earn, like with Twitch, they take a percentage of your engagements on that platform. And if you don't like the way that Twitch is doing something, or they start censoring or something, which very unlikely to start happening, I think, knowing these guys, they kind of have the right mindset for this. But you would be able to go somewhere else and participate still, and have all your same followers and have all your same interactions.
Right. Because different applications can display, access your data from the same global distributed ledger.
Right.
I was going to say, there's nothing really even wrong with, and what's weird is that this is actually controversial on both sides of the political aisle. There's nothing wrong with Twitter not wanting to show certain pieces of content, right? But the problem right now exists that there's no other choice for users to go to. But if Twitter doesn't want something on their platform, that's their right as a business, right? So it's a weird situation where just the user does not have that choice that we need.
That awkward phase.
Billy, I think you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I totally agree, Connor. And I think that the main problem is that they have these algorithms, these biased algorithms that they show you, they confirm your biases, they only show you things that they think that you want to see, and they're just trying to control and filter the flow of information. And what really the solution to this problem is have no control as the publisher of the filtering of this information, other than if this is a post that I don't want, that is not is against our terms of service, we reserve the right to remove that post. But it's the curation of it and the confirmation bias that they like to control. And then they also like to try to sway people in the political or ideological direction of their investors. These are things that I think are very immoral and wrong to do as a publisher. I think you should just let the market decide what content is the most valuable. And then when you do that, you end up with a valuable information market, right?
Here's an interesting question from a user. Going back to those legacy companies like Google, if I'm a user and I've got my data and content on the Bitcoin SV blockchain using your applications, could people be allowed to sell that own data or content to the same companies like Google?
Well, I think that's a problem we need to tackle. We can't just put data in OpReturn and then it's plain text and anyone can scrape the blockchain and sell that data, right? And I think that's, again, I had some great conversations with Luke about this. I think it's really important that users have that, put it in their possession, maybe encrypt it to a key that only they control, right? And they can grant access to that data if they want. They can choose whether to sell that data to advertisers, but it's really important that we build tools and infrastructure where users aren't just putting their data into another database that other people can scrape and pull.
But would you support business models that allow users to sell their data to the legacy players once it's on chain?
Well, I mean, that would be up to the user, right? I mean, if the user has the data and they wanted to do that, I think they obviously should have the choice. I think there's a lot of exploring to do there. I think we have to tread carefully because people, we don't want people giving. Well, I mean, I guess at the same time, it's like they're already getting all of it right now, right? They know everything literally about you. So what would really be the the downside? I mean, it's sad to say because we want to be careful and not show too much, but it's like, geez, they already have it.
Right. Billy, any comment on that?
Yeah. Why would the Google pay for your data if they get everybody's data everywhere for free already? So first we have to change behavior, and then we can go to little old Google, and say, hey, if you want my email address, you have to pay me 50 cents. But for now, we just need we need to get to the point where we can start to have some kind of leverage. And in order to do that, internet users just need to change their behavior. And we as application developers, we need to provide the services that can actually rival these companies. Because if we don't, guess what? Convenience wins every single time.
Right. Totally.
All right, we have to wrap the session up, so I want to give each of you an opportunity just to tell our online audience what you're looking forward to most next for your company or product. We'll start with Connor.
Yeah, we're really trying to tackle these problems that this is a really fundamental, we're at the very beginning of this new paradigm shift, I think, and it's really important that we get the infrastructure and the tooling right, where providing users ultimate control and ultimate power over this data is really important. So in the coming months, we're going to have a new name, a new look, all that kind of stuff. We're really excited about what's coming for us, but ultimately, I do also want to pitch to the rest of the world. There's a lot of really great tools to get started and build your own alternative to these existing models. And I think we shouldn't wait around for the existing companies to wake up to this. I think it's a really unique opportunity to dive in and get started and interoperate with other companies and build really interesting tools for users to monetize their content.
Luke, what are you looking forward to most with your company?
I think I'm going to be really excited when I can share with everybody that there are people who have had struggles with demonetization, and they've spent years building an audience. People like Stefan Molyneux and things like this who have been basically, they're all of this work. They spend years building these audiences, and then they're basically banned from these platforms. I'm really looking forward to these people discovering Tonic Pow and what we can deliver for them, and also that people are able to sustain themselves and their families and earn literally a living by connecting products and services that they like to their audience, who they know better than any advertising platform.
Yeah. And Billy, as you answer the question, one last audience question came in, which is people want to know when you're going to have a mobile app. So why don't you tell us what you're excited about most with Twetch and when a mobile app might be coming?
Well, if you want a Twitch mobile app, you can build it yourself. We'll probably build the best one. I hope we can, and we are in the process of doing it. I can assure you of that. But you can build one too using the Twitch SDK. We just released hashtags. We just released encrypted chat using Bitcoin, and so we mentioned it before, but we're all moving towards this more encrypted direction as well. Anything that you publish to the Bitcoin blockchain, you should be able to decide whether or not that is encrypted and private or public and monetizable, essentially. And really what I'm looking forward to is creating more and more ways to allow users to make money. I want to see every Twitch user become a millionaire, right? That's what Josh says online. And I want to see kids in Africa and wherever else where they make $10 a week. I want to see them make $100 a week on Twitch and on Bitcoin files and on all these other applications that we're building. And so we want to give users all the choices that they can possibly have to decide to do whatever they want with their data, whatever they want with their content. And we don't want this for our users. We want this for ourselves too, right? So this is like a revolution. And I think that more people need to realize is that this whole Bitcoin thing, this is a fight for your life. This is a fight for your digital citizenship. This is a fight to have ownership over the things that you create on the internet. Everything that you create on the internet is currently controlled and owned by Google and Facebook and all of these companies. You got to take it back, change your behavior, start to use these applications that work today, like Twitch, and we're going to keep building it until our applications are better than theirs, and they will be, and it will be soon.
All right, thank you all. What a great panel. I want to thank Billy, Connor, and Luke for joining us. And this is a great example of something we discussed in the Bitcoin SV world. Unlike so many others in digital currency camps of other coins, our fans and users are not about just buying and hodling coins. We're creating an economy, ecosystem with applications like you've heard about today, where users earn and use Bitcoin and really change the paradigm, not of just the internet, but our entire digital economy. So thank you for your contributions to this, and I look forward to seeing all the great advancements of your various projects. Now we're ready to introduce our next session, who is, it'll be led by a speaker joining us from Australia. He'll be giving a presentation about a very hot and much discussed topic on crypto Twitter these days, which is tokens, and in particular, tokens on BSV and smart contracts. He is the co-founder and CEO of the company called Tokenized. I know there's lots of questions about what is going on with Tokenized. So James Belding, coming from Australia, is here to tell you all about smart contracts, tokens on Bitcoin SV. Please welcome to our virtual stage from Australia, James Belding.
Thanks, Jimmy. Hi, everybody. So today I will be talking about smart contracts and really taking them mainstream. So I think that's that point of focus or that vision has not clearly been articulated yet. So we, as a team, we really wanted to analyze the value proposition of tokens and smart contracts and really think about what real problems they're solving. And we sort of developed a mission statement for ourselves that really comes down to, we want to use these tools, we want to use smart contracts, we use tokens to make voluntary exchange simpler, faster, and more affordable. And we think that those are the pillars of its utility. Next slide, please. So the administration of commercial activities is slow, complex, and expensive. So we see this as the critical problem that tokens and, more importantly, smart contracts that control them solve. Now, I think it's really important to think about what this means. Like, what does the administration of commercial activities mean? Well, if you can think about how companies are run today, organizations, trusts, partnerships, legal entities, and even just commercial activities in general, it's always guided by, if not controlled by, contracts, agreements. People have an understanding of what the outcome is of a particular engagement of a commercial activity is, who's responsible for what, how that work is supposed to get done, what happens if things go wrong, how do you negotiate if things do go wrong, how all of these kind of components are typically codified or described in the contract beforehand. Of course, that's not always the case. There's parts that are missing, but these administrative processes can be quite taxing. And when you think about today, like pretty complex contracts or shareholder agreements or investment agreements, they end up being a fairly long process with a lot of review, a lot of cognitive overhead issues, where people just have to chew through things that are unfamiliar to them, that are non-standardized, to understand them, because it does have a material impact on their commercial life and their well-being. Next slide, please. So the solution, as we identify it, is of course smart contracts, and of course blockchain, BSV, and of course tokens. We think those are critical components to it. But what we think, to solve this problem in its entirety, to really have the maximum impact and take advantage of the opportunity that is in front of us with BSV, is to think about it in a few different building blocks. So when you think about what a token is in terms of ownership rights, something that's backing it with value, it typically has terms and conditions that are significant, that describe the rights, describe all of what you're owed and how you're owed it, and what can go wrong if the dispute happens. So owning a token and having it in a non-custodial fashion is all fine and dandy, it's great, but the meaning of it and the value in it is much more rooted in the contracts themselves, that today, with the typical token systems that we see, are just in PDFs, Word documents, in email, on Google Drive, and they haven't really evolved. They haven't changed to take advantage of this new paradigm. So when you have a token, you could have it, you could own the private keys, it can be completely non-custodial, but what does that token mean? What does it represent in value? How does it differentiate itself from other tokens? And how do you really know if it's what the rights are as you go forward through the life cycle of the ownership of that token? So the other pillars that we see as being important to bring into the fold and to bring into a protocol on chain, and to have it automated, and to have smart contracts really take advantage of this type of properties, this new paradigm shift. We think that the governance components, the resolutions by shareholders, resolutions by members, we think is really important. We think that even like the negotiations, the drafting of the agreements can be improved with smart contracts, with codification. And we think that the way that this can be accessed, this protocol, can only be done with a really sensible platform that brings together this complexity and makes it much, much simpler, and makes the ability for us to administer these things, takes it to the next level. Next slide, please. So our journey, just want to give you a little background, because I know there's not a lot of new people kind of learning about BSV. So what we've been working since about, well, I personally have been working on it since about March 2018, was when I first started thinking about smart contracts and studying the technology. I looked at a lot of other systems and basically came to the conclusion that the platform, the foundational component, was really, really critical. It had to be able to scale. BSV was the one that can only do it, the original Bitcoin protocol. So there was a lot of initial R&D around that, but there was also a lot of R&D around smart contracts themselves, and contracts and contract law and regulations, and how this is really going to play into a mainstream workable solution. So we spend a lot of time doing this properly. And not only is it important to have the foundation like BSV down correct, but the protocol itself must be really, really sound. It must be extensible, it must be scalable, it must be ready for mainstream use. So next slide, please. The big announcement, sorry, can I go back a slide? It went fuzzy there for me for a second. So the development of the protocol and the proof of concept wallet was the next stage. We had to think about how we were going to make this thing a usable tool that would take the advantages of the protocol and make it a mainstream universal tool. And we really started, our company was only founded in March of 2019. And we really started to build our team in the early parts of the summer. And that's when we started to build the product based on our steady and analysis of the customer demand. So we launched the beta version of the protocol in May 2019, and we got our pre-seed investment about the same time. We are aiming now to launch our platform, the private beta, which will be mostly for stakeholders, investors, and customers in the short term, but in November. That's our plan. Next slide, please. So I want to prime your thinking before I reveal our platform and really show you what we've been working on. Email. I think email is a really important analogy to be thought through. So when Steve Jobs said that computers were going to be the bicycle for our minds, I think that's really important to think about in the context of what software can do for us generally. It's an extension of our minds. It lets us organize information more efficiently. It lets us get more done. And the way that information is architected and presented to us is really, really important to consider. So if you think about how email is done today, it's very structured in its data format. You've got your CC, your send, or the sender receiver, the body of the content, your attachments. It's easy to navigate and know who sent it, who all those features, where they are, and quickly get to the core of the information that you need to extract from that so you can action it and move on. When you think about contracts, they are far, far from that now. So typically it will be an attachment in email, and it will be a PDF or a Word document that's not structured, it's totally non-standardized, and every time you read a new one, it's likely different than the last. There's obviously a lot of examples that doesn't play the case, but quite often it is very much the case. So if you could imagine what email would be like today, if the only part of the message format was just sending an attachment of a PDF, where in the PDF you had a non-standardized format of who it was from, who sent it, who the BCC are people, and what the content is, it would be administratively or cognitively very taxing to kind of navigate that and really process that information and make the best of it. Next slide, please. So if you can think about the email protocol and the way that it's structured, we want to extend that kind of concept to contracts themselves. We want to structure the contracts so that you have the common fields, the common clauses in a codified format where when you open a new contract, you can have a look at it and instantly identify all the key parts that are relevant to you, have software extract meaning from you, and make the job a lot easier to understand and be able to action it, to review it, to reduce the risk of it. So this is an example here is a modern email app, and they've come a long way since the original ones where they've really presented that information and structured a lot more around email in a way that makes it a lot easier. And this is an app called Superhuman. So you can see on the sides here, they have structured information that's very, very important to the context of the email. It gives you a quick heads up about who's saying to you, who they are, what's their background, how does it apply to the message body, and allows you to move quicker and be more efficient by getting through your email and digesting it in a way that's useful and productive. So we want to take that same concept and think about contracts from our app and platform perspective, building upon a more expressive contracting structured data. Next slide, please. So I also want to just touch upon the complexity of this type of project. So when you get into really building out a smart contract protocol on a platform and making it feature rich, there's a lot of complexity that goes in there. But it's complexity that actually really ends up being a much simpler solution in the long term. So when you have a structured framework that codifies a lot of the important terms and conditions, everyone can start to interoperate on a common standard. If you look at the way that Ethereum and other projects have tried to using their code contract standards, it's very, very limited in the feature set, and it's fairly non-standard. So in order for these things to emerge, I'm thinking like the last 6 years, there's been very little progress on the ability to really add features that smart contracts can do to the tokens that are out there. And that's where we think that we really stand out from the crowd. We have a tool, a protocol that's flexible, that's upgradable, that over time you can continue to add features. And as the contract matures or as the contract needs amending due to real commercial needs or requirements, they can make real fundamental changes that are easy to do, that everyone is made aware of in a very like transparent way in the spirit of what Bitcoin can do with its properties, but can be done so in an efficient way that doesn't require everyone to necessarily sign off on it or necessarily hand their tokens out, have reissued ones. So it becomes, especially at scale, when you think about the opportunities available to us with this type of system, becomes a lot more efficient in many ways, not only in the costs, the hard costs in terms of technical costs, but also in the administrative and mental costs. Next slide, please. All right, so enough talk. Let's see some results. So I've got a video to play here for the platform. I recorded this a couple hours ago, hand on heart. This is an app that is working. This is all on mainnet. We had a technical issue where I was unable to share my screen, which is is my fault. So I take responsibility for that. But we also have realized that this format, 15 minutes, is not enough to really explore the app. And what I want to do is do a webinar in the next week, basically, or sometime when we can gather enough people that are interested to really dive deep into our platform, especially customers and anyone who's interested in the technology, they're thinking about using it, they're thinking about using the tokenized protocol or our app. We encourage to reach out and we will do a webinar. We will do a live demo of it. We will take them through all the details, and we look forward to doing that. So play the video, please.
All right, here it is. Here's the sign-in page for Tokenized, our platform. So let's quickly sign in for you. So we also have built a authenticator app that's on the iOS and Android platforms, and that lets you use biometrics as well as PIN to quickly log in for a better experience and to approve purchases or transfers and things like that. So here we are. Here's the app just loading here. So to give you a quick tour, on the side here, you've got all of your entities. So this is an individual entity. This is obviously my personal one, demo one, but you can add companies, you can add trusts, you can add any kind of legal entity for either has a legal personhood or at least has for reporting purposes. So trusts, for example, or partnerships in that case. We've only got to individual at this point. We're planning on bringing entities in soon, but at this stage, we're just on the individual. But I'll still show you all the key features. So quickly, I'll run through this. So we got activity, treasury, contracts, and relationships. Down here, we've got the ability to lock the app if you want to walk away with it. So it requires a password to get back in. And we got some help features. So these are actually that's not quite working. We got some work to do there, but they are part of the app. And up here, we've got my display picture. That's part of my Paymail profile. It's public. And the fact that this is an individual account. If we go to this side here on activity, you've got your net worth. So this is just like the sum, or basically the net of your assets and liabilities, what you're actually worth. Down here, activities, it's basically your log, your activity feed of all of your commercially meaningful events and actions. So you can see you've got coupons that have been issued in the past by James Building, the issuers. I've personally issued these, a goodie bag, a contract was executed for the CG Live promotional giveaway. And down here, we've got traded assets, received Bitcoin. These are atomic swaps when I say traded assets, sent Bitcoin. And if you click on these, you get a little display, gives you the details, and it can take you to what's on chain, for example. So that was done this afternoon. Okay. Treasury, quick view. This is all your assets, and this is all your liabilities that you issued. So if you create a smart contract and issue coupons or tokens of any kind, they'll show up as liabilities just as they'll show up as assets, and I'll show that in a second. And then importantly, here's the real meat of what we're doing here is the contracts. So everything is based on smart contracts in a really meaningful way. So even when you've got entity like contracts like shareholder agreements and constitutions or arts and mems and the rules that an entity is not only created and governed by, but the amendments that come over time and the resolutions that are passed by the members and the people in that company. So all of those are really controlled by a smart contract, and that's really what the tokenized protocol is all about, is a comprehensive protocol that accounts for all commercial events and actions that center around contracts, and tokens are a part of being able to represent or signify ownership rights over various types of things, various types of rights. or obligations. So for example, if you're a member of a company or a shareholder, the tokens would be a share certificate to represent that ownership. So these are drafts and these are actives. So just to give you a quick look, this is one that's already been drafted. It goes through, you've got your header, gives you the title of the contract, the type of contract that it is, the issuer, which is myself because I've issued it, duration, which it can expire or it can go indefinitely, governing law, jurisdiction. So these are codified terms and conditions. They are a symbol that are built into the protocol that are recognizable as software, and there's many more of those to come. So it's built throughout different asset types and things like that. So I'll get more into that in a bit. Here's some of the assets that we have. Contract operator, I've just shown this. This is largely gonna be hidden from the scene when we actually present this to users, but this is for the technical people out there. You can get a sense of some of the key features, how it works. Oracles are all about, when you draft a contract, you're essentially drafting and declaring which oracles are permitted to interoperate with this contract. And this is what it's all about. So you declare which company, the Oracle ID and the endpoint, and it allows them to issue signatures and trusted data feeds that basically the smart contract can help enforce. Further down, we've got definitions, variables, administration. So definitions is largely about software, interpretable words to give clarity about what they're meaning. So it can be a particular term or a name or a counterparty, and you can describe it, and it's all codified. We haven't fleshed these pieces out, but these are part of the protocol. So our drafting tool here is still not finished in this regard, but it's important. Variables are more like when you're basically going in creating like a cost or a price or weather or something that has a data type and a value to it, then you'd basically declare it here, and these values can be referenced in the body of agreement. So the body of agreement is the legal prose, the part of the agreement that is not machine interpretable or enforceable. It's confidentiality clauses, different clauses that really basically make sure that people behave a certain way, but it's for humans to read. But it gives clarity and precision to the contract, and it makes the contract complete in that everything can be referenced on chain. Whether it's encrypted or not, it's always there and part of the contract and controllable. So I'll quickly draft up a contract. So I just picked up a coupon one, but there's other ones to come. So loyalty points, admission tickets, membership tickets or certificates. So here we go. So we'll call this one CG Live Promotional Giveaway. Spell it right. So then we go down to type. So it's asset coupon. Duration, we'll leave that as indefinite, but you can select the day and time to anyone you want. Law of, we'll say this one's of England and Wales. So again, you can pick anyone. We have a full list of all the different type, but we've kept it simple for this demo. We'll say 1 CG baseball cap. So this is a coupon for a single baseball cap, but we'll issue 50 of these. And the face value will say that's £8 each. So it expires with the contract termination. So these never expire until this contract terminates, and we'll make them transferable so people can trade them in a permissionless manner, peer-to-peer manner. So we'll add another asset. So we'll say this one is a VIP dinner. We'll give out 20 of those, and we'll say there's £250 face value. So a lot of champagne and some nice seafood. We go on transfer policy, so we'll make that transferable as well. So those are effectively your assets. We call them the asset definitions, but they give clarity to what those assets represent, and the tokens that get transferred around people own are always in reference to these asset fields. And then the rest of it we've spoken about in the previous slide. So we'll go ahead and we'll execute this. So again, you got your authenticator app to authenticate. To my fingerprint there. So the contract is being formed. So the Tokenized protocol has a few different on-chain transactions that make this contract formed and the assets issued. So this is just going through the process of publishing those to the blockchain, having the smart contract agent validate them, respond to say that yes, the contract is live or in accordance with the terms and conditions and the protocol. And there you go. So the asset coupons have been created. It's just finalizing. All right, excellent. So we'll go to view issued assets. So it takes us to the treasury. So on our liabilities, you can see that we've got a baseball cap here, 20 of them, 12 pounds. It's just popped up. And on this side, we've got the VIP dinner and baseball cap, 20, 50 and 20. Whoops. Oh, sorry, baseball cap. That's a different one I issued earlier, my apologies. VIP dinner 20 and 50, there you go. And we'll do a quick atomic swap as well. So Scott's online up in Brisbane right now. So I'm gonna send him, I'm gonna request some, let's say British pounds. Let's say 250 British pounds for, we'll get a real good deal. Let's say we'll ask for 2 of those. We'll offer 2 of these baseball caps, make it a great deal for him. We got too many of them anyways. So reviewing. So there you go, pound sterling, 250, sending for 2 coupons. That's what we're giving him, that's what he's receiving. There's the rate, and then we'll send that. So this is an on-chain mainnet action. So it's been sent. So we go over to our activity. If we look at pending others, we can see that that's been sent to him. So he's got to just open this up on his screen basically and review the trade and sign it if he's happy and send it back. So this is an on-chain message too. This is all 100% chain, including the trade offers. There you go, so he signed it and it's come back to me for final signing. So we'll open that up. And there you go. Just ignore that little pop-up that shouldn't have happened. There you go, so the atomic swap is done. That's all on chain now. So 2 coupons were given to Scott, 2.5 pounds back to me. So yeah, that's the app. A quick tour that I can get in for the running out of time here. But yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing more of this. We're definitely gonna have a private beta coming up soon, and we'll likely be doing some more webcams where we can invite people to ask questions about the app. I can do more demos, take them on tours, explain more of it. But we hope that was at least informative and somewhat exciting. Thank you guys.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. We've been working really hard and are super excited to share with you guys. We've got a lot more to come in the next few months. So more features will be rolled out. We sort of got past the point where we've now built ourselves the proper infrastructure. This is like a legit full web wallet, full non-custodial, so all client-side signing. But we've also got the foundation for complex multi-sig flows to support entities and what have you. Also, we're looking at roles now. So the idea of custody and an entity is not just about the person who's the legal owner or the beneficiary. It's also about all the roles that are of people that play a role in managing the finances. So directors for a company, but you might have like power of attorney or legal guardians or many, many different roles. Even the custodian is a perfect example. So we think that's all an important part of managing the assets and having the different types of security models all built in and flexible with this. But the foundation layer must be non-custodial with private keys, and then you can go anywhere you want from there. So we hope you like that, and I look forward to speaking to you guys more on the panel and answering any questions if you have them.
All right, thank you, James Belding. We're going to go straight to our next session, which is a power-packed, very full panel to continue the dialogue about token solutions on Bitcoin SV. Because Bitcoin SV is an emerging ecosystem, we have not coalesced yet around a single token protocol, standard, or solution, and there are many different views, options being developed, already released. So to discuss this, we're going to have James Belding join us, as well as a number of representatives from companies that are both having and creating token solutions and options for issuers. And I've also invited representatives from 2 companies who are the actual token issuers themselves so that they can describe for us what are some of the requirements that they have in their token needs. So let me introduce them all and I'll have them all talk to you briefly. You met James Belding, the founder and CEO of Tokenized. We also have Jerry Chan, CEO of Tall Distributed Information Technologies, joining us from London. With him is Steve Shatters, the Chief Technology Officer of N blockchain, who you've met before. Also virtually is Ryan X. Charles, the founder of MoneyButton, but as we've learned this week in an announcement, now part of Bayesian Group and Fabric, which he'll discuss. And our two token issue representatives from Norway, Stefan Nilsson, the fishman himself, CEO and founder of Unisat. And then also you met him yesterday, the founder and CEO of Transmira, Robert Rice, who's providing you all those fun AR experiences and BSV tokens in his app. Welcome all gentlemen. So let me ask each of you to just briefly introduce yourselves and what role you play in the token space. So let's start with Ryan, because you've got the big news of the week. People would not have associated MoneyButton with tokens, so please introduce yourself and what role you're going to be playing now in the token universe.
Sure. So I'm the founder and CEO of MoneyButton. MoneyButton is a widely used, essentially a non-custodial wallet for applications in the ecosystem. So we have many different apps that use MoneyButton as the wallet. I've been talking recently publicly about tokens without revealing the full depth of what we're really doing. We've now been acquired by Bayesian. So the Bayesian group, operating through its brand Fabric, owns MoneyButton. And what we're doing is we're creating a tokenization platform. Our intention is actually to support all token protocols. We want to stay token sort of protocol independent as much as we can. And we really just want to enable the ecosystem to create and manage tokens.
Okay, great. Jerry from London, please tell us about what work Tal is doing, because again, people know Tal is blockchain transaction processing. Tell us about what it's doing in the token space.
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, I think a lot of people might be wondering why Tal is involved with tokens in some way, and it all goes back to the fact that Tal is we're striving to be the infrastructure, enterprise infrastructure, blockchain services provider, and we believe that the tokenization is a very, very large industry, and there are different layers of technology that needs to be deployed for tokenization. Most saliently, there is the enterprise or application layer, which I think James had a great presentation, talked about all the complexity and requirements at that level. But at Tal, we're more concerned and more interested in the lower, so the infrastructure, the hardware protocol level. And in that sense, we have filed a patent on some L1 or L0, like very low level protocols, which could facilitate tokenization applications built on top of it, which hopefully will simplify things for enterprises and wallets, which may choose to use a standard low-level protocol as opposed to building everything full stack themselves. So that's where we're interested in tokenization.
Steve, what are nChain's plans with regard to tokens?
Well, like a few other panelists here, we haven't really talked much about our interest, I suppose, in the token area so far. One of nChain's core capabilities is low-level Bitcoin infrastructure. We deal with that kind of every day in terms of the Bitcoin SV node and a lot of other things that we do. So it makes sense for us to kind of leverage that core capability. And whilst Tal is probably focused more on the boundary between hardware and software, we're focused more on the boundary between software and business logic. And so we have an interest in the token area as a capability provider to enable other people to build token solutions on top of it, whilst being able to simplify the process for them in terms of dealing with some of the complex Bitcoin stuff, as well as the kind of the scaling requirements. So we would anticipate ourselves potentially working with almost every other token provider, because whilst we're not quite ready to reveal the extent of what our commercial offering is going to be, it's going to be something that almost anyone in the token space would be able to make use of in the ecosystem.
Right. And in addition to the people represented on this panel, there are other token offerings out in the marketplace or being developed. For example, Run on Bitcoin, developed by Brenton Gunning, is one that's already been in use for a while. Actually, I invited Brenton to be here, and he wanted to focus on getting product out and launching Run. So we wish Brenton the best of luck and can't wait to dialogue with him on a future panel like this. But now let's turn to some of the token issuers on our panel. So, Stefan, people have known you from your prior presentations about tracking halibut across the world on the Unisat and Seafood Chain platforms. How are you involved with tokens?
Yeah, hi, thanks. So, yeah, there has been a lot of talk about tokens and things that it's not in Bitcoin SV, but I think as we hear here that there is a lot of tokens in the background. And what we have been doing from start is what we call a smart digital twin, which is an entity that we store in the blockchain where we can add data and where we can also change the ownership of that smart digital twin. So in practice, it is a token. This is a token protocol that we have built on top of the MetaNet. And since there were no specific standard when we started this, we decided to build it ourselves. So yeah, you could call us a token issuer, and yeah, technically that's right. But as in the whole supply chain industry and our customers, we are not selling blockchain or crypto or tokens. We are selling solutions to them. And to be able to trace merchandise or articles in a supply chain, we simply need this functionality, and it happens to be a token.
So Stefan's company is an example of one that uses a behind-the-scenes token in order to power its blockchain service. So Robert, please tell us how Transmira is using tokens, although people who are using your conference app are probably already seeing it.
Yeah, so that's all pretty basic. In the grander scheme of things, we're actually really early, and we're still trying to develop things out and kind of understand what that's even going to look like for what we're building. I mean, we're basically treating data and objects, real and physical, together in a lot of new and different ways. And it's like some of the things are obvious, whether it's digital real estate or virtual goods. But there's other areas that we're still trying to figure things out as we go. And this is kind of one of the reasons why this conversation is going to be very interesting. When we start thinking about how do you manipulate data in 3D, how it interacts with itself or other objects, and then what are the privileges tied there? How do you associate value with it and make that transferable or not transferable? Or how do you even engage in commerce? On that consumer and user side of the fence with the tokens and things going on in the background that's not necessarily apparent to those users. It's pretty fertile, untapped ground.
Now I want to ask the panel to address kind of a question that's been going around, or topic that's hotly discussed on social media and online forums in the Bitcoin and Bitcoin SV world, which is, where are all the BSV tokens? And I think what we're learning is there have been a number of behind-the-scenes tokens, such as Stefan Nilsson's company. CryptoFights has been building, obviously, its own token. True Reviews uses its own token. And I think people are itching, though, for publicly traded exchange tokens. There's actually been one before. Space, which is a company out of Japan, actually released a Zwy coin token on the Binance exchange in Australia. It's just a little bit less known. That happened quite some time ago. And then last week, or in the past week, Jack Liu's RelayX launched the first stable coin on Bitcoin SV, which is a wrapped USDC coin that's wrapped in BSV. And so that's caught a lot of attention, and it's raised this big question: what's taken so long to get these tokens to the market? James, you want to address that?
So we always looked at the problem very independently. We sort of looked at what we saw the opportunities were, and we weren't too focused on the activities of the spaces. So we sort of have analyzed the smart contracts part of the solution to be really the most compelling component. That's something that's going to change human behavior. That's going to get real adoption from mainstream users. we're not totally convinced that a lot of the tokens that are traded on Ethereum are anything other than a toy for the most part, or a speculative, scammy type situation, financial instrument that's got lots of dodginess behind it and is more of a symptom of the reality of the time and the lack of clarity around what things were and the hype and all that. So we don't see it as a bad thing. Like, we think that BSV has got our foundations down correctly, and we're the only platform that can scale. And then with that foundation, we've always been looking to build things of real value. And the value that a token provides is not, it doesn't add financial value. It doesn't add value in the underlying asset. It only adds value or utility to the process of ownership, the process of administering the contracts and issuing it and trading it over time. But we think that most of the value is very much in the smart contract side of things rather than just the token itself. And as a result, we personally haven't been focused on it too much. I also think there's an element of Ethereum sort of thinking that they had their foundation correct many, many years ago, and then a flurry of builders working off that faulty foundation to build what they had now and put a lot of time and energy into it. So in that way, they're just a lot further ahead in terms of building. The BSV community has really only been starting to build businesses and infrastructure and stuff really effectively, and only could do so, fairly recently, within the last year or really two. So I think there's just that element as well.
All right, let's take a quick moment to talk about the new USDC token from RelayX. What do we think about it? What's your reaction? Steve, I know you tweeted about it. What's your reaction to the release?
I haven't had a chance to look into the technicals of how it works, but I mean, it's somebody who's bringing something new to Bitcoin SV. It's openly traded on a market, so that's the kind of product that I like to be able to evaluate, because I can take the lazy option and let the market do it for me. I think time will tell if it gains adoption. Yeah.
Okay, great. So now let's talk about the different approaches people have to tokens, and then we'll get to some of the other panelists about what the requirements are. We've heard from James Belding present, including a demo of his platform, which will be coming out. Let's start with Tal. How is your approach to a token solution different than what we've heard from James or what we've seen from Run on Bitcoin?
The difference fundamentally is the way we see token solutions, we're not seeing it as the direct business application. That's not the business Tal is in. We are seeing token standard as very much analogous to, say, HTML or JSON is to as a method of communication that goes over the internet. And if we were to use the analogy that Bitcoin is like the internet, then I'd like to say our token solution is like JSON. Anybody can use it. It's and it's not tied to a specific business application. And so our goal is to make this standard so that other companies, other issuers, or other middleware provider or validators can come in and use that as the backend and build their token solution, such as Tokenized or perhaps Fabrique or others like that, because those are the actual business level tokens. And we don't want to approach the business level side because, as James aptly stated, it's really complex, and different token solutions for different business use cases are vastly different. But we believe that they can all be boiled down into one simple, almost bare metal layer protocol, which simply is, we need to be able to track balances. We need to be able to have a provable and transparent and public on a public blockchain way, where any token can be traced back to its issuer, and that issuer needs to be represented by a public key. So it goes back to very similar security model as Bitcoin itself, which is you can trace back every Satoshi to its Coinbase, where the block was mined. And with the token platform that we're developing in conjunction with some developers and partners, it's very similar. It's the ability for you to trace back any token to its issuance transaction, and that standard need not be that feature need not be done by Bitcoin miners. It can be, but it could be done by specific purpose companies or validators or or folks in the economy who might make a business out of providing this sort of traceability. But coming up with a standard is where we're mostly interested in.
Ryan, let's turn to you and hear about what Fabric's approach to offering a token solution or platform is going to be.
Sure, let me answer that. I want to come back to something you brought up earlier, though, and I'll come back to Fabric in a second. I want to address your question about moving slowly. I don't think we're moving slowly at all. I think we're moving extremely quickly. What we've actually seen is in the rest of the cryptocurrency industry, they're moving very quickly in the wrong direction. So they've created solutions that are entirely unscalable, for one. So everything on Ethereum is unscalable. The other problem is that most of them are actually illegal. So I think if you constrain the problem to let's solve this for real, we're actually moving very quickly. I think Tokenized is moving very quickly. I think the other project I've seen are moving very quickly. I think we're moving very quickly. Our approach is different than the other ones in that we're not so much involved in the protocol itself. So what we would like to see is something like, let's say, Tokenized develops an ecosystem around their protocol. We will support their protocol. We'll support all of them that have, ecosystem adoption. We can help sort of bootstrap that a little bit. So we want to get people creating tokens, managing tokens, sending tokens, using tokens, et cetera. But we're only ever going to do it in a way that actually works technically in a scalable way, something that we know is going to work now so that when people actually start using it, it doesn't break. We're also going to do it in a legal way. So if the tokens have no value, you can eliminate some of the requirements around sort of KYC compliance and things like this, but that's only if they have no value. So how do we create real financial assets on chain? We're going to do it in a completely legal and compliant way, and we're not going to cut any corners in that respect, so that when we actually do this, it's for real. Our competitors are NASDAQ, not Ethereum.
Yeah. Ryan, what's the timeline that we can all expect for the Fabric token platform?
Interesting question. So we have Fabric is live right now. You can join it. You can create tokens and send tokens around right now. So the timeline is today. The other questions are more like, what is the timeline to real world financial assets? I would say as fast as we can solve all the legal issues. That's more of a legal thing than a technical thing. So you can actually join Fabric, create tokens today.
Great. Steve, tell us what it will be nChain's approach to offering a token platform or solution to the best extent you're willing to discuss it right now.
I think it's probably important to put it into context in that anything that involves tokens is there for us in order to be able to complete a full kind of integration picture. When you talk about being able to kind of transfer any set of business logic onto a blockchain, there's a whole bunch of services that might be related to audit and various other things that are going to be part of that total solution, and very often a token is a part of it. Our approach to this, as I say, is to provide building blocks rather than full solutions to enable people to put components together in order to build the solution that they need. But very much with a focus on you don't need to worry about whether this is going to scale or not, because we will handle all of that for you kind of in the back end. But I think it's interesting to pause and consider some of the drivers of I guess token adoption on BSV, because we do talk to a lot of people in the back end of nChain, and we don't publicize most of those conversations. But we've talked to quite a few people who've come from an Ethereum background, or they've actually got an existing thing on Ethereum, and they come and talk to us for one of two reasons, and quite often for both of those reasons. One is because they know that Ethereum can't scale, and they're talking about BSV, talking to BSV companies to see if they can get some of that scaling magic. And a lot of those, after the initial kind of discussions, realize that a lot of solutions on BSV involve an issuer. It's not all validated by miners, etc. But a lot of them actually go, well, that's actually a great thing, because that leads to the other reason, is they want it to be legal. Most of them actually understand what a legal hole they've gotten themselves into with some of the implementations that they've attempted on BSV, and they actually want to move down the road of getting compliant. And so moving to BSV-oriented solutions is very attractive to them for that reason. And if you put those two together, and delete the 95 or whatever it is % of Ethereum-based tokens that don't actually have real business models, you've actually got quite a significant market there ready-made already.
Okay. Now let's turn to the other companies and talk about what are the types of requirements you are needing when you're creating tokens or have created tokens. We'll start with Stefan. What is it that you needed when you built your digital twin, essentially, token, and what will you be needing in the future from a business and technical perspective?
Yeah, since we are providing services for enterprises, it's what I'm always talking about. It has to be secure, it has to be scalable, it has to be cost efficient, and it also has to be stable. And that's the main things that we need for everything we are building in an enterprise application. And the same thing with the tokens. So, and of course, as mentioned here, they have to be legal as well. So, because when we do any services to enterprises, let's say we get one big, if we integrate with one big multinational company, they will create millions of transactions, and that's where we need the scalability. And because they're making all of these transactions, it also has to be cost efficient, and that's why we are using the Bitcoin SV blockchain, because that's the only place where we actually can get this functionality.
Yeah. Robert, I remember talking to you months ago when you were starting your company's journey to create a BSV-based token. So why don't you walk the audience through what you were thinking at the time in terms of what you needed, and then what you've learned along the journey about what you will need going forward?
Oh, for sure. So in short, I can echo the other comments. It has to be fast, has to be very scalable. What we're trying to do is at a very large scale, and very user driven. So those are two of the big driving factors, and certainly why we wanted to be part of the BSV community. But also that one of the things that we certainly realized early on, because we are not Bitcoin or blockchain experts, was finding the right partners and the right technical platforms that could provide the support, could provide guidance, can kind of make it easy to onboard us and get us going quickly, and as well as looking forward to the future. Again, we're getting into uncharted territory with some of the tech that we're building and how we're dealing with the world and data. So being able to kind of have those right partners and have that technical support and guidance as we go along the journey, and expand and extend and evolve, I think was critically important for us, and we don't necessarily see that in other protocols or industries, or whatever. So now it's pretty exciting to see a lot of this coming together very quickly. Certainly, I don't think we're going too fast or too slow. I think it's good to take a moderated pace and do it right. I think the rest of the industry will certainly follow up. And when you look at other companies like me that are like, hey, we're building this cool product or platform, it needs to be on chain, it needs to be tokenized, or whatever. Having a way to kind of get in early and get in quick, good documentation and support, again, I think those are critical, especially at the enterprise level, where these guys are big and slow, and they may not necessarily have the skills or talents to know what they're doing, and they tend to go with the flow, which is why we still see a lot of Ethereum or whatever based things. So I think the community and the support are really critical, as well as all the technical aspects.
Yeah, good support, good documentation, critical. Now I want to focus on a issue which causes, discussion, debate in the Bitcoin community, which is the difference between UTXO-based layer 1 versus layer 2, or perhaps, as Jerry mentioned, layer 0 solutions for tokens. So I'll turn it to some of the other panelists. Do you have thoughts on which is the best way, or are there multiple best ways? James.
So there's a lot of really great designs out there. So I'm very respectful of the work that's been done by a lot of the contributors in the token protocols. Where it comes to commercial tokens that have commercial value, financial instruments, utility tokens that are largely commercially focused, the coupons, the loyalty points, the admission tickets, I do think we stand out. I think there's going to be a lot of value in what we do, particularly in that it's flexible enough for real business. So as time goes on, contracts need to be amended. And most importantly, contract-wide terms and conditions are typically important for most consumers. However, I do think that there are going to be some use cases that the other tokens take up and perhaps are just a bit simpler to execute on. But yeah, I think when it comes to the commercial records side of things, I think the tokenized protocol is the best. One thing to consider is when you do a layer 1 token or even a layer 0 token where you're largely relying on script, when you have big user bases of token holders, like this is, let's say we think of a token that represents some type of share or financial instrument, and it's literally held by 1 million people out there, 1 million different entities own it. What happens if you want to upgrade that, if you feel like you've got a bug in it, or if you've got an issuer control token in that same circumstance, we've got a multi-sig signing arrangement that helps the issuer control and sort of whitelist the ownership of that so that they comply with law, they can be essentially a registered security. The problem with that is what happens if that key is compromised, right? What if the director or a number of directors, they leave, they come and go? What if as business goes on, as time happens, the keys need to be swapped out? And the important thing is that in those examples, you have to basically reissue every single token. So that's a huge cost, but it's also a huge inconvenience, technically, administratively, customer experience-wise. Whereas you can actually do a minor change, a single transaction with the tokenized protocol and effectively upgrade it. Not only upgrade it in terms of changing terms and conditions with perhaps permission from the other token holders, but also add features as time goes on, improve the value proposition of it. So it enables, another example I'll quickly touch upon is the idea of oracles and the ability to freeze and confiscate tokens. So in property rights, right, there's always disputes. People ultimately have to have property confiscated for them for various reasons, whether it's insolvency, whether it's a marriage breakdown. To do that can be very, very painful with a non-custodial private key option. There needs to be some method for these, the courts or what have you, to go in and actually basically confiscate them. Well, we propose a method that allows the private market, the private sector to do that, to not only whitelist and attach KYC identities to that, but they can do that separately from the contract issuer themselves. So the contract issuer can not have to worry about that kind of side of things. And it also allows for these identity oracles and authority oracles are effectively providing regulated functions, so like similar to financial institutions, to fail and for new ones to start up and join the smart contract without interrupting service and to do it for very, very low cost. So we think those are really, really profound and pivotal features that the other token solutions just don't have. And that's why I think that they just aren't as suitable in terms of efficiency, in terms of usability for the real business world.
Let's turn to Jerry from Tal. I know, Jerry, you have an opinion about this question of what layer to do token solutions on, and importantly, whether the token should be validated on-chain or using systems which have servers, for example, on other layers. Tell us about your position.
Right. Well, first off, I'd like to, actually echo that. I do believe that most business level, like how users would interact with tokens, is effectively on layer 2, because that's where most of the complex business logic should probably lie. But in our perspective, it's not one layer is better than the other. It's kind of like one layer kind of needs to encapsulate the other. For instance, you could build complex logic in script, but as James said, it's probably we don't have a lot of expertise around the world to be able to do that. And you could build extendability and the ability to change contracts and change signatories and even upgrade them all on script, once again. But it is more complex. So, and layer 0 or layer 1 tokens, which is, I guess, no Bitcoin node validated, are more of the difference is sort of like using Bitcoin like a disk. So you could write whatever application and you use the disk as storage. That would be like L2, whereas L1 is more like I said, like HTML or some sort of protocol where it doesn't give you all of these fancy bells and whistles features, which you probably need if you're building a real world security or bond or something like that. But it does give the base sort of file system that somebody who's operating, forgive the engineering analogy, but if you're operating in the operating system level, you talk to the file system manages where all the bits and bytes on your disk are stored. And you do need an operating system to basically intermediate to produce something which is usable for the user at the application level. And I believe that there is very much a need also for a low-level efficient file storage system, or in this case, a token, like a layer 0 or layer 1 at least, file system, because at the end of the day, I think there are uses for token systems where the economy is small. And if the economy of all their users is small enough, then for sure, you can build your entire solution on L2, and that would be fine. But if you need to scale up to global levels, the only globally scalable technology we know of today is Bitcoin UTXOs, right? Any other way of trying to scale something up to that level, where you have billions or trillions of individual addressable units, you're always going to run into an indexing problem. You're always going to run into whatever server you're trying to run to maintain balances or to authenticate tokens is going to have to start keeping a very, very large database index of where all these tokens are and whether it's valid or not. And you either are signing up to solve all that problem yourself as an L2 solution, or you can just sort of offload it into L0, which doesn't have any complex business logic, but it will solve you that problem. It will just simply solve you the problem of you can trace back to the issuance transaction. And in the issuance transaction with an issuer approved by the public key, you can put whatever standard you want. It probably makes a lot of sense to come up with a data standard of what information you want to put into the issuance contract, like the legal entity name and address and a lot of other metadata. You can put all that into the issuance transaction, but the ability for wallets to always be able to find that issuance transaction without any sort of external software or anything proprietary at all, that's kind of where we see the value in an L null or L1 solution, because then you're not really dependent as a business on any given solution provider or technology company or platform, because you're only dependent on the fact that Bitcoin UTXOs work. And I think that's the one thing we all know that does work, and it is scalable.
Let's turn to Steve for nChain. Steve, what's your position on the debate over layer implementation for tokens?
nChain's in kind of an unusual position in that we actually invented the fundamental technology behind L0 and L1 3-4 years ago, but we're actually choosing to focus more on L2. And it's for a few reasons, partly because it wasn't actually possible to do any of the L0, L1 stuff on Bitcoin until the Genesis upgrade restored some of the functionality of Bitcoin. But also because I guess our target market are the kind of people for whom that ability to control issuance and perform all of the functions that James was talking about before, that's kind of a critical requirement for them. And that's just easier to do using L2. I think L2 certainly can be scalable. We've got a roadmap for that. Bitcoin kind of shows us the way to solve those problems. And if miners are going to have to solve these problems themselves in order to kind of scale up. So miners can do that. And in the process, they'll probably be taking a lot of inspiration from the Googles and Facebooks of the world who've had to solve a lot of other scaling problems before we tried to do it in Bitcoin. Then I think L2 providers can probably do that. That's not to say that there's not a place for L0, L1. I think there probably is. It's early days at the moment. It's new technology and it's being explored at the moment by a few parties. Scrypt is involved in it. Stars and Tails solution, they're working hard on it. So I'm glad that it actually is getting the proper exploration because Bitcoin Script offers a world of possibilities. And again, I fall back to my default answer when I don't want to commit myself to a position and risk being wrong in the future, which is that the market will figure out where the best fit for these different technologies is.
Let's turn to Ryan. Ryan, I know Fabric's place in this ecosystem somewhat agnostic, obviously, to what layers are used for token implementations. I'm curious if you have a personal opinion on best approaches, and then also I think you'd be a perfect person to help explain to our general audience why this even matters. What's the difference between these different layer approaches?
Okay, sure. I have several things to say about that then. So first of all, thank you, Steve, and the team at InChain for making all of the options possible. So there are a lot of new things we can do thanks to Genesis. And Genesis was the original idea of Bitcoin. That is, basically, we have the full flexibility to use script now. So this really does open up entirely new categories of options. If we're going to let the market decide, the market should be able to decide amongst everything, and that includes these layer 0 protocols using Bitcoin script as essentially well, let's call it a predicate underneath. What all this stuff means is, I mean, I'll explain my understanding of each sort of layer here. So in Jerry's terminology, layer null refers to the idea of actually using Satoshis themselves as the tokens. This is sort of the lowest layer in a sense, in that you're using literally Bitcoin itself as tokens. So it's sort of the most fundamental way to create tokens. Layer 0 refers to the idea of building more sophisticated token technology inside script. So this is sort of a layer above that in a sense. We call it layer 0 because it's using script inside Bitcoin. But it's more advanced, it's more complicated than using Satoshis themselves. Layer 2 refers to the idea of building a lot of technology outside the blockchain and then recording the stuff that you want on the blockchain. So we actually have a wide variety of options, everywhere from using Satoshis themselves, using script, using off-chain technologies, and writing stuff to the blockchain. With respect to the market, I mean, of course, the market will ultimately answer all these questions, but we are also market participants, and we have to make decisions about what we are actually building for our customers. So speaking as a business, what we're doing is, we don't yet know what is going to be the standard or the standard protocols. So we need to build everything in a protocol agnostic way right now. But ultimately, as market participants here, I mean, businesses will win or lose on the basis of whether you actually create value for your customers. So we need to be conscious of that. What I think we ought to do is recognize that protocols are different than businesses. Protocols are where we actually need to collaborate. I think that people have a peculiar view often that protocols are subject to competition like anything else. While that's true, it is not in any of our interests to have that type of competition going on. We can all compete with each other as businesses, but still collaborate on the protocols that require interoperability between our businesses. That's what I think we ought to do. Now, the Bitcoin Association has recently created the Technical Standards Committee, which is essentially responsible for governing a process that anyone can go through to create standards. What I think we should do is actually leverage that process to standardize the components of everything required to create tokens. We can make all of our businesses aligned on all of these issues. So we can find a way to merge tokenized, layer 0, layer null together in a holistic solution that allows businesses to pick and choose the different pieces of it as appropriate for their business, while fully retaining interoperability. So in a nutshell, it's great that we have the full suite of options available to us now. And again, thank you, Steve and team, for making sure that that's possible. And the layer 0 stuff is definitely going to be a part of this. But I definitely think we need to concentrate a little bit more on collaborating and not competing when it comes to the protocols, because we all benefit if we have standard solutions to these things, because the users will just be able to use all of our services, and we can compete as businesses rather than as protocols.
Let's turn to one of those businesses, Stefan from Unisat. Hearing all this, does it matter to you whether token offerings for Bitcoin SV are on layer 0, 1, 2, 45? What is it that you want, and is this causing too much confusion for the business community?
No, I don't think so, because the business shouldn't care about this at all. It's up to us businesses who are making the services to the businesses. And I'm super excited about all this different level, 0, 1, 2 level of tokens, because it gives me more possibility to work with the system. We had to start before with our own layer 2 system with MetaNet, and that works really, really good. But we also see that there is a lot of other functions that we can do with the other layers, 1 or 2 or 0. Just thinking about stuff that we are looking into actually now is asset and future trading for assets in the supply chain. There is a lot of very interesting things to do there. So I'm really excited on what's happening here. And as Ryan said, I think there is a very important task here for the Bitcoin Association and the standardization group to get some standards out there that we all can work together. And I really love the community for the cooperation that we do, because I think we have a very great community. I can reach out to more or less anyone, and we can discuss and we can do things together. But at the same time, maybe we are competing with some customers on another level. But it works really fantastic good here compared to any other community I've been active in.
That's good to hear. Now let's turn to Robert. Robert, I think you represent, the type of company who is new to Bitcoin, doesn't have a lot of prior Bitcoin experience, but wants to hopefully engage with Bitcoin SV and BSV-based tokens. Hearing all this, what advice do you have to the Bitcoin SV ecosystem and the companies on this panel about how to make things easier for companies like you to begin using Bitcoin SV tokens?
Well, first and foremost, it's a little intimidating seeing the evolution of the language as new technology is developing, and I certainly experience this on a daily basis. When I talk to people, I can throw 35 different acronyms at you that cover all kinds of different things, and most people look at me like I've got horns growing out of my head. So trying to simplify that a little bit, I think is super important. Certainly conferences like this where there's some discussion going on, there's really good use cases or good examples, and a business focus, I think really make it accessible and a lot easier for newer companies coming in and say, okay, wow, maybe this isn't as complicated as it sounds. I can get in there and I can do this. And then at the same time, from a technical perspective, seeing the complexity and the sophistication without being, overly entangled, I think is important, because that provides some sense of reassurance that there's real technology, it's really happening, there's a strong community, standards are being put in place. Those are things from a business perspective I look at, long term. Do I jump on this? Is it too new, too soon, too early, or is it maturing and developing? So I think, conferences like this that make it very engaging and accessible, certainly, webinars, documentation, onboarding simple projects, and even a really good infographic can make all the difference in terms of helping the non-technical executive or business person really understand how this works or how it will work for their company or their product or their technology.
One issue that's come up in online discussion is whether or not wallets in the Bitcoin SV space are integrating quickly enough with the different token protocol options. Anyone want to take a stab at commenting on that? Let's start with Jerry. I think you raised your hand.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I think this is the reason why I raised my hand. Is I think this is one of the differentiating points about L0 and L2 tokens. And the fact that L0 is just UTXO tracking, then most wallets can implement it without asking for permission, right? You don't need any sort of special wallet logic to read and understand these tokens. And the benefit of these STAS tokens is that if the wallet doesn't understand it, you can't accidentally send this Satoshi and then break the token. Which was the problem a lot of the colored coin technologies of old BTC had, which was if the wallet didn't understand it, then you would violate the protocol and you would effectively invalidate the token, and then you would have this whole problem again. And so I think it's very important. Our perspective for layer 0 is to make it very simple for existing wallets to just implement it without even asking for permission. Now, the one thing which I wanted to point out is that once again, it's not which layer is better. Layer 0 technology could be used by a layer 2 solution, and in fact, that's our hope. because you could either build everything from the bottom layer all the way up to the top to L2, where you can build a business application, or maybe you just want to focus on building the business application and the token logic for that specific token economy, and you want to offload all of the stuff which is lower level. And that's our hope, is that different applications will pick and choose, and if they can just use the simple fact that you can rely on wallets not being very complicated. You probably have to run your own token validator because as somebody, as an issuer of a token, you want to run that validator anyway, because miners won't necessarily, or they're not forced to, provide everybody with the ability to query whether a token is valid. That's up to a miner. It's up to a transaction processor. That being said, at TAL, we intend to. But not all processors may opt to do that. But as an issuer, you would want to do that. So we are aiming to make this standard the most, I suppose, general, so that everybody can use it in their own way.
All right, let's turn to Ryan, because Ryan, you've obviously run a wallet company, right, and are still involved with wallets. So what's your thoughts on how soon or how long it should take for these wallet companies to start integrating token protocols and options?
Well, our vision from the very beginning has always been to make sure we get to real-world fiat currencies on-chain. So we need to make sure that people can send actual dollars, actual pounds, whatever their local fiat currency is, they ought to be able to use that on the internet. This requires that we have a scalable, compliant, token system. We need many fiat currencies on chain to be able to do this. As I said earlier, I think that people actually underestimate how quickly we're moving in this direction. All the infrastructure we built in our wallet, let's call it the Fabric wallet, what was formerly Money Button. The name Money Button will certainly still exist, but it will be what's powering the Fabric tokenization system. We're moving very, very quickly towards creating this ecosystem. So it's not about rushing out there and just launching something just because. We launch things all the time that iterate towards the real global scale solution here. There are many things that we can do along the way to facilitate this without, say, making a poor choice when it comes to the protocol itself or compliance. So, for instance, all the features we built with Money Button so far basically grow out the feature set of Bitcoin. So to give you an example, one of the things we're working on right now is essentially completing the infrastructure for full Bitcoin support. Doing it this way allows us to have the ability to create every single token protocol. So depending on other businesses doing whatever it is that they do, supply chain and creating the protocols themselves and so on, we can fit these pieces together very, very quickly. So that's what we're doing. I mean, I think that it is on the wallets to implement this stuff, but there's no point in rushing out there and implementing something that isn't actually going to work. What we should do is iterate day after day towards the full scope, the full vision here, which is putting the entire world financial system on chain. We have all the properties we want in the Bitcoin blockchain to be at scale. There's not going to be many of them. There's going to be one, because there's going to be one that actually works. In order to achieve the properties, things like immutability, auditability, transparency of the financial system, we need one giant global public blockchain. So if we iterate our way there, it doesn't just mean rushing out and implementing whatever token protocol somebody puts together. It's about doing this properly, and we're getting there very, very quickly.
James, you wanted to make a comment.
The complexity versus simplicity argument, I think I want to touch upon that. So sometimes great complexity is required to provide simplicity, if that makes sense. So a very sophisticated engineering tool can go a long way to making the customer experience much simpler and much better. And I think that's something that we really held at our core philosophy when we were designing it, and something that I think is going to ring true in the future when the ability to interoperate with these standards really starts to show when you've got a lot of features involved. So from a very basic point of view, you don't have to, with something like a tokenized protocol, you don't have to partake in all the different fields that are out there. If you're just looking to send and receive, it's very, very basic. There's two actions you got to deal with. There's not that many fields. It's largely about just recognizing UTXOs the same way you were and a bit of extra metadata. But when it comes to getting into more complicated functions, more complicated smart contract features like governance, things like that, those are inherently a complex function, but they provide the user with a lot of simplicity. And that's a real value proposition. But by codifying and standardizing this complexity, it allows everyone to do kind of like what Ryan's saying, get on the same page and build a solution that benefits their businesses because it benefits their customers. I think that's a really important point that we kind of, we haven't hammered home enough, let's just say, but I think it's going to ring true as time goes on. And I think that's the heart, again, wants to reemphasize that even Bitcoin itself, right? Bitcoin is an inherently more complex system than the financial system as of today. So like an e-money wallet today, like a Revolut and neobank, the financial infrastructure, the messaging, the type of data structures that they're working with is a lot simpler. Like building a basic Bitcoin wallet is just a lot more complex. There's a lot more to it, but that's going to provide serious value to the end customer. So there's merit in doing it. And I think the same thing can apply to some of the arguments that we make for tokenized.
Let's take a look at one of the audience questions that's come in, and I will help address this because it involves law, and as you all know, I'm a former lawyer. So when is this legal thing going to be completed, Jimmy? I love that they ask it to me. Is there a country whose legal blockchain initiative aligns to the vision of Bitcoin SV? So let me address that quickly, and then I'll get feedback from the panel. I think it's a bit of a misunderstanding of what I think the panelists mean in terms of making tokens legal or with their protocol or solution. None of the companies represented here, especially the ones that are offering a token protocol or platform, are responsible for making tokens legal on Bitcoin SV or anyone's token legal. I think what they're talking about is ensuring that the initial tokens, especially that emerge in Bitcoin SV, are as legally compliant as possible. And that means the token offerings are building functions into their systems that help compliance be made easier by the companies that are issuing the tokens. So for example, James Belding's companies has built in the ability to revoke and restrict tokens, which any corporate issuer is going to want. Your rewards points, tokenized corporate stock, those companies are going to want the ability to revoke, freeze, restrict those tokens in order to comply with various legal requirements in any jurisdiction. So I think they're talking about building functions in to enable legal compliance, as well as selecting good early partners. One thing I've been involved with is discussions with companies who want to create tokens. I know some of the companies on this panel have wanted to make sure that those first tokens that they will partner to create, if there is any potential legal issue, that's addressed and compliance is ensured by the token issuer before that gets done. So I think those are the things they're talking about, not that they're going to make the tokens legal themselves. Anyone on the panel want to address that general topic? Yes, Jerry?
That's a good question, and I'm going to give the answer from the L0 perspective, or the layer 0 perspective, and because the L2 perspective is 100% what you just said. But from the layer 0 perspective, the legal aspect, which because we're also very cognizant, we don't want bad actors using this technology and issuing, tokens which represent illegal goods or whatever like that. But being L0, we don't want to take on also the responsibility for having to necessarily police the economy of tokens which may spring up. It's a protocol after all. Like you can do whatever you want with the internet, whether it's good or bad stuff. But our strategy right now is because the blockchain is public, and because once you see token contracts and L0 start going out, it's not that much of a mental leap to just say copy, do some cutting and replacing, and then doing it yourself. So our strategy is to, by default, release all token code, template code, Bitcoin script code, under a evaluation non-commercial use license only. But we would selectively give open, freer licenses, commercializable licenses to, say, infrastructure providers like wallets. And other validators which may pop up to sort of facilitate the ecosystem. And that's key because we believe that at the end of the day, it is the wallets and the issuers, the servers that the issuers run to run a token platform at L2, which may utilize L0. It's really up to them to do the enforcement, exactly as James said, right? It's up to whoever the issuer is to freeze and do all that kind of stuff, or reissue, and in order for us to control who we give that to, we will just be selective about who we give the commercializable license to, so that if bad actors do just start using it, at least we can say, they're violating a license and they're not supposed to be using this technology at all. They're in violation of copyright, yada, yada, yada. So that's our perspective, and I think that's about the extent that we can go on the L0 level, which is basically give the L2 applications and wallets enough tools to be able to do the policing themselves and to make sure that the issuers and the users are doing it in a legal way.
All right, on that note, I think we're going to start wrapping up the session. And I think it is a good thing to see that there aren't a lot of toy tokens out on Bitcoin SV, especially on public exchanges being traded, because we have brought to the Bitcoin SV ecosystem and attract many businesses who want to act in a responsible way and be different than a lot of the rest of the digital currency world. I think tokens of real world assets, real valuable things will be coming. They're already coming, as we've seen with the launch of the Relay X USDC token, and I'm sure there'll be more to come as the tools become easier to use. With that, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to leave us a closing thought about where you want to see tokens go next with your company and across the broader Bitcoin SV ecosystem. Let's start with Robert.
Massive wide-scale user adoption.
Great. Stefan.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see that we have now more or less come a complete circle because we are using the original Bitcoin, and just like a year ago or a half a year ago, when you mentioned Bitcoin to people, you often get this stamp on your head that it's just a crypto stuff, it's just a scam and so on. But I see now I get more and more a response back that people start to understand that it's actually an enterprise level blockchain. And I'm super glad for that. So yeah, adoption and more standards or early standards that we can start using together, all of us.
Steve Shatters.
I'd like to emphasize the point that Ryan made earlier about interoperability. It's so important, I think, for the token space. And I wrote somewhere recently that today's competitor is someone that you share a common idea with, and they might be tomorrow's partner. I think that this is a critical thing for the whole ecosystem to address in the next 6 months. And token standards don't need to mean that Run needs to change their data structures to mirror tokenized or vice versa, or find some kind of common middle ground. You know, ERC20 is actually a kind of an interesting example of this. It was designed for Ethereum, and it's a account-based model. Yet we know, because we've been asked whether to model how you would do it, that you can make a UTXO-based BSV token system ERC20 compliant if you need to. So I think there's room there for a kind of a middleware layer to allow all token solutions to have a degree of interoperability that is of their choosing.
Jerry, what's your position from Tal's perspective?
Yeah, Tal's perspective is to mirror Robert's, you know, massive global scale adoption. And our perspective is it's not a contest between which layer is better. I believe all layers are required. Our layer is particularly low level. It's not supposed to address specific business needs. We want others to use it and implement it if it makes their system more efficient. And at the end of the day, the reason why we're very excited about this and the reason why we got really interested in this as a transaction processor and infrastructure provider is the reason why it's called STAS. Well, actually, the original reason was because the inventor is called STAS. But I backronymed it to Substantiated Tokens from Actualizing Satoshis. And I think that's important because it really hopefully gives an idea of what we're trying to do, which is to take a regular unactualized generic Satoshi, a Bitcoin, and to turn it into something that means something more. And the reason why this is very interesting to us is because it gives a legitimate use case for Satoshis, besides just collecting them and using them to convey data around. It actually means that you could use a Satoshi not just as a data carrier or like a Bitcoin as a disk, but you could use a Satoshi to mean a digital twin to a real world asset. And anything which drives more valid use cases, utility value for Satoshis, will eventually drive more transaction volume. And Tal's entire business model is based on like exponential growth of transaction volume on Bitcoin. And so that's why we're very much interested in pushing anything which drives more transaction volume for legitimate uses, utilitarian uses.
James Belding.
Yeah, so I actually really agree with what Jerry had to say there. I think from our perspective, we've had a lot of conversations with people interested in issuing tokens for various interesting use cases over the years. And the conversation always leads to, great, we want to try it, we want to do this. And for us, it's been about getting an enterprise wallet with the right feature set in order to be able to allow them to do that. So that's what we've been laser focused on, is really just getting all the features that we need, making sure that it's proper financial infrastructure that boards can sign off on. They can understand that we have all the security things accounted for, the questions answered. And then really trying to drive utility, like connect up those buyers with the easiest, or those interested users with the most easy, user-friendly kind of thing that their lawyers can make sense of, that they can establish and understand the risks properly of, and that we can explain to the regulators so that those useful tokens, the utility, can start to drive real demand. And I think us as wallets and as technical, engineers and what have you, trying to collaborate and come to standards is great. I do think that's a really important thing, and I'm going to be part of that conversation and help out as much as I can. But I think really what's going to happen here is whoever can capture real demand and start to generate real transaction volume is going to be the standard. That's the real goal. Is we just need to really be able to provide something of value to a customer, and that's the standard will follow, and other wallets start to follow that. So that's really what our main focus is. We don't want to get too distracted from that mission at the moment. And we're basically at the point now where our wallet is, not only we've got a good front end, but we've got a back end wallet that allows others to build their own front ends for it, for various different things. So if this is a financial service provider, if it's a sophisticated enterprise and they need to integrate the token solution with their ERP system or accounting system, we have all those tools. We have an API ready for them to use. And it's real infrastructure. We put a lot of effort into the KYC onboarding component, the integration with financial infrastructure today, like bank accounts and what have you. So you have on-ramps and off-ramps. All that stuff is beneath the surface when you look at our app, but it's there and it's critical, and it's the questions and requirements the customers we've spoken to have.
And a final word from Ryan Charles.
Sure. So what we're doing is completely compatible with all the above. So, I mean, we need to see mass consumer adoption. We need to see mass enterprise adoption. We need to see protocols that solve different use cases. We need to see the sophisticated interfaces that solve problems for businesses. What we're going to do is move forward with everything. I mean, we create a tokenization platform that allows people to create and manage tokens consistent with everybody else's software, everybody else's business. We're going to standardize things as needed. So a lot of these things, we're all going to win when we standardize things that are interoperable between different businesses. It can be something that's already won. So if somebody creates a protocol that gets this, that gets consumer adoption, that gets enterprise adoption, we'll adopt that protocol. So I think the answer is all the above. And the way I like to look at this, there's something that Dr. Craig Wright said a few years ago that's a way of characterizing essentially the goal here. If we bear in mind that our goal is 5 billion daily active users of Bitcoin, everything we're doing is on the same page here. We're all striving towards that ultimate goal. We're going to create something scalable, compliant. It's going to solve real problems for consumers and enterprise. And every single one of our businesses is going to win in that scenario.
Well, you know how I like a win. So on that note, we will end the session. And I want to thank all of you for this dialogue and your contributions to the Bitcoin SV token space. I look forward to collaborating with all of you and many of the other companies out there watching on the advancement of tokenization in Bitcoin SV. Speaking of tokens, before you all leave, Robert Rice is going to help me here do something fun, because Transmira on its Omniscape platform and the conference AR app is about to hit another airdrop. So if you haven't gotten some virtual item BSV tokens in the app, go there now. He's going to hit the big red metaphoric button, and there'll be another drop of tokens represented by virtual logos in the app. Ready to go, Robert? I think he is.
Absolutely.
Got it. All right, and we're going to go to a quick break and be back in a couple minutes.
Build your future on BSV with TAL, a world-class blockchain infrastructure and service provider helping companies to build applications and services on the Bitcoin SV network. Led by industry experts, built on a solid foundation for sustainable business growth. Direct transaction submission, fee transparency at standard and volume rates. Regulated and publicly traded, TAL brings an unparalleled level of compliance and regulatory standard that private processors and operators can't offer. Build a business today that will succeed tomorrow with TAL. Discover more about TAL today at taal.com.
Marketing has evolved from town criers, print ads, billboards, radio, and TV ads. Today, digital banners are littered across the web and social media, reaching every smart device and everything we view. Even with the evolution of marketing technology, the same marketing issues remain. Reaching the wrong audience? Questionable revenue. Attribution, unreliable data, vanity metrics. The Bitcoin SV blockchain enables solutions for every marketing challenge. It ensures 100% trust in user identities, accurate tracking of customer behavior while respecting data protection laws, and allows full transparency on ad spend. BSV opens new types of marketing by using microtransactions to personalize advertisements based on a user's blockchain identity. Find out more about the latest marketing tech platforms available on the Bitcoin SV blockchain.
The biggest sickness in healthcare isn't a disease. It's not a bacteria or a virus. It's the silence. See, the data we need to combat diseases, to stop suffering, it's not waiting to be uncovered. It's stuck behind closed doors in stubborn silos. The healthcare industry has the data to improve our lives in untold ways, but no one communicates. And in that silence, countless lives are lost. That's why at EHR Data, we're building the largest ever shared data set of human health. And it won't belong to a hospital, government, a corporation. It will belong to the rightful owner of your healthcare data, you. We're merging healthcare records with blockchain to finally put you in control. Because your data doesn't belong on private servers. It should be in your hands in service to your health. The greatest sickness may be silence, but the silence stops when you have a voice. EHR Data. Own your health.
Welcome back to CoinGeek Live. I am excited to bring you these next sessions you're about to hear. Before we get to that, I want to thank all of our sponsors again for their support to make this event happen. In particular, our Day 2 sponsor, Blockchain Intelligence Group, leading blockchain analytics firm that has provided support for Bitcoin SV. Check them out, Blockchain Intelligence Group. Our next sessions are a combination to really explore the use of Bitcoin SV's data ledger to reinvent the medical industry, healthcare, as well as clinical research. Our first presentation is from a company you heard for the first time at CoinGeek London in February. It's EHR Data, who is here to give you an update about their development of a platform to transform how we engage, own, and monetize our own consumer healthcare data. Presenting virtually is a trio of their team: Ron Ostring, who's their chief scientist, Cheryl Jorgensen, who's their chief clinical officer, and Joseph Eckstein, their director of product design. Please welcome to our virtual stage, Team EHR Data.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Isn't a disease. It's not a bacteria, a condition, or a virus. It's the silence. You see, the data we need to cure cancer, or to stop suffering, to combat diseases, it's not out there, some unknown place waiting to be uncovered. No, no, no. It's stuck behind closed doors, on private servers, and in stubborn silos. Collectively, the healthcare industry has the data to improve our lives in untold ways, but shh. Do you hear that? That's the sound of no one talking to each other. And in that silence, countless lives are tragically ruined or lost. Because time alone does not heal all wounds. So we're not waiting any longer. At EHR Data, we're building the tools to assemble the largest ever data set of human health. And it won't belong to a hospital, a government, a corporation. It will belong to the rightful owner of your healthcare data, you. We're merging healthcare records with blockchain to finally put you in control of your healthcare, your data, and your health outcomes. You control your data. Personal, private, protected. You decide if your data can be used to research new treatments and medical opportunities. You determine who has access, exactly what they have access to, and for how long. Your healthcare data shouldn't be ones and zeros on private servers. It should be in your hands in service to your health. And now, it will be. The greatest sickness may be silence, but the silence stops when you have a voice. EHR Data. Own your health.
Cheryl.
You need to cue it to me, Cheryl, please.
Yeah, it's supposed to start with Cheryl.
Yes. Hi, this is EHR Data, and our company was founded by Chairman and CEO Ken Hill. He had the forethought to understanding that patients' data needed to be aggregated into a centralized record. Patient safety was the primary focus for aggregating that data. Once you have data that is together in a global electronic healthcare record, you're going to be able to improve patient health and decrease health cost. And here in the near future, allow patients to be able to monetize their data, which is very important. They own that data, their clinical data. So in our current situation, the focus of EHR Data is patient safety, which is always going to rely on focusing on patients' healthcare and their outcomes. Now, in looking at our healthcare and in our industry today, we look at the epidemic with opioids. The opioid epidemic today, there's more than 150 to 250 people every day in the United States alone that demise over an overdose. And just looking at the United States, that's more than $78.5 billion that is lost in economic burden. This epidemic, this opioid epidemic, is still prevailing within our healthcare. We also have a pandemic with COVID-19. COVID-19 also enhances unfortunately, the use of opioids. With the mandatory lockdowns, patients are not able to get the help and assistance that they need, and the depression that comes along with it increases the use of opioids and increases the risk for respiratory depression. Now, the
pandemic and the infodemic is something that we're seeing in the United States and across everywhere. It's not just a place where we're looking at, we have issues. But the epidemic and the pandemic together has caused what I consider an infodemics. If you look at healthcare, we unfortunately have all of our data, it's siloed out. It's not rocket science that you can't treat a patient if you don't have all of the data together. And if you look at what our industry is today, we have multiple silos. There's no real-time clinical data. There's no workflow integration. There's no tracking of these clinical services. So the epidemic and the pandemic has caused this infodemics by having all of our data in disparate systems that are not joined together. We need to have the ability for all healthcare providers to be able to look at this data so that they can clearly make an educated and a clinical decision based on their patients. So we are looking at a proof of concept, and we are doing a proof of concept with the assistance of the St. Louis School of Missouri. And we're bringing all of healthcare data together so that providers can utilize this data to make the best decision. Now, looking at the epidemic and the pandemic with COVID-19, these are two instances that are going to help us open the door for inter and intra-operability of data. So in patients, when they receive and are prescribed opioids, there is a ability to calculate what we consider a morphine milligram equivalent, an MME. Now, what that calculation does is that it tells a healthcare provider the increased risk that patient has on a respiratory depression and an overdose. So the higher the number, the more the preponderance that that patient needs help and assistance in utilizing their opioids. So today, in the proof of concept, we will utilize that MME calculation for all of the prescriptions that a patient receives. It's calculated real time and accurate, and it's put into the patient's, into the healthcare provider's workflow. So they can use that data, and it's right there at their fingertips. It's pretty much an easy button for the healthcare provider. They don't have to worry about all of the calculations or am I missing some data because that patient might have received medication elsewhere. So when you have that morphine milligram equivalent, that is a way for a provider to take care of his patient to where they're not guessing or second guessing. So that MME calculation will be inter and intraoperable with that data. Along with the School of Pharmacy, the St. Louis School of Pharmacy, we are going to be opening up the proof of concept into other states, other integration. But if you look at the opioid epidemic and you look at the pandemics with COVID-19, we've had that infodemics of an issue of being able to calculate and have at a healthcare provider's fingertip the information that they need to take care of their patients. So COVID-19 testing, and then also here coming very soon, we're all hoping with the vaccinations. So lots can be attributed to the data. We can look at prospective and retrospective data, but the number one thing is that we need to have it all together. So our solution is not one that is just a basic solution, but a global solution, bringing the silo data together so that it is both inter and intra-operable, and doing so using Bitcoin SV blockchain technology so that we have one single source of truth for a patient to be able to have all of their data together and they own it. Now, the patient's ownership can be controlled with permission-based, which is so important because it is their data and they need to have it at their fingertips. A lot with this data for monetizing it can be utilized with patient loyalty programs, being reimbursed. Some manufacturers need de-identified information to help when medications are released out onto, after they've been released, we need to have that supportive mechanism. Also, patients can have healthy habits, can be reimbursed from their insurance or from their self-insured employer. Preventative feedback and preventative care through the blockchain technology. The most important thing is that we have to propel patients and becoming consumers of their healthcare. Looking at everything that we have in front of us, the most important thing that we can share is the data, and that all patients' healthcare data matters. And having it together is where it is going to be the most benefit, decrease healthcare cost, and improve the outcomes for patients. And now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Joseph Eckstein.
Thank you, Cheryl. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all of you across your time zones. I'm going to take a moment to further elaborate on some of the development perspective details from what Cheryl talked about. So we started out with the Missouri proof of concept. That's our proving grounds. What we're trying to prove is that the system it's an inter-system data model. That means what we call that is interoperable. What we started with, we had an advantage. A lot of companies out there that have done this, an insurance company, they might have built their data model around an insurance card or a payer. A pharmacy may have built their data model around a prescription or the pharmacy itself. We've gotten the opportunity to step back and build this data model in both our database and our messaging around the person. So that has allowed us to act as an in-between, a middleman between pharmacies, between the transaction claim processors and the payers. We're using industry standards, communication methods that are already out there. So we can communicate with all of those individual entities, and they have to do as little work as possible, if any, to be able to integrate into the system. So we have built our data model around the fact that we are system agnostic. We're also proving out that our functionality is real time. Real time is important because there are a lot of solutions already out there in the industry where you have 24 or 48 hours to do your reporting, or you might have to manually log into a website and re-enter information that you've already entered into a separate system. Hopefully you enter it the same way. Because we are built on the industry communication methods that are already occurring between the entities, we're able to provide our services and add our benefit in a real-time synchronous manner. So that's important. Also, just to re-emphasize, we are built in to the process of the workflow. So the individual components, those entities, the systems that are already acting out there to move your healthcare from one to another, since we're built in to how it's working, they don't have to make changes, or they're making the smallest. It can be configuration changes or minor file changes to be able to participate with our offering. So we have the Missouri proof of concept, and the next step is to extend this proof of concept. We have proven that our system is interoperable. We can work with any chains, we can work with any of those processors, and we can work with any of the payers. And that means that we can scale. We can scale regionally, we can scale by state, we can even scale by country. Also, we can scale by drug type. The Missouri proof of concept has been focused on opioids and other concomitant drugs that go along with opioids, how we can help and prevent those overdoses. But there's nothing to say that we can't move to other types of drugs, to other types of services within that same workflow that's already occurring. So we built the foundation to very easily expand, and we plan on doing so. And also, we are proving that economies of scale and the benefit to them. So with economies of scale, when you have one entity that's holding this data, rather than lots of different payers or lots of different pharmacies, when you have one place where it's joined together, you're able to prove that you don't have to go to multiple places to perform your services. Rather, you go to one place and your transactions are faster. They're already tenths or hundredths of a second, but we're shaving that down even more. Also, when you don't have to go to 4 or 5 or 6 different places where you have 4 or 5 different iterations of data, of the same data, you have more accurate data. So we're faster, our data is going to be more accurate than any one individual can do. And also, since you're faster and more accurate, you then get the third benefit of having your data in one place. It's more valuable. Having the demographic data, having patient data, having prescription data, having payer data in different areas, it's good. But if you can't bring all that data together in one place, you can't make it as useful as it can be. It's also not as valuable because people want that data. In addition to the opioid epidemic, we are including COVID-19 in our early use cases. EHR Data has reached out, and we're partnering with a leading industry partner in both immunizations and COVID-19 clinical lab tests. We're working with them to add those records into our patient GPR, the global patient record. That's our centralized record for that person. Obviously, adding in their immunizations, adding in those lab records, tracking what's going on there, it will make that data more useful. We can solve more use cases for different entities that are trying to, as you're probably all familiar with what we're trying to do with COVID-19 and how to prevent the spread. And these are examples where in this integration with this partner is yet another example of how we're using those standardized data sets to help populate the GPR. The data sets we're using, for example, we're using the HL7 data set, and then over on the medical billing side, we're using the X12 communications. These are already out there in the industry. The entities are already using them to move their data, to identify their data, and to use their data. So we're capitalizing on that, again, so it's the least amount of work for any of the participants, our parties. So next, I'm going to change gears and briefly talk about data ownership. At EHR Data, as Cheryl said, we believe that this is your data. In our industry specifically, and even in the world, when things are occurring, when people are filling prescriptions, when they're offering the services you think you're getting, your data is already being exchanged. Your data, which we think is you, it belongs to you. It's already being exchanged between entities, and there are already transaction fees and costs going between those entities. We believe, since it is your data, that you deserve royalties from the use of your data. So whether or not it's your favorite social media news feed that is providing you a link that you should click on that they somehow know you'll be interested in, if it's your favorite digital book selling marketplace that somehow knows a brand that you're interested in, or if it's your search engine that has an ad and it already knows that this was a conversation you had earlier. Those transactions are occurring. The same kind of things are occurring in the healthcare world. They're moving, they're sharing your data. It is your data. We want you to have ownership and access to it. We're putting an electronic wallet on your GPR, that global patient record, to hold the value that is being exchanged. As Ron will talk about in just a moment, we have an authorization token that we use when any data comes into or goes out of our system. We know who it came from, where it came from, what application entered it, who it belongs to. We also know who's asking for it, where it's going, why they want it, what they've gotten before. So when we know it's coming in, we know it's going out, we know who it belongs to and who helped add that data. That allows us to put the value onto the digital wallet that's on the GPR, the global patient record. And since we're doing these monetary transactions, these exchanges, what better platform to use than Bitcoin SV to hold these immutable transactions? So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ron Ostring, and he can, our EHR Data's chief clinical scientist, and he can pick up where he left off at last CoinGeek. Ron.
Thank you very much, Joey and Cheryl. So in February, I spoke at CoinGeek in London, and this was one of the final slides of my presentation. Today, I want to explain this slide in more detail, as there is a lot going on here. This slide also introduces the concept of data providers and data consumers. And it also shows payments going between each of the entities, which we will get into in more detail later. The lock in the center represents EHR data, and the lock signifies trust and a source of truth. So if we go on to the next slide now, I have a few examples of what trust is in the physical world and also the virtual world. So these are just, there's several examples here. And on my next slide, next couple slides, I'm just gonna talk about a few examples of that. So on the next slide here, in the physical world, when you want to meet with someone to purchase something, there's a certain degree of trust you decide to, you want to meet in public. So there's still a certain amount of trust that you need. If you don't know the person, you probably want to, maybe check them out a little bit. But also when you exchange goods, like when you receive the goods, you're probably going to inspect those goods and make sure it's what you ordered. And the same thing for the person receiving the money. They're most likely going to verify that they got the right amount and the money's proper money, it's not counterfeit. So this is example every one of us are used to. But once again, there is a certain amount of trust there. On my next slide, when we get into the virtual world, there's a lot more trust involved. Okay, and in this world, you'll most likely use an application that communicates through an API, which talks to a corporate server and goes down to a source of truth or trust through an API. Now, this source of truth or trust in our world would be EHR data. That's what we would be providing. On my next slide, what I want to talk about here is that this is a typical scenario that would happen in the real world. Okay, so this is what would happen in a typical pharmacy doctor environment. So the patient in red goes to their prescriber and they get a prescription. So when they get that prescription, they leave there and they go to their pharmacy and they give the pharmacist the prescription. The pharmacist then enters that prescription into their system, and the problem here is that that prescription may not be filled for the drug that the prescriber actually wrote it for. So the pharmacy may fill it for a generic, or they may have to actually change the dosage of it because they don't have the strength of the drug in stock. So what happens here is there's a huge disconnect between the prescriber and the pharmacy. So at EHR Data, we want to fix this disconnect. So on my next slide, before we get into all of that, what exactly is the EHR Data Utility? What is it doing here? Well, it's a healthcare data exchange based on trust. So we exchange healthcare data. It's designed to be a global solution. It's low cost, and it's transaction-based, and mostly through an API, a real-time API. And the patient owns and permissions the use of their data. So on my next slide, what I want to go back to is that original scenario now. But this time, the prescriber is actually hooked into EHR data. And so what happened, and the pharmacy. So what happens here is that when the prescriber writes a prescription for the patient, he also uses our API to push that data to the EHR Data Utility. Now, when the patient goes to the pharmacy, he doesn't even really have to give him the prescription on paper. The pharmacy can look up that paper, or that prescription, on the EHR Data Utility. And same thing will occur. He may, change the drug to a generic. He may have to change the strength or whatever. But what's going on here now is that anything that he does is getting written to the EHR Data Utility. So everybody has visibility to this data, including the patient. So the prescriber has visibility, the patient has visibility through their mobile application, and the pharmacy has visibility. The other thing I want to introduce here is the concept of medical device data. So what could happen in this scenario as well is that the prescriber has given the patient heart medication, and they also want to track to see if that medication is working as expected. So what they prescribe is for the patient to wear a medical device. And in this case, it could be like any kind of medical device that can generate a heartbeat, heart rate, and be collected. That could be an Apple Watch or whatever. So the green box here is actually, that device, and it's constantly putting data onto the EHR Data Utility. So if we go to the next slide now, what are the benefits of all this? Okay, so there's dramatic improvements in patient safety, patient-provider education, patient-provider communication and feedback, and patient outcomes. So as you can see, just from the previous slide there, that the prescriber can now monitor the outcome of the patient, so that they can track how their heart rate is doing based on the medication that they've been given. It's also dramatic improvements in clinical research. It helps reduce healthcare costs by the fact that everything is now more efficient. There's not redundant data entry and all of that. And it's the perfect platform for doing drug trial hosting, monitoring, and feedback. So if we go to the next slide, we'll see that the costs involved here are such that the utility is designed as a low-cost, transaction-based solution for exchanging and monetizing healthcare data. Low costs are important to drive adoption and promote efficiency. Healthcare system vendors lower costs by improved efficiencies, reduce data storage and infrastructure fees, and healthcare providers lower costs by avoiding redundant data entry, what we saw earlier, so that if data gets entered in one place, it doesn't have to be re-entered in another. Access to a complete picture of the patient's healthcare record. So everybody has visibility, all the healthcare providers have visibility to the complete GPR of the patient. There's also more abundant data. We've now introduced the concept of medical device data being captured. So there's just more abundant data to work with and access to all that data. All of this data is can be all de-identified when we do data monetization. In some cases, if they're in a drug trial, the data wouldn't be de-identified, but in most cases, when any of this data is monetized, it's all de-identified. So if we go to the next slide, what I'm going to show here is that in the bottom left of this slide is the scenario we saw earlier where the prescriber and the pharmacy are putting their data into EHR data. And that's shown here on the file folder on the top left. So when that data comes in, it comes into our EHR data's API, which we call EPO, EHR Data Permissioned Operations. From there, it goes into our database where we can interact with that for serving transaction requests. And then we also use a client of the nChain, so some software client. It's called the MetaNet Writer. And we communicate with nChain to actually have that data, whenever we want to write data, to the Bitcoin SV blockchain. And the way we do this is that the data will be written to an archival node. So the actual data will go to an archival node. So this could be, kind of a layered network approach. So if you've seen, if you saw Craig's presentation in February, he talked about Bitcoin layered networks. And today we saw Tal talking about layer 1 and layer 2 solutions. So these would be these archival nodes. That's how they would fit in. On the Bitcoin SV blockchain, we're only putting the hash. And the reason for that is it's medical data. And so we can't, because of different rules and regulations, we can't actually put the healthcare data right on chain. So we're doing a layered approach here. So if we go to the next slide now, I'm going to talk about real-time data monetization. So what happens now is the patient in the bottom left corner may go to another pharmacy. This pharmacy may be closer to their work where a different prescriber has prescribed them a medication. So they might end up at a different pharmacy. That pharmacy doesn't currently have them in their database. So they query EHR data, and we have the data. So through the API, we can actually deliver that data to them. So there's a transaction fee involved in getting that data. So when that transaction fee is paid, EHR data will then pay the original pharmacy that actually entered all that data, the patient's demographics and the prescription data that they might need to do drug interactions and stuff like that, or allergies and stuff at pharmacy number 2 on the bottom. And the patient will also get a royalty because they own their healthcare data. So this is an example of real-time data monetization. If we go to the next slide, what we're going to look at now is batch data monetization. So this could be, this example here is with a drug manufacturer. It could be any kind of batch operation. It could be coming in from a third-party insurance payer or a company like the actual employer group or whatever may be interested in doing a query. But this example uses a drug manufacturer. So what happens here is they give us some criteria of how they want or what data they're looking for. We do a brief queries on our database to see how many result sets we would get out of that query, and we report back to them. If they agree that they want it, then they purchase that that data. Once they've purchased that data, we put the result set together, and after that has been delivered to the client, we then pay royalties again. So the original prescriber in this case would be getting a royalty because he wrote the original prescription because they're interested in what that originally looked like. He also prescribed the medical device data, so he's getting credit for that. The patient is getting a royalty here because they own all the data. And the original pharmacy that actually entered the data, or pharmacies for that matter, are getting a royalty as well. So this actually shows how that would work. Now, if we go to the next slide, we'll see that this result set is quite complex. It involves different pieces of data. You know, it could involve patient demographics because they could be interested in zip code data or whatever. It's also the exact prescription information, say, you know, the dosage that was used, the drugs that were used, and how to take the medication. If it's heart rate data, we may need to run that data through another function to actually, because we have just the raw heartbeats recorded. So we may have to run that through another function. And that function could actually be supplied by a third party. So, you know, if there was another company that was really had expertise in this, they could hook into our process and actually supply that data or that function to provide the data for that query. So the end result set may go through some further processing, more functions here. But the bottom left one shows just, you know, we could deliver that data as just raw binary data, you know, just a raw result set. The middle one is meant to show graphical data that could be a result of us putting it into an analytical database such as Snowflake. And then on the right side here, it's we also could deliver a result set that could be fed into a graph database. So a graph database allows researchers to also see other similarities in the data, other dependencies that were kind of hidden in the data originally. So if we go on to the next slide now, what I want to show here is that the overall layers that go into our utility. So we have Bitcoin SV at the very bottom layer, which is, and that when you think of Bitcoin SV here, that could also be the layer 1, layer 2 archival nodes and stuff like that. So I just labeled it Bitcoin SV. We then have an N-chain layer for their technology, and then the EHR data utility. The flags here are meant to represent that within all this, we have to be in conformance with all the different government regulations. So in the United States, that's HIPAA, and in Europe, that's GDPR. At the next 3 levels up, it's a combination of applications and communication protocol standards and maybe clients of those applications, because sometimes there's a client-server kind of solution. I also want to point out here that EHR data also has a couple applications. One of those is CareRx, and it's a clinical package, and MME Edit, and that's what Cheryl was talking about earlier. So we supply that as an edit to the actual engine, or the engine that the utility to actually process transactions as they come in. So if we go to the next slide now, we'll see that EHR data is also developing mobile applications, and I'm not going to get into the details of all the different capabilities here, but I just wanted to point out that, you know, we're going to start with a person or patient mobile app, which will basically give them, as you can see from all these bullet points, access to their complete GPR, all their healthcare data, radiology images, outcomes, chat sessions, insights. Insights are delivered by the manufacturer, as Cheryl was pointing out. When a patient is on taking an opioid, we may want to deliver to their mobile app an insight video, just to educate them on the use of opioids and to caution them on the use. The other side of here is clinical and pharmacy, and providers and pharmacists. So that's the 3 mobile apps we're going to start with. We're also open to, we're developing our own mobile app, but this is all done through our standard API. So anyone can actually develop a mobile app if they wanted to, and use that in our network. If we go to the next slide now, I just want to play this video here, and what it's showing is this is a result set of a graph output. So as you can see, I'm circling here different people or persons' result sets, okay? So what we're going to do here is just zoom in on one of these patients and look at their structure here. So this is a MetaNet structure. Actually, right now in a graph database, we're represented as a graph database. And I'm just clicking around just to show you what kind of data we have here in their graph, okay? These could be, like I mentioned earlier, used by a researcher to make connections between all the other people in this result set to see if there's any commonalities, you know, any common diseases or whatever. So this is just another one I zoomed in on. But as you can see, they're all different, and that's what makes us all unique. And it's like an identity in itself, okay? So if we go to the next slide now, I just wanted to re-emphasize that at EHR Data, we take all of this personally. And I hope you get a chance to look at our video again. And it's very important to us that when you watch that video, that you are thinking about yourself, possibly as a patient, that you want, you know, all of your data available when in an emergency situation. That patient could also be your wife, your parents, your child, or whatever. So think about how important it is to have all your data in one place. And that does not exist today. So this is revolutionary, and we want to point that out. On our next slide here, I'm just in closing. I want to thank CoinGeek for having us, and also to just point out that we have a booth, and you can visit the booth, and we're going to be available to answer questions on those times on the slide. So once again, thank you very much.
And thank you, Ron. What a great presentation on the updates at EHR Data. They are a perfect example of how the Bitcoin SV ledger can break down data silos. Speaking of virtual booths, many of our sponsors do have virtual booths in our conference platform, so please take a moment to visit them in those booths, including EHR Data, who I have to thank for being one of our gold sponsors. Thank you for your support of this conference, and of course, all the work you're doing with Bitcoin SV. Thank you very much. Now we're going to turn to our next session, which continues the conversation of the use of Bitcoin SV's ledger for inventing better ways to deal with our medical research and improve our healthcare ecosystem. To present this is a joint venture of two companies that I've been very excited for many months to share with you in the Bitcoin SV world. They will be talking about a project and a joint collaboration they're doing. They'll be presenting one by one, but first we're going to hear from Dr. Robert Huber, who is a neuroscientist at Bowling Green State University. He's also the founder of a behavioral neuroscience technology company called Juvatech. Following him will be his colleague in this journey to get that technology to the Bitcoin SV blockchain. That is Philip Runyon, who is the director of Veridat. But to kick off this very fascinating conversation and presentation, please welcome to our stage here in New York, Dr. Robert Huber.
Thanks, Jimmy. I'd like to talk about trust. Trust matters. It is the fundamental, essential glue that makes our society work. And in a way, it's the secret sauce with which individuals can come together and share in a project. As humans, we are fundamentally social creatures, and we actually like helping each other. And it's that very trust that powers that benevolence. So just imagine what it would be like if for every decision that we need to take, we were to attach a bunch of prerequisites to it, and if we would doubt every motive. And actually, in a way, we would consider it even a sign of fundamental difficulty if we were consistently being asked to come up with confirmations of friendship, assurances of reciprocity, or just general proofs of goodwill, and nothing would ever get done. So we are who we are because we have this fundamental trust in people around us. And we extend that even to individuals who may not directly be known to us as individuals. So we generally do things in good faith. We are glad to do it, and we believe that others will do it too. There are no endeavors that really profit more from the occurrence of trust and the power of trust than the efforts to keep us healthy. So healthcare is an incredibly complex system that really requires that many parties will come together who often have inherently conflicting interests in that. And they need to come together with the main goal of getting this person healthy that is in front of them. So really, trust is the essence of that. And the more effective our healthcare system is, that is purely dependent on how much we can harness that human superpower of trust. So the patient-doctor relationship is at a central part of healthcare. And it really depends that the patient knows that the doctor is there truly to make them get better. The patient needs to open up with honesty and without judgment, and only that will then give the opportunity to have the correct diagnosis, to have the best care, and the most beneficial outcome. So it's all predicated on the existence of good communication and trust. Now, the doctor who is diagnosing or treating the patient is doing that while facing a whole set of different things that are unclear. So there are several things that are unclear. So the patient may present with a certain set of symptoms, and the doctor will have to pick which most likely condition will be at the root cause of these symptoms. There may be multiple different possible therapies that could be prescribed. The doctor will have to choose one of these, and there's some question about that. And then, of course, the individual treatment that the person will get will depend on the success of that treatment will depend on the individual parameters of that person, the unique genetics and the unique physiology. So all of these are unknowns in this equation. What should not be unknown is that the doctor who prescribes these drugs would have any doubt in the fact that they are not safe and that they are not efficacious. So every country has their own regulatory framework for deciding which drugs are beneficial. And in the US, that task falls to the FDA. So one thing I want to get clear right at the upfront is the FDA does not have the political mandate or the funding to independently verify any claims about products that are placed in front of them. So the proof falls to the pharmaceutical company who has to present the data to the FDA, and if the FDA review considers them beneficial and that the benefits outweigh the negatives, then that would be an approved drug. So the proof falls to the company to provide accurate and complete data to the FDA. So the FDA then asks the pharmaceutical company to first look at preclinical data, do tests in other animal models. If these work well, then the FDA will approve the drug to also be tested on humans in a set of clinical trials, Phase 1 of these clinical trials is giving the drug to healthy individuals to look at basic safety profiles. Phase 2 will start to give it to individuals with a particular condition to test efficacy of the drug. And then Phase 3 will expand into a lot of different populations, different dosages, different interactions with other drugs. I almost forgot, and I knew I was close to it. I really wanted to give a shout out to EHR Data, who had the presentation before us, because the fourth phase of these clinical trials is, once the drug gets approved, there is the continued mandate to monitor safety of these drugs, because many of these long-term effects will only come out once larger numbers of people have taken the drug and they have taken them for long periods of time. So EHR is uniquely positioned to really capture that information and shine light on this very important component of safety for drugs. So in summary, the FDA doesn't do the testing itself. It relies on data from the pharmaceutical industry. It does have the opportunity to perform audits, to look at the places where the data came from. These are generally very intrusive affairs that will start to go through various quality management systems. They will look for compliance with different management practices in terms of manufacturing and laboratory, and so on. But the majority of the conclusions will be based on the data provided by the pharmaceutical industry. So this is where the quote that was attributed to the FDA director in Catherine Eben's TED Talk really shows the vulnerability that is faced in this situation. And I'm going to hand it off to Phil for this.
Thanks, Robert. Excuse me. The approval system of the applicant, the approval system requires that the ethical behavior of the applicant, let me try that again. The approval system requires the ethical behavior of the applicant, otherwise the whole house of cards will fall down. What does this mean exactly? It means that the drugs that we've been consuming globally since the beginning of time is all predicated on, as Catherine sums it up, the honor system. So who is Catherine Eban? Catherine is a New York Times best-selling author. She is a TED talker, if that is a word, and she is an investigative journalist. And in 2008, she was contacted by an associate telling her about this slew of complaints that they were receiving from patients who had recently been switched from their brand name drugs over to generics. These complaints eventually funneled their way up to the FDA, where the FDA shrugged the whole thing off. They basically said, you know what? It's psychosomatic, the drugs look different, ergo, the consumer doesn't think they work. Now, Catherine and her associate, they were not buying this answer from them. And so she embarked to find out the truth. What was wrong with the drugs? Catherine's decade-long journey to answering that question lies in Bottle of Lies, where she shines a light on the FDA and the very shaky foundation in which they operate from to approve these types of pharmaceuticals. Things like the applicant must be ethical. Great, we should all be ethical, right? But the data must be pristine, and the data must be shared at every single step. So early in Catherine's writing, she releases an article, and this catches the attention of an anonymous industry insider who refers to himself as $4 refill. $4 is apparently the cost to refill or get a generic drug at the Walmart. And so $4 refill goes on to tell her that if she really wanted to get to the crux of this issue, she needed to start to look where a majority of our drugs are made. What kind of majority? 80%. 80% of the active ingredients in all of our drugs, not just generics, not just name brands, all of them originate from these countries. One of the companies which were investigated, an Indian company, was Ranbaxy, Ranbaxy at one time was ranked the 8th in the world as far as production of generic drugs. And thanks to a whistleblower, investigators were able to learn or discover that data from over 200 products that were operating or currently being distributed in 40 plus countries, including here in the US, had contained falsified data. They were substituting lower cost, cheaper ingredients. They were just straight up creating reports out of the blue, 3, 6, 9, 12, 18-month stability studies, all in the span of an afternoon. Ranbaxy, who was the applicant, was not ethical. And of course, their data was not pristine. Now, after an 8-year investigation, Ranbaxy eventually pled guilty to 7 felonies because of this fraud. They amassed about $500 million in fines and settlements, and that was it, right? The good guys won, the bad guys lost. Unfortunately, yes and no. What ended up happening is that Ranbaxy was really just the tip of the iceberg. They weren't an outlier. They were part of a system that has been around for a long time. And as it turns out, the trust that we've extended to these governing and regulating bodies, those who are there really that we give them trust to keep us safe. Well, because of things like relying on trust and relying on somebody to be ethical, this trust has been abused habitually for decades. Oops, I was supposed to switch there. So eBay had discovered more gruesome details. While Ranbaxy was certainly the biggest fish to fry, they were, again, by no means were they the only person who was doing this. During an investigation of 86 plants, 67 in India and China were found to be actively engaging in fraud, doing the same things that Ranbaxy was doing. Similar to how sweatshops exist to make cheap clothes, the same thing existed for the pharmaceutical industry. As part of that, eBay also had discovered some really gruesome details, things like dual track production. And this is when those who have money get cleaner, safer drugs, and those who don't get drugs that actually fail trials. They're distributing failed drugs into poorly regulated markets like Africa, Southeast Asia, and in India. This problem, has gotten so bad that public health researchers have been able to directly link a rise in drug-resistant infections to the antibiotics that are being produced from these regions. And let's be honest here, the US, we're no gem either. Oftentimes, the FDA's public health mission directly clashes with that of a political mission, which is to have a consistent, steady stream of cheap drugs. These cheap drugs are what we get from the Affordable Care Act. It's the first line of fire. Medicare, Medicaid, all rely upon these. And in turn, we also end up consuming drugs that have toxic impurities and are just not bioequivalent to what it is we're supposed to be getting. Jumping the gun here. So how does all of this happen? Well, for starters, here in the United States, the FDA can walk into any facility unannounced and do an inspection. Whereas overseas, that's not the case. Instead, the FDA and regulators, they work hand in hand with these facilities. They schedule airport pickups and drop-offs. They help them get their hotels in order. This provides these companies an opportunity to have a massive runway to create, as she calls it, a facade of compliance. So our system that is built on trust and assumptions of ethical behavior is a failed one. There are far too few checks and balances that often are not engaged until too late in the process. So how do we fix all of this? Well, Catherine goes on to suggest, and the Veridat team here, we completely agree that the best way to fix this problem is going to be through rigorous oversight, And by rigorous oversight, it means that we should be at the absolute least verifying the truthfulness of the tests that are run, when they are run, and the data that is produced from them. Now, while Catherine falls short of discussing what an application of rigorous oversight could look like, we had a pretty good idea. And so we opted to pick up the ball and run with it. And this is where Veridat and our flagship service Bench comes into play. In a workflow or a regulatory body where Veridat and Bench exists, regulators can be equipped with the absolute confidence that they require to make decisions about a drug's validity, and consumers have the confidence that the drugs they take have emerged based on accurate and verifiable details. So what exactly is Veridat? Simply put, Veridat is a SaaS platform that streamlines, that makes it easy, to capture critical, time-dependent information to the BSV blockchain. Why BSV? If you're watching right now, I hope you already know the answer to that question, but if you don't, we'll do this again for the people in the back. BSV is the only public blockchain that exists that can support the transactions necessary, the transaction cost, speed, and scale required to service enterprise-sized behemoths like the pharmaceutical industry. With that said, Veridat is a workhorse. It's a canvas. It's a place from which we can build several tools and services that will support a myriad of industries and services. But for right now today, we're talking about mitigating fraud. We're talking about drug development and safety, and really we're talking about saving people's lives by way of making sure that they're getting the drugs that they're supposed to be getting. Bench was born out of this desire to burn down this honor system, to solidify research integrity and data authenticity by capturing that information to the BSV blockchain. So because of the volume and variety of disparate systems that exist within the pharmaceutical testing and manufacturing arena, we knew that Bench had to be lightweight. It needed to be easily and universally implementable. And all of the services interacting with and supporting BSV needed to be invisible. We couldn't have the end user establishing wallets, managing private and public keys, buying and storing BSV. It wasn't gonna happen. Again, it had to be invisible. So with that in mind, we created a simple but powerful RESTful API that allows the end user a significant amount of flexibility to implement where in their workflow the key points of data need to be captured, hashed, and stored on both BSV and within our cloud-based system. And through a web-based UI, iterations on data files can be easily retrieved through search, sorting, and filtering, options, which streamline report generation for audit processes and shows the data's trajectory files from the first save to the last, or as we call it, ironclad version control. So what does the standard workflow look like? Once the user defines their points, once the user defines the data points within their workflow, they will make a call to our API every time these points generate data. We then store that data, we create a hash of it, and that data then gets posted to BSV. Once the transaction completes, we amend that record with a transaction ID as well as the block ID. Subsequent edits of that record within the user system will make another call to the API. Again, the data is stored, another hash is created, it goes up to BSV, the block ID comes back down, and then we append the record also with that original transaction ID. So it doesn't matter how often you muck with the data, we'll always know what that original starting point was and where you ended off. This will be especially important for those who may find themselves on the business end of an audit. And now I would like to have Robert come back out here and discuss his utilization of Juvatech at his innovative startup, Juvatech.
Thanks, Phil. So I would like to give you some indication of how we've been implementing Bench into our workflow. So Juvatech is a contract research organization for the pharmaceutical industry who's trying to insert during the preclinical testing using a novel animal model system to get some high throughput information about elements that are usually very difficult to get. So normally lead development at a pharmaceutical company uses a lot of methods that can be really scaled to massive levels of throughput. These include all kind of binding assays, anything that you can do imaging in a petri dish, cell culture work. And so all of this can be done at massive levels. The part that still remains expensive, frustrating, and extremely low yield has been for the longest time the behavioral testing in whole organisms. This part is actually very important because this is the main reason, that the main information that would give you some indication of why a drug may fail later on, either because it identifies some side effects that you really can't manage, or because it just lacks the efficacy. So we figured at Juvatech, if we can bring down the price point of doing behavioral testing in animals, then that would give us an opportunity to insert that type of information much earlier in the drug development process, and really give it much more of a central stage, rather than only using it for the final validation, because all the testing is currently be done in rats, mice, dogs, horses, and the towering cost of that really prevents us from using that in the earlier stages of drug development. So what we did was we built our behavioral testing. We really started over with trying to bring behavioral testing to high throughput methods. So our automated computing instances will capture massive amounts of behavioral data that would be equivalent to, otherwise they would require whole armies of human observers sitting there with clipboards. As a second side, we decided to adopt a suggestion from Nobel laureate Eric Wischhaus, who suggested that we really should include, we should consider fruit flies for this. And it doesn't take a huge leap of faith that we can test many fruit flies for the same cost that it would take you to test one horse. But really the reason for us using fruit flies goes much deeper than that. There's a huge amount of common ancestry between the 15,500 genes flies have and the 20,000 genes humans have. Actually, about 75% of all human disease genes that we know are linked to some human disease have a direct and functional equivalent in flies. There are incredibly powerful genetic engineering tools where we can turn on genes, turn off genes, make them inactive, and we can create them into stable genetic lines that we can then cross with each other and make higher order combinations of everything that we want. So because we've been doing this at pretty massive scale, we're also creating massive metadata. And that from the beginning became very clear that we needed to handle that with some electronic solutions. So I want to quickly give you some idea of what the normal flow of a drug development is, and attach some approximate costs to this. So these are what our estimated out-of-pocket costs are. The drug company initially starts with lead development, where they decide on some kind of physiological process or some kind of molecular mechanism that is of interest to them. Then they build some molecules that specifically are designed to fit that mechanism and interfere with it. The thing that I would like to point out, that the rate at which a drug that has gone through lead development, that it will actually reach the market is very small. 1 in 10,000 of these drugs will actually make it all the way through. So most of these drugs that get chosen will go into preclinical development. And at preclinical development, most of these drugs will fail because it turns out once you test them in whole animals, there are side effects, toxicities, lots of other aspects that you would have missed at the initial stages in binding assays and cell culture assays. So the point where Juvatech inserts is just before the preclinical data, where we, for a very small fraction of the cost that preclinical data will take, we can give some early indications of what the probabilities are that there are some serious issues or some positive data associated with that type of pharmaceutical approach. So we were thinking about that the way to explain that to a gambling crowd, for example, would be if you sit at a roulette table and somebody gives you some insight for small fee, whether there's an 80% chance that the next ball is going to land on red, I assume that you probably would be quite excited about getting that information. The only other thing I want to point out in this slide is that basically, even after preclinical trials, the probability that the drug will reach market can be very low. And that is true for especially drugs that interfere with diseases and conditions where the pathogenesis is very poorly understood. So for example, neurological disorders with any kind of, for Alzheimer's, for example, have a very poor hit rate. Only 1 in 100, even after they pass preclinical work, will make it through to FDA approval. I'm going to finish up with just giving you a very quick idea of how we inserted Veridat into our workflow. You'll recognize the left side of the story as a standard research workflow. We generate behavioral data in a paradigm. In this case, this is a paradigm where we can measure food consumption of single flies. We've got a computing instance that will generate phenotypes from that and write that to a network-attached server. This is very standard. What we then do is we interfere with, intercept at this point some of the metadata, write them out to Veridat. There was no change to our workflow required. All we needed to do was write the metadata out to Veridat. Veridat does the elements that Phil already described. At the end of the run, we calculate another hash that describes the content of the data file that was just generated, and we fire that off to Veridat as well. It gets linked to the metadata, and from that we can generate a complete record of that event, of that experiment that has happened. I will skip this and just go to the last slide to make the point that if we have a way of verifying information, we can actually bolster the value of trust. Trust will be given more easily and more readily if we have an opportunity to verify that the information that we're trusting is actually correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Dr. Huber and Philip Runyon. We look forward to having further developments of their project and their venture. And we are now going to take a break in our conference schedule. There'll be a 10-minute break now as we reset transmission and other broadcast lines. Please come back to us and spend this time checking out the virtual conference platform and playing around on that Omniscape conference and AR app. I'll see you in 10 minutes for more from CoinGeek Live. And welcome back to CoinGeek Live. We're continuing the conversation about how Bitcoin SV will lead the world to one chain dominating our entire digital ecosystem. As part of that, we're expecting transaction volumes to increase continually on the Bitcoin SV blockchain. And that's leading to a new economy where what we know are blockchain miners will become transaction processors. To have a presentation on this, please welcome to our London virtual stage the CEO of Tal Distributed Information Technologies, Jerry Chan.
Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit about what Tal is and what we do. And as Jimmy mentioned, what is this whole notion of transaction processors versus miners, et cetera. First off, Tal is a publicly traded company. We're traded on the Canadian Securities Exchange, the Frankfurt Exchange, and also the OTC market in New York, and under the stock tickers you might see in the presentation here. First off, I'd like to start with a quote, and this is actually a quote that Jimmy said in the beginning of this conference, but it's important enough that it's worth repeating. This was the quote that initially inspired me and gave me the confidence that Bitcoin as a technology can reach global scale. And therefore, everything that we're doing now in building this ecosystem and building this new economy is not in vain. And that quote is that the Bitcoin, as it was back in 2009, was already capable of beating Visa in terms of number of transactions per second. Now, that was 2009. So what have we done in the last 10 years? Well, this is another quote, not by someone as famous, but what I'd like to think of this is that we've been actually pursuing an incorrect business model, we as in miners, for the last 10 years. And we have to go about breaking down this old mentality of what miners were and what they were doing and how they would be incentivized and generate revenue. And the incorrect model up to this point was that miners, as infrastructure providers for the network, for the ecosystem, was to make revenue from the tokens or the block rewards. We have to change this model now to something which is based more on the utility value of Bitcoin as opposed to just the speculative value. So we have to start by breaking down these old assumptions. Now, what is the end goal of Bitcoin then? What will Bitcoin look like in its end state? For this, I'd like to draw your attention to something that was, inspired me from a person by the name of George Gilder. You'll probably hear from him later in this conference. And he actually came up with this notion in a series of books where there was a cosm. The first was the microcosm, and then followed with telecosm. These series of cosms was a fundamental tectonic shift in technology which brought about an entire new industry. Firstly, the microcosm, which was talking about the advent of personal computers and the microchip and the integrated circuit, and how it brought about the empires of Intel and IBM and AMD. The second book, Telecosm, spoke more about the world after bandwidth became wildly abundant. And this was what really drove the adoption of the internet as a commercial venture. And this brought about the giant companies such as Cisco, Amazon, and Google, which we know today, and to also an extent Facebook and Twitter. And this was the telecosm, which was that bandwidth shift, the fact that we have pretty much unbounded bandwidth growth. Now, what we think, and what I think Bitcoin it promises, is the final move to something I like to coin the data cosm. And the data cosm is this new data-driven economy, where data ownership is something that's real and tangible in the virtual world, and that being able to sell and exchange your data becomes the basis of this new economy. And for those of you who know that icon there, we're going to talk a little bit more about what that sort of diagram is. And because it's very fundamental in what we're doing at Tal. That diagram is known as, well, many different names, but it's effectively what the Bitcoin network looks like. It's, I think, inspired by the Mandela networks. And effectively, Bitcoin is really not a mesh network. It's a layered network. And in the core of that layer, we have these nodes. And those nodes are the miners. Now, up to this point in time, those miners have only been funding themselves by hashing and producing blocks and then making rewards in Bitcoins. But of course, this is a speculative venture, and this will drive miners to compete with each other and who can generate the most hash to generate the most blocks, all to grab these tokens, which don't really have a real fundamental utility value yet. And that's where we see the problem. And at Tal, we want to be the first to change that model to something more sustainable in the long run, where we're thinking about the world and the economy after block subsidies or block rewards become zero. And how are miners or infrastructure providers supposed to sustain themselves? Well, our answer is that we have to transform our business to be not just mining or hashing, but to be transaction processors. And so that's basically the diagram you see there, which I'll explain a little bit later. As part of this transformation, we see our revenue streams as basically generally falling under 5 categories, all of them based on the Bitcoin SV blockchain. Now, the first 2 you see on top of the foundation of Bitcoin SV blockchain in blue is hashing, managed services, and transaction processing. Those are businesses which we are engaged in at this presently, and we're moving up the pyramid, so to speak. And we'll talk more about our transaction processing focus later in my presentation. But in the context of this data cosm, this future data-driven economy that we see, the more interesting blockchain-specific businesses is going to be based on data storage, data serving, blockchain compute, which is something that I think Craig spoke about earlier in his presentation yesterday. And finally, the Internet of Things and specific blockchain hardware, which will facilitate a machine-to-machine economy, all based on in this notion of a data-driven ecosystem or the data cosm. Currently, Tal's revenue stream on the left looks very much based and focused on hashing operations because we were a traditional miner. But part of our 5-year roadmap will see us evolve into a transaction processor which has a more diversified set of platforms and services, which we foresee about 30%, around 30% of each being based on data storage, transaction processing, blockchain compute. While we still have to maintain some amount of hardware and hashing, we believe that that is going to be a smaller, much smaller part of our revenues. This all goes back to the urgency that we see for all miners in the industry, all public blockchains anyway, which is the fact that if we do not support driving transactional volume exponentially, we will all be out of business in a couple of years. And so in the chart we have here, you see on the left side, the degrading block subsidies that was programmed into the original Bitcoin protocol, and it's unchangeable. And overlaid on top of that is where we see the need for transactions to compensate for the degradation of block subsidies. And we predict that if the crossover point doesn't happen in the next 1 or 2 years, then the entire blockchain experiment is in dire straits. So we are all about driving volume, transactional volume on native Bitcoin, BSV, and everything to do with processing and facilitating this increase in volume. This is good news because if we think about transaction processing, mostly everything that we do on the internet is a transaction. Not only just payments, but we're talking about things like notarizing, escrowing, events, logging, as we've seen in the other presentations today, data tracking, and all of these things are transactions. In fact, every time you log into any sort of secure website, there's a token involved and there's a transaction involved. Now, if we move to a world where we have interchangeability of these tokens or interchangeability of all these transactions and a global ledger of all of them, then we are talking about a total addressable market that's in the trillions. I mean, at the small end, it's a couple of $100 billion. And this is even just talking about blockchain compute services and blockchain and data services, data storage. But payments itself is about $3 trillion. So this is a huge, huge addressable market. And we believe that if we even just capture a small percentage of this, I think that is plenty enough for us to be very successful and profitable. Now, this slide is explaining a bit about the viability of this whole data and health data services application. And I think the previous presentation already covered this in great detail. So I don't need to reiterate again the importance of this business, because we are on the tip of the iceberg of the amount of real-world business applications that can be addressed with a public blockchain. And so things like, I think EHR Data mentioned in their presentation, they have the potential of, for instance, if we talk about prescriptions, there's inwards of over 4 billion prescriptions, opioid prescriptions alone in a year. And if all of those were recorded on the blockchain, then we're talking about billions of transactions. Now, billions of transactions, given the current business model of transaction processors or miners, has one problem for businesses. If you are going to put 4 billion transactions on the blockchain, and all of them, given some assumptions of the current price and given the assumptions of a transaction size, let's say that's going to cost you about $1.5 million a year, right? That's not so bad. But if you're paying this cost for transaction processing in Bitcoins, then of course you are now subject to the exchange rate of Bitcoins versus US dollar or whatever your home currency is for your business. So that's a problem that real enterprises need to struggle with. And that's where we at TAL want to offer, as part of our enterprise solution and enterprise blockchain infrastructure solution services, we are extending our platform, the MAPI platform, which is the same MAPI that you've heard in other presentations in this conference, which is our API that we will provide to businesses so that they can give us their transactions, and we will be responsible for putting them on the blockchain. Now, you get two really important things when you have a public, transparent company that is going to stand as a counterparty in a contract for transaction processing. One, you have this accountability, right, which you don't get if you're just treating the miners on the blockchain as pseudo-anonymous actors in the cloud somewhere. And the other thing that we can offer is we can charge for these services in your home currency, and we can do invoicing. We can do it monthly billing. And all of these things are very flexible now, and that's very, very useful for businesses who don't necessarily want to engage with the volatility of Bitcoin, but they still want to use Bitcoin for its superior technology, the fact that it's a public blockchain ledger. So in essence, we at TAL, we are providing all the benefits of private blockchains, which is that you have a company that's going to do this, take care of the technology for you, but we're providing it on a public blockchain ledger, which gives your data and your platform and a lifespan, a life cycle that will live beyond us. So because your data is on the public blockchain, you have the option as a business to change your solution provider in the future for whatever reason. So I think that flexibility is very, very important for enterprise clients. And just as a reminder, this is another statistics slide, which I think Jimmy already mentioned earlier in his presentation. But the reason why we're building all of this on top of Bitcoin SV is because Bitcoin SV is the only public blockchain that can scale unbounded. And that's very important because we are not going to put all our efforts into building all of these platform services if the technology is going to hit some sort of scaling boundary in the future. And just more on that statistic, which is the current BSV network does something around 2,800 transactions per second. We at TAL were the ones who mined those blocks. So we know with empirical evidence in production in the mainnet that this can be done. And with all the good work that the Bitcoin SV infrastructure team is working on, we believe that we will soon hit the 500 or 50,000, transaction per second mark, which will be a very, very large milestone because then we can say that the Bitcoin network can do Visa better than Visa. Moving on to our sort of IP strategy, We are also in the business, we're starting a burgeoning IP department where we are going to pursue research and development and on IP that is very relevant to our business. And relevant IP would be anything to do with the blockchain node or the low infrastructure level. So a couple patents we already have filed, one which is the STAS token up there. It's called L1 token, but we're sort of kind of calling it L0 now, which will allow hopefully a generic base token layer which other companies and other implementers can use to build more business featured solutions for their clients. And the other one, which is Trinity, which is a patent which deals with the efficient generation of random numbers using a public blockchain mining network. So we think that these will have a huge future potential in terms of value because these are sort of applications that not many people have thought of yet because of the new nature of blockchain technology. Finally, I'd like to stress the importance of our partnerships, our biggest partnership being with nChain. We announced earlier this year a deal where we have some IP sharing arrangement, and that will give us access to a lot of the very, very relevant patents that they have. They have over 1,000 patents in blockchain, and we believe that this is going to be a very, very important and strategic relationship in order for us to be competitive. And so, and the next slide I would like to announce today is that for our MAPI platform, we have, I'd like to announce that we are going into a partnership with Uniswap and MetaSV. Uniswap is the sort of the blockchain provenance tracking and ERP and secure data interchange data platform. And we're very, very happy that they have, we've gone into agreement where they will be using our MAPI platform so that we would be processing their transactions for them. And the same with MetaSV. MetaSV is a middle layer, sort of a middleware or SDK that allows, it's actually being used by quite a number of applications in China right now so that developers can write their own applications which create transactions on the Bitcoin SV blockchain. Finally, I'd like to let you guys know about our efforts in building out our Zug office. We recently opened our subsidiary office in Zug, Switzerland. And this is very, very strategic move, and we believe this is very integral to for our future roadmap. The reason Zug and the reason Switzerland is if you look in, I think recently there was an announcement from the Swiss authorities that they've modified some regulations to make the trading of digital currencies, the treatment of digital currencies for bankrupt companies and trading houses, and also the separation of regulations between digital currencies versus digital assets, which have all been clarified. And all of these will take effect as of January 2021. So we believe that Switzerland is probably going to be one of the leaders in terms of the regulatory aspect of it, in terms of how they handle digital currencies and all the companies and businesses who are doing business in this space. So we believe it's very strategic for us to have this office, which is going to be primarily focused on product development and research in Switzerland. So I'd like to leave with you with the sort of the idea that I started off this presentation with the notion that we need to break the old business models, but I want to leave with you the thought that at TAL we're very focused on building, and we're starting with building the infrastructure or the pipes, as it were, so that other companies can take what we build and actually create real value. And we believe that it's only in building real utility value for this technology, for this token, for this system we call Bitcoin. It is the only way that we can build this foreseeable, this wonderful future where a lot of folks have spoken about today, where we can finally take back ownership of our data and finally be able to open up a new chapter or a new cosm in our world. Thanks very much.
And thank you, Jerry, for that great presentation. We're looking forward to seeing more advancements from TAL, including your expansion into Switzerland. I have a schedule change to announce now. Next was supposed to be Jackson Lasky speaking from Unbounded Capital, but he's graciously agreed to speak later in the afternoon at approximately 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time today, so that we could accommodate the schedule of a couple of the speakers who are coming up in some of the sessions in the next couple of hours who need to stick closer to their scheduled times. So we're moving directly to one of our keynote presentations today. Today we are so full of great speakers who we appreciate being here. This will be a joint keynote presentation from two representatives of Fundstrat Global Advisors, the leading Wall Street market research firm based here in New York City. Speaking first is someone many of you will know. He is on television all the time, providing lots of commentary about the markets. He is the managing partner and head of research at Fundstrat Global Advisors, and following him is the lead for digital asset strategy at the firm, David Greider. But we'll first welcome to our stage, live from New York, the famed Tom Lee.
Thanks, Joey. Hi, it's great to be speaking to all of you. I've got a few slides here. I'm going to speak for a few minutes, and what I really want to cover is why 2020 is turning out to be a good year for digital assets and crypto, but it's really setting up for 2021 to be a great year. So let's just dive into this. Now, 2020 is a year that I don't think any of us should ever expect to see again in our lifetime. I think it's almost worse than a science fiction movie because we've had a global pandemic that's killed over 1 million people so far and counting. It's the first ever time that the entire global economy essentially went through a coordinated shutdown. I mean, that's unimaginable, but can you imagine policymakers and central banks deciding things are so bad they got to shut down the entire economy and everyone stays at home? The US had an economic contraction that's worse than the Great Depression. So whatever they call the Great Depression, this is a greater depression. And the Federal Reserve introduced a playbook within days. So whatever guidance they had, it completely switched to low for long forever, and even their model for changing rates has now changed. I mean, that's, again, something out of a science fiction movie. And the US government spent $5 trillion in stimulus, which is about 25% of GDP. And as you know, this led to a huge panic in financial markets. So this is the setup, and I think this is the question. How did crypto do in a year that looked like something out of a science fiction movie? And the good news is, crypto did actually incredibly well. Bitcoin is the best performing asset year to date. It's doing better than gold, better than treasuries. So if you said, I want a safe haven in a year that involves something out of a science fiction movie, you have to own crypto. Now, of course, Bitcoin did well, but look at this chart. Bitcoin was outperformed by many other crypto assets and blockchains, including BSV. So that's the key. In a year when you're trying to find safe havens, you want to overweight crypto, but you also want to not only invest in Bitcoin. Now, this is where it's interesting. You know, we've said for some time, in something that's quite controversial, that we think crypto tends to be a risk-on asset. In other words, in years where equity markets do well, crypto does well, and in the years where equities do poorly, crypto should do poorly. And this chart really underscores that. If you look at how the correlation of Bitcoin Core to the S&P 500, you can see in 2020, that's the dark blue line, it's actually risen to 35%, which is one of the highest correlations in many years. And again, it's just a reminder, as much as crypto has really shined in a year of crisis, it is also highly correlated to risk-on assets. Now, another good thing that's happened this year, and I think that's made this a good year, but not a great year yet, is that we've seen signs of broader mainstream acceptance of crypto. For instance, in May 2020, Paul Tudor Jones announced that he's buying Bitcoin Core as a hedge against inflation. In August, we had a public company actually invest $250 million of its reserve capital into Bitcoin Core. And in September, we've had some banks really get the nod to be able to actually hold reserves for stablecoin accounts. Okay, but
these are sort of baby steps. And I think the reason 2020 is good but not great is you still need two things to happen. The first is you really need to get true mainstream adoption of crypto through the institutional channel. And crypto is too small today. It's not 10% of liquid assets. Even if you aggregate the entire market cap of all crypto, it's not even 1%. It's 0.1% of all liquid assets in the world. And this is a map. Each of these squares represents about $100 billion, and you can, or 200 billion, sorry. And as you can see, crypto collectively is just a little tiny little dot. It's smaller than gold, it's smaller than art, way smaller than equities or bonds and real estate. So I think until crypto becomes a much larger share of total assets, it's not going to be on the radar for institutions. But that's not a bad thing. Take a look at Tesla. I think it's a case study in how when an asset goes from being a retail asset to institutional, the institutional investor overnight transforms the price or the valuation of an asset. So Tesla has been dead money for 5 years, stuck at around $200. This is pre-split. And as you can see, the minute it became on the radar for Russell 1000 institutional investors, the stock went parabolic. That's the lesson. You can take anything, even a huge mature company, once it becomes an institutional asset, you'll see a huge change in price. Now, one last thing before I turn it over to David is, I think this has been a great year, but I think the industry did not capitalize on some key things. Now think about this. Just in America alone, the majority of Americans were shelter at home. Americans this year expanded their digital life. We estimate that as much as 90% of all economic growth since March has been purely digital. Even US companies pivoted their business to become essentially part of your digital world. I mean, look at Nike and all these other consumer companies. They made a huge pivot this year. And I think that's something the crypto industry didn't capitalize on. This was a year where they could have tried to pivot towards a more mainstream, Americans are living a digital life, and that was a dropped opportunity. But I'm going to stop it here and turn it over to David to continue the discussion.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom, and CoinGeek. It's great to be here presenting in front of you guys today. Today, I'm going to talk about three things. The first thing I'm going to talk about is Fundstrat, what we do with our research product, and particularly within the crypto industry. The second thing I'll talk about is some of the unique things that we see with Bitcoin SV and a report that we recently did on Bitcoin SV and some of the things that we find very interesting in that. And then the third thing I want to talk about is within that report, Bitcoin SV business use cases of the blockchain. We're going to talk about some of the companies building on Bitcoin SV and what we find interesting from a stance that's a little more broad to the global economy or to the most industries, and kind of thinking about what this actually entails for changing, potentially disrupting some of the current existing business models that are out there, and what the new innovation of the technology is enabling and across a broad swath of use cases in society. So let's just kick it off with Fundstrat. Tom, you probably know Tom, what we do there. Just to give you a quick background on what we do with Fundstrat and our crypto product. I lead our digital asset research business. Consists of three things. We do research for asset-specific companies like Bitcoin SV or networks. We have institutional client base that relies on us for that research. We really try to be the bridge between Wall Street and crypto, and we think that's been very impactful and very powerful. And the third thing is we have a strong retail following who really looks to us for looking to find guidance, to find education in the space. And the report I'm going to discuss today is on Bitcoin SV here, the business use case of the Bitcoin blockchain. And we recently released this just a couple months ago. And it followed a report that we did back in February, which was on the Genesis upgrade, which you may have been following if you are in the Bitcoin ecosystem, and I'm sure you probably are if you're watching this. And we released that back in February, right before the CoinGeek conference in London. It was a great event. We were glad to be there and glad to be back. When we released that, we think it's very important to start here because that's kind of pivotal to where Bitcoin SV is today, because that's where it came from. And I think that was a really monumental turning point for the network and the technology and the way that it's being used. So just to recap, and I'm sure you folks know, but releasing the block size limit, that's key for building the ability for unbounded scalability, which you guys are pursuing now. And what I'll say about that is, from our independent research point of view, we've seen, a number of folks trying to scale and attempting to scale and doing a lot of different things. And obviously there's trade-offs that come with every approach in the ecosystem. We look at a number of different chains and a number of different projects, and we're independent in our research. But one thing that's standing out to me thus far is that, since you guys have done that, since Bitcoin SV and the community has changed this approach to unlimited block size, you have actually come quite far relative to a number of other assets and other approaches. And you guys have a ways to go that you're actually looking to still expand in that vision, which is the FAR bubble, which is what I've been told Bitcoin SV is looking to go for in the future. And I think that that's very exciting. And one thing you also have been able to do, which is very important for the use cases that I'm going to discuss, is the transaction fees have remained low thus far. And we've seen that, and that's been very interesting for enabling some of these use cases. And I feel confident in saying that, and it's very interesting to me because, if I hear what a lot of networks want to do or proposing to do or planning to do, one thing I want to actually know from an independent research point of view, right, is to verify. And when I look at many networks, the thing that I see is the blockchain. I look at the blockchain data, and I view that as effectively the equivalent of company financials. And just as you would go to read a 10K or an investor report with the SEC, I want to look at the blockchain data and know that what's happening there on the network is in fact happening. And when I look at Bitcoin SV, one of the things that's very encouraging to me, based on our research, is I can look at the data and I can see that the block size cap, removing that has really actually been showing that block sizes have been rising. And this chart is in log scale, so maybe it doesn't even understates it, but it's been very material in the growth, and it's shown that the ability to grow block sizes. And what that does is, in the next slide that I'm going to talk about, is we've seen a couple of things. Thus far, there's two things I want to point out on this chart. The first on the left side is the transaction fees. It's been very low thus far for the most part of since you guys have launched. And I think that that's very important for enabling several use cases. And on the right side is you have seen several periods where not just transaction fees are low, but the actual average transaction value sent are low. And what that means is very useful. You can have effectively micropayments. And that's a very interesting thing, which I'll talk about in a minute, because it changes the payment dynamic and what you can do on the internet with streaming value and what you can do in terms of use cases that were previously not possible with the current payment systems and the payment rails that we have. And that ability to do streaming value opens up a lot of interesting business internet use cases that we'll discuss. So the next thing, just to point out on Bitcoin SV that I find interesting thus far, is you have seen also transaction throughput, meaning large transaction counts rising very dramatically as well, which is very encouraging for at least the use case that Bitcoin SV is looking to pursue, which is scalable transactions. And we've seen that, and that's been very encouraging. And on the right side, you have data transactions on the blockchain. You can see that a lot of data transactions are as well being used. And this stuff is all very important, as I'll talk about in a minute, just to preface. So from that, one thing that I find important, as we're educating clients, we're educating investors across Wall Street, is to help them think about how cryptocurrency isn't just a currency, but it's also a platform technology for enabling a host of business use cases. And I think that sometimes gets lost with folks who maybe are newer and trying to dive into what this is, because you can look at some of these things and you can say, I can move that money, I can send money around with this, but it gets lost what businesses are doing with it. And that was the purpose of this report, was to dive into a few specific segments of the Bitcoin SV ecosystem across a couple of different industries, and kind of give people an understanding about what these people are doing and what they're enabling and what's unique about that and why. And I won't probably have time for all of them, but I'll go through a few here that I find interesting. But what I will say is, one thing I encourage all of you to do who are here watching this and online is to go to our website, fundstrat.com, and you can find this report, which is one we've made public for the crypto community, because we want to help broaden that exposure. And I highly encourage you to check that out, read about all the other companies in here, go to their websites, learn more, watch their presentations here, because they're going to give great discussions, I'm sure, like the one we just saw previously. And I encourage you to look at that and follow us in our research. So, just of the ones we're going to discuss, this is just a host of a number that are on the Bitcoin SV blockchain. I'm sure there's many more emerging, as you'll see here today and as time grows, and that's very exciting. So one of the first ones I want to discuss is a company that maybe is presenting here called EHR Data. What's interesting about EHR Data is, they're using the blockchain to enable reduce fraud and to give people ownership of their medical records data. And one thing that's unique about that is it has a very interesting impact on the healthcare industry, but more broadly, I actually want to talk about what this kind of means in terms of just the enablement of this data, letting consumers take back their data, and what that means for society more broadly in terms of a number of industries. So if you think about the paradigm of the internet today, generally speaking, consumers host their data, and many of the biggest technology companies, as people have, are taking that data, and it's become a very big business. And if you have a new model emerge, right, not just across healthcare, but across many swaths of the internet society, where consumers take back control of their data and own their data, it creates a different business model paradigm shift. And what I'm talking about here specifically is, if you think about advertising, for example, digital advertising, Google, Facebook, this is really supposed to be, $500 billion market across the U.S. and globally, I'm sorry, within the next few years. And it's a very big market. And if you shift the balance on this from, businesses extracting data from consumers to and getting advertising from it, to consumers owning their data, selling that data back to businesses for an amount, you have a really different business model shift that can do a lot of different things to society across the internet. And I think some of the technologies that are built upon the core of this blockchain here, Bitcoin SV, is useful for really being uniquely able to enable that. And I'm just going to skip through a couple of these here. Just to touch on a couple things for each one. MetaStream, this is interesting because IoT, they're putting a number of data sources on the blockchain. And what this is useful for is tracking big data, right? Connecting the physical world and digital world. And IoT is going to be an $11 trillion market, a very big market. And what I found interesting about Bitcoin SV, unique in this situation, the way you're approaching it is, with the scalability of putting the data on the blockchain, this is something you can't do with probably many other networks unless you're, especially in the public sphere, but you can do in many private enterprise chains. But your scalability allows for large amounts of data to go on that chain. And that's interesting for connecting the physical and digital world. Another one here is BitBoss. They're doing very interesting things to, again, our economy is going digital. You're seeing digital transformation across the entire economy, and especially during COVID. And what they have is they're connecting casinos, the digital side, and they're allowing people to use Bitcoin SV tokens. They're allowing for payments. They have an integrated app. It's built into the blockchain. Very, very interesting, and it's allowed because of some of the more high transaction throughputs, which I find interesting. Another one here, coronavirus. Gaming is a huge industry, as we've seen. It's a very big thing, and as more people move away from sports to esports, to move to online games, you've seen a large growth in that market, very big market. And one thing that's come to us is, we have a lot of companies who are in charge of these games, these matches, and finding transparency in who wins these games, who loses. It's a big deal, especially when you have sports tournaments and there's millions of dollars on the line. And making sure that you have an audible truth on that that's not controlled by one company is very interesting because even if you have a consortium of these companies, how much trust do you have in the system? And what they do by putting some of the games online, putting some of the moves online, I think that's very interesting, and I think might be something that gamers demand in the future. Marathon browser. So one of the unique things that the Genesis upgrade and the shift towards the MetaNet has focused on is transforming Bitcoin SV from being more of a digital payments engine to also enabling another layer of internet applications. And I think that's something that's possibly lost on many people who look at cryptocurrency and think about crypto as just this payment tool. And I think what's unique is, as I'll talk about in a second, many projects, crypto projects, are looking to reinvent the internet. And you guys are doing it in your own very unique way. And what we're seeing when you store a distributed architecture of nodes across the world, and you have big data held right from websites, from things, whether it's different websites, whether it's different media files across a broad swath of this new internet architecture, right? Taking it out of centralized cloud providers, putting it on a blockchain architecture, and then you overlay another layer of network on top of that, and then you have effectively the portal to access that. And you can create this different internet architecture that's not housed by Tencent, Alibaba, Google, Google Cloud, AWS, And you can actually change the dynamic of that possibly in the future. That could be something very interesting. We're looking to see how that unfolds, what that could mean for the cloud industry, which is already a $400 billion industry and growing very fast. So we think that that's interesting. And back to the advertising model, another interesting advertising thing that we're seeing is if you think about internet business models today, generally speaking, there's really two types of business models that exist. There's advertising and there's subscription transaction. And if you think about what a new type of technology can do to potentially change the business landscape on these is, we've just talked about what could happen with changing advertising to data ownership and how that could kind of cut through to giving consumers back value, right, instead of paying through the advertisers to the middleman. Another model that we see today is this one, Tonic Pal. It's giving people the ability to do advertising to their friends, but with micropayments. And what this is interesting because if you look at instead of giving people subscription models, you can take it to a more minute detail. It's an unbundling. People probably remember the unbundling of the cable networks when internet came online, right? You would buy Hulu, you change, these things change. And we could potentially be seeing an unbundling of many subscription models with just the technology of streaming micropayments and what that could enable, as well as a change, again, back from advertisers taking our data and, pushing products on us, right, that we may or may not want, but also to this new model of we have our data, we get paid for that data, people pay us to look at these things, to look at different campaigns, and it's a very unique structure for how the internet could evolve, and I'm watching it very closely to see what happens with this and what new business models are invented. And another one that we'll talk about quickly is an API service. Because you can have smart contracts, because you can do streaming micropayments, APIs are a very big industry. If you look at much of some of the very billion-dollar companies today have really just become built on APIs. Twilio, other ones like Plaid, you're seeing an unbundling of the internet stacks and a lot of these internet services that exist. And you're getting really specialization in these companies where companies are just doing APIs and providing those APIs as a service to other companies, and you're building these layers. And this is very unique because it allows you to monetize that API as a developer with streaming micropayments every time someone does a call. And I think that that's very unique for what this could enable in terms of a layering of the internet stack and what different business applications could be built. And in my industry, finance, we've all know that there's been a big push towards really quantitative investment. And I think something unique here that I'm seeing as we think about what could happen with many assets on many blockchains and even beyond just financial assets, right? If you tokenize things, if you tokenize different parts of society, right, you can take big data, you can do different analysis on that, right, across a number of different asset classes, and you can create a lot of efficiencies, and that could be useful for the capital markets. And I think that could be very interesting to see how that unfolds as well. InChain, obviously the company behind BSV in terms of the many of the development initiatives that happen. You can see here the things that I'm talking about really span across a broad swath of industries, and they help people incorporate that. And I'm looking forward to seeing what types of new internet and innovative crypto blockchain solutions come out of this across a number of industries. And one last thing I want to leave you all with is a speaker who just spoke, Tal. But I find it very interesting because people think about them probably potentially as just a mining company. And as they just talked about, I think it's much more than that the potential could be in the future for many of the crypto networks that we see existing, but BSV in particular as well, which is many of these internet architectures, you can look at these things, and especially the companies that support it in the infrastructure side, almost as a reinventing again of the cloud. And the cloud computing, it's been a very big shift that we've seen these days. And people thought the cloud, people think the cloud will never end. But I think at some point, we could see a change in that dynamic, and you could see a change towards many of these computing architectures that we're building today. And it's just beyond, it's more than just mining, right? It's a reinventing of how many business models could potentially change in the future. And that's something that we're keeping a very close eye on and we're very excited about. And with that, I thank you guys for your time.
Good afternoon, New York. Hello, CoinGeek. My name is Patrick Prince, and I'm the Europe and Operations Manager of the Bitcoin Association. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the next panel. It's on digital asset investments, real utility, real value. We're here live from the new headquarters of the Bitcoin Association out of Zug, the crypto valley in Switzerland. I'm excited because we have 4 excellent panelists with extensive experience dealing with investors in the digital asset space. And they are dealing both with retail and qualified investors. And my very own professional background is on the sell side and on the buy side. So I'm particularly looking forward to exchanging perspectives and learning from 4 of the great speakers here. So we welcome back on stage in New York, David Ryder, who we have just heard, the Director and Lead Digital Asset Strategist at Fundstrat Global Advisors. Also in New York, we have Joshua Lim. He's the Head of Derivatives at Genesis Global Trading. From Toronto, Canada, we have Stefan Olet, CEO and co-founder of Front Financial. And with me here in Zug is Luca von Wittenbach, who is representing institutional services and products at Bitcoin Swiss. Gentlemen, welcome. As we've just heard from David in his prior presentation, I will jump right into it and invite our 3 other panelists to give a quick introduction of their company and tell us how you engage with investors. Would you like to start, Joshua?
Yeah, certainly. So my name is Joshua Lim. I work as the head of derivatives trading at Genesis Global Trading. Our firm is focused on providing sort of institutional level services for asset managers, for companies in the space, and you know, our set of products is sort of intended to import a lot of the ideas that you have in traditional markets into crypto. So you know, a lot of what we do, it revolves around providing liquidity, spot trading, and derivatives, as well as financing and providing funding to our counterparties.
Stefan?
Great, thank you, Patrick. Yeah, very similar to what Josh described. At FRNT, our goal is to increase institutional participation in crypto trading generally. And for us, that focus tends to center around generalist asset managers, hedge fund managers, the idea that ultimately we would make crypto an asset class that they trade as easily as they would equities or fixed income, and they'll get morning calls on such products, et cetera. And we do this ultimately through offering cash-settled swap-style products. We trade crypto blocks. We offer treasury management services and general advisory. And we generally focus more on the alpha generation side. So while much of the pitch in crypto is very beta, buy and hold, we find a lot of market inefficiencies in the space, and that's what we're really looking to pitch to our customers. In terms of our BSV participation, I think we're one of the largest BSV traders, that we know of, both for internally and for client transactions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And Luca, do you want to tell us more about what Bitcoin Swiss does and how you personally engaged with investors?
Yes, thank you very much, Patrick. So from our side, Bitcoin Swiss, I'm working in the institutional services department to support institutional investors on tailor-made solutions that we're offering for them on the demand side. On top of that, Bitcoin Swiss was founded in 2013 by Nicholas Nikolaisen, and over a successful track record over the last 7 years, we became the largest financial provider in the cryptocurrency industry. So last year, we also applied for the banking license to become a fully regulated Swiss bank in the next upcoming month. Now, the timeline in this regard can extend, of course, between 6 to 12 months. So the main offering on our side is actually a hybrid strategy where we cover the retail demand on a fully automated solution and institutional investor with a personalized solution approach from the entire client interaction to tailor the demand.
Great. So David, I have been a diligent reader of your Fundstrat piece on BSV use cases. For me, it was outstanding because it was the very first report that I've read across all protocols, which focuses really on companies building. And no one sells the internet. We sell businesses building services and offering utility on the internet. So just to draw an analogy, I think it felt extremely tangible to read this report. And it's easy to take this piece and present it to investors in the space, because for many it's very abstract topic. So what is your general approach to research, and how might BSV differ in this case?
Thanks for that. And I appreciate that you enjoyed the report. I think from my perspective, in terms of our research, we take a bottoms-up fundamental approach with many of the projects that we see in the industry and in the space, and with Bitcoin SV in particular. So I think that from that bottoms-up fundamental approach that I'm looking at over understanding the business use cases, understanding the long-term value drivers, just like you would understand the company and the earnings and the revenue, and what that does for the asset and for the value as an investor, we take a similar approach. And if I think about many of the, as you mentioned, businesses being built on Bitcoin SV, I think you're right. It is misunderstood kind of how the technology is applied. And I thought that was something that we felt was important to bring out. In terms of what it means for Bitcoin SV, I think that you guys are taking a very unique approach. Everyone in the space is also doing something a little different. I think that's great because like the internet, we're tinkering, we're trying to figure out what the right model is. And I think that some people think there'll be one solution that emerges. I think it's possible, but I also think that it's also possible that we get a lot of different niche, use case specific type of very, very powerful players that emerge. And I think that you guys are doing some very interesting things with the way you're approaching it to enable some business use cases across a number of different industries. And I'm very excited to see how that unfolds.
Fantastic. Luca, can you share some more insights with us how Bitcoin Swiss does research?
Absolutely. So on our side, we have the research department that is led by Dr. Raphael Huber on our side. So we basically have a couple of various business streams in this regard. We have a bi-weekly literature piece, the so-called Decrypt on our side, where we cover the latest technological advances in the crypto space. On top of that, we do some individual research on interesting topic, such as one of these was the Bitcoin SV research report that we also issued. And we have our main publication once a year, the outlook for the biggest events that are upcoming in the next year.
I can't wait for BSV to be part of this. Stefan, how does Front Financial help its investors? How do you approach framing investment decisions? And also, how do you cover a BSV? And have you covered it before? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I'll take it over to Joshua. Please go ahead.
Sorry, what was that?
Okay, yeah, we just take a cue on Stefan here. Joshua, if a newcomer comes to the digital asset industry, what is the approach you take to get them started on learning and educating themselves about the different protocols and the utility they provide?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the approach when we're dealing with a new client really depends on the nature of the business, the kind of approach to investing that they take. So there's certainly a lot of people that come to us that take more of a retail investment approach, right? Guys that are sort of allocating their personal wealth. And a lot of times, they spend a little bit of time thinking about they're willing to take a little bit more risk. They're willing to sort of try to understand which protocols are likely to be long-term successful. They look at a lot of things like community engagement. They see kind of like the social media around different projects. And I think those are all useful things to kind of think about, right? On the flip side, if you think about kind of how long-term investors and sort of institutional investors approach the space, it tends to be very concentrated on the large cap token holdings, like the sort of Bitcoins, BSVs, ETH, those types of names where they've demonstrated some permanence, they've demonstrated some store value thesis sort of use case that as more and more sort of financial users of those assets emerge, it's sort of a self-sustaining and sort of self-reinforcing trend. So I think it really depends on the mentality of the investor and kind of what they're looking for. But obviously, once you get past that stage of sort of educating them about the different assets, there's a longer education process about how to trade it, how to get liquidity, how to manage an order that's outsized relative to market liquidity, how to store those assets, whether it's like using Genesis as a custodian or another firm, and then sort of how to manage that position over time, right? In terms of obviously crypto moves around a lot. There's a lot of volatility. You want to protect your downside. You want to hedge. You want to generate yield on it. Do you want to lend it out? Do you want to override it with calls? Things like that, where you can sort of maintain that position over time. And those are all kind of things that us and the other panelists that are speaking here, I'm sure all of our firms are sort of focused on educating people that there are financial tools that you can use similar to like traditional markets in crypto.
Yeah, no, it's very well understood. I mean, the topic is complex, in particular from anyone who looks from the kind of outside in. So all the work your companies do is very much appreciated. I was notified that we have Stefan back, so I let him answer the question that I posed earlier. So Stefan, how does Front Financial help its investors, and what coverage have you done on BSV so far, if I may ask?
Yeah, sorry about that. So our communication with our investors is very often real time. So we'll provide intraday commentaries on large market moves, which has been very common within the BSV ecosystem. In addition, some of the exchange dynamics are a little bit more complicated with BSV, so that's taken a lot of explanation with our clients and in addition to that, we put out daily sales notes where BSV, just being a very topical coin, has come into our fold many times. I think that just with the amount that we've drafted in BSV over the years, just the explanation of the general philosophy behind the coin and how the financing and all that has been a big part of our discussions with investors generally.
Thank you. Luca, are there any key criteria which you look at when trying to differentiate between the different protocols?
From a company perspective, we're not an active investor in this regard. But what we see, of course, also from our biggest investors, one very crucial part for the large holders to enter the market is definitely market capacity provided by the liquidity in the market. So not only offer we the market the sourcing of the liquidity that we can provide across the exchanges, which is just one crucial aspect, but the critical long-term criteria of their crypto investment differentiates on their portfolio holdings, which in most cases we're not fully aware of in this regard. But we see them mainly focusing between still multiple targets that we all know from the famous trilemma, be it scalability, security, or decentralization, which are always key drivers for their investments, what we see.
Okay. So, many people actually don't know, but what drove me into the industry was that I, together with the team, also started building, because I felt it significantly steepens my learning curve as I, can try, test, experiment, building on Bitcoin. And it's really the performance and the efficiency that brought me then to Bitcoin SV and made me join this team to learn more. So, David, how do you performance measure things like scalability or transaction fees? Do you think investors are already looking at such KPIs? Does it matter today to them?
Well, I think yes, it must matter to some extent. I think that from again, just to back up, I think it's important to think about what the use case is and where it's being used. I think ultimately none of this technology will be valuable unless it solves a real problem for people in a way that is useful to them and they're willing to pay for that. And I think when you can do that, and I think there's many projects like Bitcoin SV that are doing that in unique ways. And to your use case in particular, as opposed to something that's trying to be more of just a very big transaction flow, very high fee thing, or different types of networks. I think transaction fees for what you're trying to enable are absolutely pivotal if you're going to do the use cases you are. And I think that type of scalability is key. If you're going to have businesses develop these new types of applications, and as the market grows for that, I think that demand and value should grow over time. If assuming you can continue to attract users, businesses, and activity on the network.
Brilliant, Joshua. We've seen the ICO craze, then initial exchange offerings, and more recently the hype around DeFi on Ethereum. This brings a lot of attention of kind of the outside world to the digital asset investment space. How do you help, though, your investors to differentiate between tokens that are kind of less of a sustainable project versus those that have real potential?
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point, right? There have been many sort of market cycles. In crypto, everything tends to be very compressed and sort of like 10x speed. So yeah, I think DeFi is sort of the latest sort of bubble, if you will, something that is attracting a lot of attention, a lot of investment, and ultimately there's going to be a lot of good technology that comes out of it, but there's also going to be a lot of failed projects and things that are down 99% at the end of the day. I think the types of things that make a project useful and successful and I think value additive are things like adding transparency, right? So projects like the lending protocols that you see today. Lending is certainly a corner of the market that Genesis is sort of like a big centralized lender, right, to the space. And we've always been sort of very, very involved there. And I think for us, we see it as beneficial to see a lot more transparency and it creates a lot more volume and transaction flow for us as well. You see a lot of people interacting across different liquidity pools to us as well. I think it can only be beneficial to get more of that just because there's more involvement. I think another way to create value is to return sort of fees and revenues back to users, and you kind of see that through phenomena like yield farming, things like fees accruing in liquidity pools, things like that. Those are all things that will create value for the ultimate users of a product. And then I think the third thing that gives a project durability is just its composability with other projects in the ecosystem, right? So that's why this idea, whether it's on ETH or BSV, this idea of multiple projects that are interacting on chain and using the data that's available and the code that's available to other projects in a kind of interlocking way. I think that's very powerful, and it's really the big driver, I think, of most of the innovation of 2020.
Yes, I very much agree. Stefan, so we have recently seen a trend that increasingly BTC was wrapped in Ethereum. And just yesterday, someone from the BSV community put forward a proposal how to wrap Ethereum in BSV. It seems like there is a push towards gaining efficiency. How do you follow this trend? How do you perceive it? And why is it that investors might still, or builders might still refrain from building on BSV directly? What do you think is it that holds them back?
I think that there's one of the biggest pitfalls of crypto investment is just getting attracted to the latest shiny object. We saw it a lot in some of the large protocols that came out in 2017 and 2018, and then again with the ICO craze, and we're definitely seeing it again in DeFi. And I think for an ecosystem like BSV, what's really important is, while there's some trends that you can look to make sure you're not missing out on if there's real innovation happening, really focusing on what, on the vision, I think is one of the strengths of the BSV ecosystems, as opposed to some of the other ecosystems where, something quick happens, some hyped coin comes in, and everyone shifts their focus to this trend that might be, up and down within a 6-month period. And really, that's how you see good projects start to pivot away from different items. So I personally something like a wrapped BTC doesn't really strike me as a major innovation. I think a lot of it has to do with people wanting to get all of their assets towards some of these yield farming protocols, which I think are very dangerous trades in a lot of circumstances. So something like a wrap, some of these wrapped, I'd just be very careful that when you see something just explode with assets, to take that in this space, that's a sign that this is something that is sustainable for the long term. I mean, there's so many false positives in crypto on this side, and I tend to think a lot of what we're seeing in DeFi and wrap BTC being one of them is such. So I'd be careful at allocating resources away from the existing path and towards that.
Yes, I mean, based on my own experience, having meetings with investors from inside and outside the industry, I think the vision is often aligned, but the way of how to get there and what it takes, there we have a different opinion. It almost feels like people hold portfolios of, a ton of intranets and not really recognizing yet the value of one single global data network, i.e. the internet, just to draw an analogy. But this is my view. I'm just wondering, Luca, what can be done to drive a focus more on building utility, building real use cases on the protocols?
Mm-hmm. I think an important part is also what Joshua mentioned before, that the crypto industry can actually sometimes be at 10x warp speed in their entire business cycles. So there, of course, it's definitely a beautiful landscape for a high volatility asset for short-term traders with a short investment horizon. So to actually target the interest of the long-term investors and the fundamental investors, to actually look on the underlying objectives, how they value the long-term intrinsic, if we want to say intrinsic value of the protocol, that has to start not only with research, but definitely also from the blockchain system itself. It would drive the value upwards if we have nice user interfaces that gather all the data that already is existent on the blockchain to transparently make it available for researchers, data analysts, and investors to do their own research with a nicely aggregated data package that would be available for them and tools to fit the screening.
Fully agree. It's certainly a nice data on-chain use case. David, in your discussions with qualified investors, and I understand it's primarily qualified investors you talk to exclusively, has there been interest on investing into ventures as well?
Yeah, I think that if you look back at the history of crypto as it's emerged in the industry, I think that, early on, the focus was much more heavily on, okay, let's invest on companies around this ecosystem. That's where you saw the Coinbases, you saw the Krakens, you see the, the infrastructure businesses getting built, to support the space. And as opposed, from at least traditional investors generally, not retail, who've kind of more gravitated early towards the digital crypto assets themselves. And I think that, both parts of these ecosystems will grow together, and they have. You've seen as one part grows, the other part tends to grow. And it's kind of self-fulfilling on each other. And I think just like investors have their public market exposure to equities or liquid bonds, and they have their private equity exposure and their venture exposure, I think that the same dynamic will unfold with this industry over time, where people take a portfolioed approach to how they manage that exposure to the industry and the growth overall. And I think that that's probably the wise way to do it, because as you go through these different cycles, the boom and bust cycles obviously affect the companies, but valuations in the private market don't change the same way. Businesses continue to build steadily, and if you don't have that same liquid market dynamic, I think that it's a good way to manage volatility, to manage a portfolio of assets. So I think both are useful, and we're seeing interest in both. one thing that I do think is more interesting today is we are seeing more interest from mainstream investors in the liquid side, and I think that I think that'll continue to grow as education does as well.
I see you nodding, Joshua. Is this an experience you can share?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was just thinking, I think we're all very fortunate to work in this industry where crypto in particular just draws from so many different corners of, old world finance, right? Like we're all in some ways like venture capitalists. We're all in some ways like macro discretionary traders. We're all in some ways like systematic quant traders. And like our day-to-day is a mixture of all those things because the asset class itself is very nascent. And you kind of have to by necessity, right? You have to understand yield curves. You have to understand, how to trade illiquid assets. You have to understand, macro dynamics and monetary policy and things like that. And then you have to understand, things like tokenomics, right? Things like how to seed stage investors into some new token impact, supply coming out, 3, 6, 9 months, 12 months out, and how that'll impact price dynamics. So things like that are part of the repertoire for any trader, investor in the space, and it's great. I mean, it's great. It's just a great industry to be in.
Lovely. Stefan, looking forward, kind of in the near term and also long term future, what is your expectation? How will the digital asset industry evolve?
It's a big question. Yeah, I mean, I think right now that there is still kind of a polychain versus single chain debate going on. I think that's very real. I mean, it's come up a couple times in this panel, and I think that a lot of what will be decided is will come of this space will iterate from that. Whether or not there's really one network that evolves and then there's other solutions built on top of that network, or whether it's a polychain network system that evolves. I think that's still kind of the core debate that's happening in terms of what the digital asset space looks like. Because coming off of that, I think that you'll really start to see whether or not on-chain operability gets built, or whether or not it's kind of a layer 2 solution that gets built, which will really be the key drivers in terms of what this looks like. I mean, you look at something like the Ethereum ecosystem right now; it's very contradictory to itself. At the same time that the core development team looks to be moving to a proof of stake model next year, all the coins that are rallying related to Ethereum, or a big chunk of coins that are rallying related to Ethereum, are layer 2 solutions. So even amongst the protocol, they haven't decided really which way that they're going to go, let alone the ecosystem as a whole. So I think that that's really going to be the decider of how the space looks.
Yes, I think a lot of uncertainty still. Joshua, do you want to share some final thoughts around your expectation for the future of this segment within the digital asset industry?
Yeah, I mean, I expect the trend towards decentralization to continue. I think even expanding to like other instruments, more derivatives on chain, maybe even a trend towards DEXs being more heavily used than centralized exchanges. Like a new story just came out actually before this panel about BitMEX and kind of the DOJ and the CFTC cracking down against some of the founders there. I think that will have a negative impact on centralized venues for sure, and that could bleed over more into decentralized venues.
Luca, your final thoughts around what does the future bring for Bitcoin Swiss besides the banking licensing?
Absolutely. I would like to actually add on to Joshua's point here directly. In addition to the decentralized venues, I think the centralized venues still have a valid point in the future, but only if they fully confirm and are regulatory compliant. So I think we will go in a binary choice where you're either fully decentralized or centralized, but fully properly regulated, like Patrick said, and where we're aiming to become a Swiss bank and security dealer as well in the future to offer services that are properly audited, and we're not speculating on a smart contract for yield farming to earn 1000% APIs, because that pricing has the underlying smart contract risk priced in. So I think it will go in a binary decision where the centralized institution have to be fully compliant and regulatory conform.
Okay. And Stefan, how does From Financial position for the future, and what do you expect?
Well, I really think that the real untapped opportunity in crypto continues to be around these institutional asset managers, and that word has kind of become, very heavily used. But I mean, the reality of the situation is that, from all of us that work on the sell side in traditional finance, none of our old clients are trading crypto on a regular basis. So I think that institutional participation, will not only bring in a huge amount of capital into the space, but it'll also bring around, much more policing of spreads on a regular basis. It'll reduce volatility, and it'll really be able to move the ecosystem into that next phase where, person on the street feels comfortable holding coin in their pocket because they feel as though it's reasonably priced, and they're not going to, see some hugely volatile swing that reduces their wealth. And I think that institutional investors play a large part in that. So that's what we're trying to do at Front, get them involved.
Very well put. I mean, I think we can thank all of you for the valuable service that you do, because you draw attention to a fairly new evolving space, and capital is always a start. So thank you for your time, gentlemen. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference, and I'm looking forward to the next speaker. Thank you.
Welcome back to CoinGeek Live. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker for the day and one of our big names for this conference. We talk a lot in the Bitcoin SV ecosystem about the importance of building a legally compliant, regulation-friendly industry, as well as specific BSV ecosystem. And it's important to both do that while also encouraging innovation in blockchain technology. To speak to you about this very important topic, we are thrilled to have a U.S. Congressman representing the 9th District of Florida. He was elected in 2016. He is co-chair of the Congressional Blockchain Caucus, which is a bipartisan group that helps to spur innovation in blockchain development, as well as help shape the role of Congress in that effort. He's here today to talk about that balance between innovation and regulation to protect all interests. Please join me in welcoming to the virtual stage, because he's appearing virtually, Representative Darren Soto.
Thanks for having me here with CoinGeek at your conference today. Obviously, the innovation and potential of blockchain and cryptocurrency, among other applications, has exponential possibilities and growth, and looking forward to having a great conversation on the work we're doing here in the United States Congress as we speak.
Would you like to give us a presentation first, or we want to go straight to some questions?
Oh, straight to some questions. I've had some of them in advance, and we have a lot to go over. But I think through the questions that you've provided, you'll get a much better picture of the work that's being done.
Okay, no problem. So I know you have been sponsoring several pieces of legislation recently related to blockchain technology. Would you like to tell our audience about them and the state of some of them?
Sure. So when I first got into the Congress, let me start with why we've taken such an interest in this. I was sitting with my wife after a long day, and she had seen the Facebook hearings that we saw a little while ago, back in 2017, and really saw that there was a lack of real knowledge in the Congress on technology. And so it was an area that I was very interested in helping out, since I use all sorts of technology all the time, everything from social media, obviously, to technology with cell phones and computers and the like. And we see there's such a potential for cryptocurrency. We've had a couple big wins, but I want to start with some of the important issues that blockchain has done already. We are in the midst of a pandemic right now, and we all know how difficult things are. And the United States faced a big issue starting in February about how we were going to start to treat COVID. And it was through the use of artificial intelligence and data, some secured by blockchain, others secured by more old school methods, that we were able to narrow it down to 12 different antiviral drugs. One of them was remdesivir, and that proved to be critical to being able to resolve a therapeutic that is now saving lives, not only in the United States, but across the nation. And really gets to the big issues on blockchain about, if we secure our data through this fixed ledger, through the distributive ledger technology, and we can harness the ability of artificial intelligence, issues like resolving which antiviral drug we should use in a pandemic, how we aggregate in a decentralized fashion different information points to combat healthcare challenges or issues related to climate change and others. Really, the applications are limitless. And then just recently, in specifically the cryptocurrency space, we passed the first two major standalone bills as incorporated in a major piece of legislation this week related to blockchain generally. And that's HR 8153, which directs the Department of Commerce in consultation with the Federal Trade Commission to conduct a study and submit to Congress a report on the state of blockchain technology and commerce, including its use to reduce fraud and increase security. And then HR 2154, which directs the FTC to submit to Congress a report and recommendation on unfair deceptive trade practices. Specifically, the report asked the FTC for legislative recommendations for how to further protect consumers and promotion of innovation in a global digital token sector. These bills are building on amendments we already got into the last appropriations package in 2020 for this year that is using blockchain for food traceability. We were able to get in tax clarification for transactions related to cryptocurrency for the IRS, which they released their first new standards in the last 5 years just recently. And the bills really build upon language where we already started funding, looking at ways to combat fraud and promote innovation. And then finally, in the National Defense Authorization Act, which is our main policy bill for the military every year, last year we were able to get in language for the Armed Services Committee. Get it? Yes, I hear you.
Fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Do you want to tell us more about that particular piece of? Yes, I can. Do you want to tell us more about that final piece of legislation?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we, sorry, I'm heard someone else on the line. So the last thing is we're getting the Department of Defense to brief the Armed Services Committee on applications of blockchain. And really exciting, in this year's NDAA, which has passed the House but isn't in law yet, it would require a qualitative edge in the technology for our military, which would really free up both dollars and innovation to increase the use of blockchain in cybersecurity and in keeping our networks and our military safe. So a lot going on, obviously, and look forward to your other questions.
Sure. I'm glad you focused upon the use of blockchain technology for things such as traceability of food and products, as well as use of data for helping to address public situations such as COVID-19, as well as fighting fraud. We believe in the Bitcoin SV ecosystem very much in using the data ledger for honesty and traceability. What got you so interested in blockchain technologies used for such kind of purposes that are both technological but also serve a public good?
Well, in addition to getting into the tech space in general, knowing that there's a real education curve here in Congress, I'm really motivated by the fact that we have a complex world and we need to have secure data. Utilizing that in conjunction with artificial intelligence, I believe we could resolve some of the biggest issues we face as a human race. Our planet is warming, and it's going to take both data from across the world, as well as computing beyond even human comprehension to really figure out how we can bend the curve in climate change. And when we look at major problems like rolling out stimulus checks or utilizing distribution networks for personal protective equipment for our first responders during the pandemic, we urged the federal government to utilize blockchain technology to help assist with that. While they declined at that point, we obviously have other victories we've already had. But data security is so important, and having the fixed ledger makes sure that we don't see the types of hacks that other technology is still vulnerable to. So I look at the potential to helping solve some of the world's most complex problems, something that being in the United States Congress, I'm tasked with doing. The potential between AI and the security of a decentralized blockchain ledger really give us hope that we can solve a lot of these major problems facing our planet.
I don't know how much you pay attention to all of the scaling initiatives as well as scaling battles that have happened in the blockchain space, but for your vision of blockchain technology's great usage for such purposes, including artificial intelligence-driven efforts, how much do you think the current technology platforms in blockchain need to scale big?
Well, this has been a conversation we've had with the Department of Defense. Well, I can't go into all those issues. I can tell you, though, that this is why we need to invest more funding for scale so that we can solve some of these major problems that the scalability may not be there for. So I'm not as worried about it as I view it as an obstacle that we need to fund and innovate to overcome and then be able to use larger scale applications.
Let's talk about exchanges for a moment. I know one of the other pieces of legislation you've been involved in sponsoring is the Digital Commodity Exchange Act of 2020, which is designed to help fill a regulatory gap, some people would say exists, between the CFTC and the SEC in the United States by authorizing essentially the CFTC to create a scheme to register and govern digital asset exchanges for digital commodities. Could you tell us a bit about that and the goals of that legislation?
Sure. Our overall goal is to establish the jurisdiction between the CFTC, the FTC, and the SEC with regard to digital assets, including cryptocurrency. We know it could be a commodity, it could be a currency, it could sometimes be a future, and in rare cases, it could be a security. And so this bill seeks to establish rules of the road and jurisdiction for CFTC, but we need to run the full gamut. Right now, there's a lot of confusion out there, and that concerns me because I've heard a lot of new firms entering into this space are paying as much as 50% in legal fees because there's regulatory uncertainty, and no industry can survive if there's that much uncertainty. So this is part of that goal to establish the jurisdictional continuum. And really, it's exciting because we're going to be establishing a new asset, a digital asset, rather than trying to fit cryptocurrency in definitions of investments and currency that really date back decades in the 20th century. So this is one of several bills together with the Token Taxonomy Act and Digital Taxonomy Act that seek overall the larger goal of establishing the jurisdiction between various agencies and also the definition of when it fits into one of those different jurisdictions.
Well, I know something that would definitely help in the United States is clarity about whether there should be one federal regulatory scheme for digital asset exchanges or state-by-state approaches, which are cumbersome from a compliance perspective. When I was a lawyer, I'd had clients approach me and say, we'd want to enter the United States with some fintech business, but the cost and burden of complying with these 40-plus state laws is immense. What do you think the likelihoods of success are in getting that type of legislation enacted so that the U.S. is more like other countries which have one national regulatory scheme for asset exchanges?
There's no doubt that cryptocurrency should be regulated through interstate commerce at the federal level. Because the federal government has been slow to do so, states have filled in the gap, creating this patchwork of laws and jurisdictions. And obviously, this is hurting innovation, even though we have a lot of great startups here in the United States. So what we seek to do is establish a federal regime, preempt state laws in many cases, not entirely. And we think that that could encourage more firms to be able to go nationwide. And so a lot of these bills that we just discussed are there to try to establish that federal framework under interstate commerce, which is one of our main responsibilities in the Congress. I will say before 3 years ago, back in 2017, we were just starting to get committee meetings on these subjects, and then it got into the 2020 budget, which we passed out in 2019, on the first real legislation in the appropriations process that I've discussed already. And now we passed our first major blockchain bills out of the House just this week that I discussed early on as well. So there's a building momentum definitely on the federal level. There is also some lack of consensus in the industry, which that's why we are doing a little more of a slow roll in this and having the agencies respond with these bills. These bills call upon them to send us reports to Congress. It gives a little more time for the industry to try to assess more standard definitions and opinions on jurisdiction and taxes and things like that. But ultimately, the ship is starting to leave the port now with the bill getting out of the House. We've had a lot of interest from the Senate, so I think there's a really good chance those bills will pass into law before the end of this year. And certainly, whether it's input to the FTC, whether it's input to the Department of Commerce or to the Congress itself, you're going to see a window over this next year that's going to be critical because we're going to have to start making final decisions. I know everybody wants to have input and wants to see it one way or another, but I would imagine we could see a new regime as early as 2021 after this bill gets into law, probably 2021, 2022. So that window is going to be key for input as we get to establishing these jurisdictions and the definitions.
Let's talk a moment about the Blockchain Innovation Act, another piece of legislation you're involved in sponsoring. It's, I believe, HR 8128. It seeks to create, ultimately, a blockchain center for excellence within the Department of Commerce. Could you tell us what activities that Blockchain Center for Excellence would do and how that would help companies, for example, in our Bitcoin SV blockchain ecosystem?
Well, part of it is going to be promoting innovation and research dollars and having a national coordinated effort. And it's a step towards potentially having an agency that just works on the entire blockchain space. That's going to be hard to do since we have cryptocurrency, for instance, can be in several different jurisdictions. So at least we want to coordinate the innovation and research and applications throughout the agencies. So as far as on the overall blockchain effort of using the technology for security and aggregating data in a fixed ledger, that would be where we would really utilize this new potential office in the Department of Commerce is where we're looking at putting it. While on the cryptocurrency space itself, I still suspect you're going to have 2 to 3 agencies, depending on the nature of the asset, which is why the definitions will be key, regulating that specific space and aspect of cryptocurrency.
Now, a lot of companies in the digital currency and blockchain space are concerned about over-regulation because they want the freedom to be able to innovate and experiment with projects, ventures, products, and even different types of financial assets. How do you suggest that balance best be achieved between regulation and innovation? And what do you think companies in our ecosystem can do to help contribute to productive outcomes to balance that?
You're going to see initial legislation be what we refer to as light touch legislation that would be a lot like when a lot of the internet startup companies were just emerging in the late 90s, early 2000s. So there'll be just a few basic goals. 1, establishing jurisdiction. 2, establishing definitions of when a digital asset is a currency versus a future versus a commodity versus, in rare cases, a security. And then just basic provisions on innovation and anti-fraud, consumer protection. From there, a lot of it will be established through the different agencies through regulations that they have to publish proposed rules on. There'll be input from the industry. And if we feel that the agencies are going too far, we could always supersede any regulation with a new law. So right now, those are the main goals. We're not looking to regulate every aspect of it, but we do want to make sure people have reliable definitions for what aspect of cryptocurrency they may be using so they know, okay, this is something that is going to be utilized more as a currency to pay for different goods. Okay, this type of offering is going to be representative of a commodity in the future or in the present, or this is going to be used to finance a new company where it could be more like a security. So these are the things we want to get the taxonomy down correctly for so that people know what they're facing regulatory wise. But we have very simple goals that I've elaborated that we're going to start with, and then through the regulatory process, that a lot of you will have a lot of input on potential future decisions.
Now, the Congressional Blockchain Caucus is a bipartisan group that shares this interest in encouraging innovation while balancing regulation. How much have you seen that there is bipartisan support for the initiatives that your caucus is leading, or are there still differences of opinion based upon where some legislators fall across the political aisle?
So our main obstacle is more educating the Congress, not partisanship. Most people in the Congress only have a limited understanding of these technologies. Now, the good news is you have some of us who have more profound understanding. However, I'll tell you, a lot of the innovation is still, it's going to be led by the private sector. The greatest innovators, the most knowledgeable folks, to a large extent, are in the private sector developing these emerging technologies. But you have some members like myself and others in the caucus who are fairly comfortable, and we have a pretty competent staff who keep up on the emerging trends. So the main obstacle is educating the rest of the Congress, which is why the report from both the FTC and Commerce are going to be so key, because that is one of our agencies, or both of them are agencies that will be giving us feedback on where they think the laws should be. And then, of course, that's going to give an additional amount of reassurance to members of Congress who, may have some ignorance or fear of cryptocurrency. I believe it to be another important way to do business. We've always had different types of currencies, whether it's foreign currency, whether it's gold, whether it's commodities or stocks. There's always been ways to exchange things. And this is another great tool. And particularly when we're talking about small businesses doing international transactions, especially if they're providing services, and sometimes with goods, it breaks down transactional costs through cryptocurrency. And then remittances, folks who are here in the United States or in other countries that have economic prosperity and are sending funds back to their families in other countries that may be struggling. Both those areas, I think cryptocurrency is going to knock down transactional costs to these things. So there's a lot of applications that we could push forward. And the main thing is to educate the Congress. As the industry matures, when to do more, when to regulate more, when to have different revenue sources and things like that, there will be debates over that could end up being more of a partisan nature, or sometimes you have common ground. Think about where, again, going back to startups in internet and social media were back in the 90s and early 2000s versus the kind of debates we have now. There was really only very few laws to regulate them back then because we wanted to advance the technology. We wanted to provide some safe harbors for innovation. We wanted American companies to compete and be leaders in the space. So there's a united effort behind that at this point, as cryptocurrency is still in somewhat of a nation state, as the laws haven't been thoroughly established yet, and firms are still innovating a lot of the technology, and new markets are forming. So, we just need to continue to have great communication between Congress, the FTC, the Department of Commerce, and others as we go through on this, so that we get it right for the initial wave of laws, which will again be there to foster innovation and just prevent the most blatant types of fraud and anti-consumer behavior that most companies aren't involved in.
I'm glad you keep drawing the analogy to the internet venture boom of the 1990s and early 2000s. I think you and I are about roughly the same age, and I remember that boom as a young lawyer at the time working in this space. And one of the things I saw is a lot of effort by the industry to stave off undue regulation by self-governance, self-regulatory efforts. How much would you recommend that companies in blockchain and digital currency ecosystems like ours try to develop industry best practices or self-regulatory type efforts to promote good practice in order to win the confidence of governments for avoiding unnecessary regulation?
Well, when industries have good self-regulatory practices, one, it provides a great idea to just simply incorporate those into law or regulation. And now you have industry standards that work built by consensus that now are the rules, and everybody feels comfortable with them because they've already been working by them. So there's a natural evolution just by doing that alone. And we have, I serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee, as was mentioned earlier. We regulate every Fortune 500 company in America, pretty much most of technology in the internet, environment, healthcare, and a lot of other energy and a lot of other major industries. So I see quite a bit, various different industries putting together standards because one, it protects, you know, the 80, 90 to 99% of the folks who are good actors in any given industry who are trying to play by rules. Because most people don't go into industry to commit fraud or to hustle seniors of their money or to have some sort of pyramid scheme. They go into it for the right reasons, and they know that their reputation is and the honesty of their company is so important to the future success. So having these sort of consensus building, self-regulatory aspects of, you know, user agreements and consumer agreements, or just things that become industry practice, definitely provide great inspiration. And to an extent that as we mature the market and have that initial wave of laws and regulations that come out, they may stave off the need for further regulation because a lot of times this stuff happens by anecdote that then blows up in the media. Our constituents are outraged and reach out to us, and then reforms happen. But a lot of times you don't need a law for everything. You don't need a regulation for everything. If you have industries that are sort of policing themselves to a certain extent, that does stave off these future outrages. Remember, I'm elected by the good people of Florida's 9th Congressional District. And as they benefit or are able to utilize these technologies, much like the other 434 congressional districts across the nation, that's what drives a lot of it. We are representatives of the people and need to both protect innovation, but also protect from consumer fraud. So these things can be absolutely critical, and it could have a big effect on not only helping us shape this initial wave of laws and regulation, which I believe everybody understands we need to create some certainty so that you're not wondering what the rules of the road are and have 45 different sets of state laws that I believe were mentioned earlier. But from there, what happens, in addition, it could be an important part of the consideration, whether we have to go further or whether those initial rules of the road will be enough for the foreseeable future.
I'm really glad to hear that because it's definitely an approach we're taking in the Bitcoin SV ecosystem. Our Bitcoin Global Association actually has formed a technical standards committee, which I believe is one of the first in the digital currency ecosystem, to evaluate and recommend technical standards that will be used by companies operating on our blockchain. But also as part of that, we are launching a compliance initiative to see if we can build into technical standards and functions capabilities to help companies comply. We, of course, cannot force companies to comply with legal laws, but the more we can provide tools, standards, approaches that make it uniform in processes to comply with applicable laws, I think the easier it will be for companies to do so. So that's something I know we're recommending. Are you seeing similar approaches anywhere else across the ecosystem?
So we get to speak with a lot of different small firms, larger firms, and we've been inundated with suggestions. That's a good thing. And so we've seen some consensus, but I'll tell you, we put out our first bill along with Warren Davidson, a Republican out of Ohio, the Token Taxonomy Act, followed by the Digital Taxonomy Act to help start establishing definitions. Those were put together after a year, almost a year and a half of input from industry. And while most people were happy, there were still folks who felt like things could have been done a little differently. And so we know that there's never going to be full consensus. And so at a certain point, we're going to hear from our agencies with these reports of the bills that will likely pass the Senate and then be signed into law before the end of the year. We'll hear from them next year to the following year. And really, the next term, I could see a high likelihood that basic definitions and jurisdiction are established by 2021 or 2022. And you're going to have most people probably happy because it's going to be built a lot by consensus. But you're always going to have some folks who thought it should have been done a different way. I don't have that luxury. I'm a lawmaker. We have to establish what we think the morals of the United States are, and obviously they'll be based on a lot of input from you all and from consumer groups and others, and it will just be the basics for right now to promote innovation. But at the end of the day, we'll eventually have to put pen to paper and enact these for the good of the industry to create that certainty and that uniformity, so that startups really know the basic rules of the road and can succeed. So we look forward to those conversations, and we could see an emerging regime over the next 2 years.
One topic I wanted to address with you before we close the session is the concept of using blockchain, the technology platform, as a data ledger and empowering consumers to own and be able to monetize and better do things with their own data, which is not really that possible in today's online service provider era with Facebook, Twitter, social media, and other platforms really making money off of consumers' data, which has ruffled feathers over time. Do you have any thoughts on that, about how blockchain technology might be able to empower consumers to have more control over their own personal data, and how the industry can approach that?
Yes, and we're probably going to start with health records. Every year there is unfortunately medical malpractice and mistakes made because our doctors just simply don't have all the information they need. I had a good friend of mine who is a prominent emergency room doctor in my district, who works with a lot of our ER doctors across the nation, talk about how his father was almost a victim of medical malpractice because they didn't have all his health records. But because he was a physician, he was able to identify that certain drugs they were about to use would put his father into undue harm. But it was a wake-up call that, we have all these fiefdoms of different healthcare records used by different hospitals and different health plans, and they're not interchangeable. And what's lost in all this is the patient. We should be able to each have our own sole source, so one medical record that has all of our history on it, that the patient owns, that can be transferred easily to any healthcare institution in the United States and perhaps abroad as well. And we believe that blockchain can help to fortify that type of network. And those conversations have already begun to be had with members of the committee, including we've worked with Lisa Blunt Rochester, and I've been speaking with some of the health plans about it too, because when you talk about efficiencies, one, you could save lives and avoid people having adverse health consequences. Two, you could save money, whether it's the insurance plan, whether it's the hospital, whether it's the resources that can be redeployed to others to help out. So I think health records are a great example of where there's a lot of potential. And I know we're going to be moving in that direction, especially now that we have expanded telehealth through Medicare in one of our 4 coronavirus response packages. You're seeing more and more of our health services be provided via telemedicine, and so the electronicization of healthcare for a lot of these both different healthcare services you could provide without having to go to a hospital, to the fact that we have the technology now to have an interchangeable healthcare record that is owned by the patient, that then any doctor that is seeing them should be able to pull up. That's where I think one of the main futures of personal data for the good of all the human race could come from. And the technology is mostly there already to do it. It's just all the food fights, all the fiefdoms that we're going to have to battle through to have an interchangeable, interoperable health record, and that, of course, many companies could produce. We wouldn't be siding with one vendor or another, but that's one of the areas I view as having a lot of potential to save lives and really affect the way healthcare is given in America and around the world that we'll be pursuing.
I'm glad you brought up that example because I absolutely agree. And in fact, we had two companies speak at our conference just earlier today, one of which I'll love to draw to your attention. It's called EHR Data. It's a new venture that is doing exactly that, trying to develop a global electronic health record system built on the Bitcoin SV blockchain and starting for usage of it to help combat the opioid addiction crisis by enabling medical providers to have more real-time access to your personal prescription information, dosage information appropriate to particular patients. So they're in development, but that's a perfect example of blockchain technology. And another company revealed its plans to use the BSV blockchain to record clinical research data for pharmaceuticals and other compounds to help prevent fraud and improve the quality of data. So I think those are great examples, and we're going to close the session by just me asking you really quickly, what's next for the Congressional Blockchain Caucus, and how can companies in our Bitcoin SV ecosystem engage with you as well as the other members?
What's next is the follow through on all this. We'll have hopefully the Senate pass these two bills out that we just passed out of the House to get these reports back, and there'll be oversight to make sure that those reports are submitted timely. And from there, of course, those won't be the say all be all. Those will be guideposts along with input from both the industry and from consumers. And hopefully 2021, but probably more likely 2022, we'll be able to get some consensus bills together where most folks will agree that these are the basics that we need. We'll drop the first and pass the first laws to establish the jurisdiction, the definitions, a few basic anti-fraud provisions and innovation provisions, and then create that bare minimum certainty so that we can continue to go forward without being overburdensome. And it's easier said than done. So we look forward to continuing to hear your input. And at some point, this thing's got to be written, and it could always be amended and at any time in future years as well. So this is an important window these next 2 years, especially should these bills, like I predict, pass this year, to get the input and the consensus in, and we will do our best to get that right balance to stimulate innovation, create some certainty, and of course protect consumers in the process. And thank you all for having me on CoinGeek. We appreciate all the good work you're doing.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate very much the time. I know our online audience does as well. And we are so lucky to have lawmakers like you who are actually interested in blockchain innovation and drawing an appropriate balance to protect everyone's interests while spurring new technology. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your future work.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
And now it's time to get on to our next session, which is going to be a panel discussion, moving over to the important topic of exchanges. Exchanges are always in the news. They are an important part of the digital asset ecosystem. But will the future exchanges be different, especially if the number of digital assets consolidates and we move to a future of more tokenized assets from the real world? Here to lead a conversation with a number of panelists across the globe about this important topic is one of my team members at Bitcoin Association. She is the regional manager for Southeast Asia at Bitcoin Association, but also leads our efforts to do outreach to wallets, exchanges, and many other service providers around the globe to support Bitcoin SV. Please welcome to the virtual stage, Ella Chang.
Thanks, Jimmy. Hello, everyone. Great to join CoinGeek live from Singapore. For most of the newcomers to the digital assets world, exchanges are oftentimes as the first business service providers that a lot of people engage with when they want to gain access to their first Bitcoin or first digital asset. And we've heard a lot about throughout the discussion today that in the Bitcoin SV ecosystem, We talk a lot about leveraging the scalable, immutable, and auditable public blockchain, that is Bitcoin SV, to tokenize real-world assets. And in the earlier panel discussion, we learned a lot about the various token protocols and issuance practices and token management. And in the overall process, token issuance is step one. For some of the tokens out there, you need price discovery. You need liquidity for such tokens. So today, we really have the pleasure to join by 5 industry experts to discuss the role of exchange and trading in a tokenized world. I'd like to quickly introduce all of them, and then each one of them will have a brief overview of their company. First, Tom Albright, CEO of Bittrex Global. Hi, Tom.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Great to have you as well. Next, we have Lennox Lai, Director of Financial Markets at OKEX. Lennox is joining us from Hong Kong. It's pretty late over there. Hi, Lennox.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah, my name is Lennox. Very nice to have me in the panel.
Thanks. And next, we have Gabor Nagy joining us from our London studio. Gabor is a Business Development Director at OKCoin.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Next, joining us, Armen Azanyan from Moscow. Armen is CEO and co-founder of a decentralized exchange called TDXP.
Thank you. Very nice to be here. Thank you, Ella.
And then Daniel Skalronsky, General Manager at Fabric, which is a name that we've heard a lot about today. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, nice to meet you. Pleasure. Looking forward to this panel.
Great to have you. So first, to just kick it off, why don't we give a brief overview of your company, what types of services that you provide, especially anything that's related to Bitcoin SV. Tom, why don't we start from you?
Sounds great. Yes. So I'm Tom Albright. I'm the CEO of Bittrex Global. We are a worldwide cryptocurrency exchange. We support about 250 to 300 different token pairs for trading. We have a number of markets, including Bitcoin SV against euros, against US dollars, and a number of other quote currencies as well. And our mission is to increase adoption of blockchain technology around the world. So we think that's a great fit with what Bitcoin SV is doing, and I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome. Lennox, why don't you give an overview of OKEX, which has been a very early supporters of Bitcoin SV?
Yeah, true. So we already kind of like so my name is Lennox. I'm the Financial Market Director of OKEX. I'm one of the early stage founders of OKEX as well. So OKEX is obviously one of the biggest exchange in the world, who's right now trading around 5 billion US nodes per day. Right now, I think we are one of the most one of the exchange who offer the wide range of financial instruments and derivatives with BSV as an underlying. So basically, everything in BSV, not just on spot, in margin, not just on, but all kind of derivative instruments. For example, like futures, all kind of futures, all kind of expiry futures, and perpetual swap. We do have a BSV as the underlying. We are hoping that our exchange technology can help BSV in terms of price discovery process and liquidity. Thank you for having me in the panel.
Let's go to London, our old friend Gabor, who also joined the last CoinGeek conference in London this February.
Thank you, Ella. It's good to be back again. OKCoin is a crypto to fiat spot exchange. We are a partner exchange to OKX and a fiat on and off ramp, supporting users who wish to buy and trade digital assets in a safe, compliant, and easy to use environment.
Great, thanks. And then next one, Armin, why don't you give us an overview of what is TDXP and how are you utilizing Bitcoin SV?
Yeah, thank you, Ella. The TDXP is a trading app and protocol deeply integrated into the BSV ecosystem. At TDXP, you can trade all kinds of financial markets, including cryptos, stocks, commodities, forex, and even bonds. Our mission is very well aligned with BSV's. We want an honest world. We want to facilitate global trade and commerce. And to do so, we are fixing one of the backbones of global economy, because the fair market price discovery mechanism is broken. So I hope I'll have a chance to tell you more about it. But we want financial markets to be more organic. We don't want to see bankrupt companies, skyrocketing 2-3 times right after the bankruptcy is announced. And we have a solution here. And the problem we are solving is very much similar to what Twitch is doing, because Facebook is free to use because they sell their customers' data. And Robinhood is free to use for the very same reason. Thank you.
Thanks, Armin. Daniel, why don't you give us an overview of Fabric, especially with the exchange side?
So hi, my name is Daniel Skoronsky. I'm the GM of Fabric. We have this philosophy and belief in everything digital, and that encompasses a number of different areas. So for example, in custody, right? So that's both in the crypto side, but also on the real world asset side. We also have a division for market making, and we make a lot of markets. I think even some of our fellow exchanges here, we're making markets into your exchanges on the BSV cryptocurrency, as well as on the fund side, we have our own BSV fund using AI technology to be able to create algorithms and trade on the BSV to create value for those who are investing into the fund. And then also, we're really big on the tokenization side. This is probably going to be our bread and butter. As I said about before, the everything digital, the tokenization is going to be a really big part of it and play a huge part in us creating a marketplace where users can come for that transparency and that fairness to access these new digital markets.
Thanks, Daniel. So at Bitcoin Association, when we are engaging with exchanges, we're quite focused on having more fiat gateways to support BSV, so that users and companies that build Bitcoin native applications, such as Twitch, Peer Game, Streamalities, they can allow users to have easy fiat on-ramp options. And I think Billy Rose from Twitch earlier mentioned that the fiat on-ramp is a piece of the puzzle for this new user onboarding problem. I'd like to ask both Tom and Gabor, since both OKCoin and Bittrex Global support fiat on-ramp for BSV. What's your opinion on exchanges' role in bridging fiat to digital assets? Let's start with Gabor.
Thank you. Well, at OKCoin, we actually have a subsegment of client categorization specifically for fiat gateways. We call them crypto businesses, which come to us to source liquidity of digital assets and then pass those tokens or crypto onto their clients. Now, we have a number of these clients who are part of our premier client offering, and they can actively benefit from a number of features on exchange, like pre-crediting of their accounts, so they don't need to wait for funds to clear or fiat to clear in their account prior to purchasing and trading crypto. On top of that, they can have features like delayed settlement, which will support their liquidity needs from funding perspective. So we are very much in support of developing these fiat gateways, and look to continue to provide a solid offering within that space.
Thanks. Tom, do you have anything to add?
Absolutely. So I definitely agree with all that. And I do think that crypto fiat on-ramps and fiat off-ramps are one of the most critical pieces of infrastructure that exchanges can add to the ecosystem. Especially as we're seeing more and more mainstream users discovering crypto and moving in and out, the real world is still, the traditional world is still primarily based on fiat. And so being able to go from euros or British pounds or dollars into Bitcoin to BSV to all these other crypto use cases that are being built, it's absolutely critical. It's really the bottleneck in a lot of ways to adoption of blockchain technology. And so it's one of the focuses that we've really had this year is enabling more and more fiat on and off ramps, from instant SEPA transfers to additional credit card payments around the world. And we've got those in 107 countries now, to multiple currencies. It's I think it's, again, a critical component for the ecosystem. And it really is the first step that a lot of people take in their crypto journey. So it's something that we are continuously looking to support and to upgrade and to add capabilities.
Thanks. Yeah, the fiat to digital assets liquidity is definitely very, very important, especially in the earlier years, for allowing, regular users to onboard to some of the native, especially like in the Bitcoin SV world, the native built applications for consumer users. Now, switching the gear a little bit, speaking of liquidity, recently we've seen significant liquidity being migrated from centralized exchanges to some of the decentralized exchanges. Obviously, there are pros and cons in each model. With the centralized exchanges, it's a single point of failure. We've seen the most recent hack from KuCoin. And then on the decentralized exchanges, one, there's a confusion around definition of so-called decentralized exchanges. But in some of the actors in the Ethereum world, using bad code being exploited, users' funds lost, but there is no entity that being responsible for such user loss. So I would like to ask your view on how do you see the battle between centralized exchange versus decentralized exchange, and in what direction do you think decentralized exchange will evolve into? Linux, why don't we go with you, since OKEX is mostly known as a centralized exchange, but also have some experiment on decentralized exchange.
Yeah, correct. Thanks for your understanding on OKEX. So first of all, I don't see it's a battle between centralized exchange or DEX or decentralized exchange, because we used to think that DEX become maybe a future competitors of central exchange, but after this kind of the development, the recent development on DEX, I don't see it's a battle at all. As a matter of fact, we do see a new type of crypto native user who actually bring in new user to the crypto space that actually benefits the volume and the user growth of central exchange as a whole. So as you can see, like last 2 months, we are having one of the biggest month, the best month in terms of volume and the growth of the user as well, just because of the developments of the recent centralized exchange. So I don't see, at least at this point of the moment, we are kind of like working together for the overall growth of the industry. We're working together in a different perspective eventually. So obviously, I think the successful development of DEX is the answer of how the industry itself to answer to provide a solution between TPS and the security and true decentralization. And these features, of course, the feature including smart contract capability and capability with all the other blockchain as well. So if you think that you're building the DEX and you're thinking that you have confidence to have the best TPS with proper amounts of security and decentralization, with all kind of features, including cross-chain and smart contract, I think turn out that you can be a very important piece in the trading ecosystem amongst crypto. But I think right now, at this point of time, CEX and DEX is working really well for the industry as a whole.
Now, Armin, you built a decentralized exchange on Bitcoin SV, and I want to get back to your point earlier about you said the fair market value is broken right now, and TDXP is solving kind of a similar issue as. Exactly. Do you want to elaborate on that, and why do you think decentralized exchange is the solution for that?
Well, the fair market price discovery mechanism is broken because it's largely because retail traders' positions, they are, owned by big exchanges. So we want to give traders their data, their positions back. We want to encrypt it and put it on chain. And actually, I agree with Lennox that existing DEXs are very niche products. They are built mainly to avoid KYC and to trade tokens that were not able to get listed onto centralized exchanges. And frankly speaking, I tend to believe that the existing decentralized exchanges are not actually decentralized. They are usually owned by their founders, and they cannot scale because they're not using BSV. We and TDXP, we are using BSV, so we can scale, and we are separating the trading protocol from the regulated branded trading application, so that we call it Bitcoin Trading Protocol. It is responsible to settle profits and losses. It holds the liquidity, and it's governed by a distributed network of nodes powered by BSV. And about my, views or far distant future, I believe that at some point in time, we will be all using decentralized exchanges, but we will not be using this misleading term by that time. So these exchanges will be probably called like on-chain exchanges, utilizing one global unified order book. It will be a very beautiful world. Yeah, because I believe in one chain, actually. Yeah, thank you, Ella.
So do we in the Bitcoin SV ecosystem. Daniel, what's your view at Fabric? How do you see the centralized exchange versus a more kind of on-chain decentralized exchange approach?
So I've been in the industry for quite some time, and we've been talking about centralized and decentralized before even the first decentralized exchange was even made. And I remember the first GUI interface for some of you, my other panelists, they probably remember how terrible that experience was. And even though the experience has improved, I think one of the biggest issues with a decentralized exchange and to get better adoption is the fact that there needs to be regulation. And by having this decentralized exchange, a purely decentralized exchange, that just doesn't really fly with a lot of the regulatory bodies out there, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in the US, out in Asia, they just don't like this idea. He said it perfectly, that it's getting on tokens that were not able to get listed on other exchanges. And a lot of those exchanges have very strict rules and reasons why they're supposed to be on there, and they probably failed those tests, right? And that's just not conducive to, in my opinion, growing adoption in this market. And what I kind of see happening is that the centralized exchange, because of that regulation, can actually provide that fair pricing and that price discovery that is missing in some centralized exchanges that are not regulated, right? So if you put the regulation in, that pricing will come in. It's very efficient in today's markets. Look at NASDAQ, look at, the Borsa exchange, right? So it can work, but under regulation. Now, looking into the future, I think that there's most likely going to be a hybrid approach between decentralization and centralized. So I think there'll be centralized where the order book is sitting, where all the price execution is happening. There's a good monitoring systems in place, and maybe the customer's wallet is decentralized and is somehow connecting that way. So there'll be, I think, more likely a hybrid approach, but I don't really see a fully decentralized unless it's sitting in somewhere in space, because at the end of the day, you need to have some ownership there. Otherwise, the countries just won't adopt this.
Yep, totally. Now, the current business model for most of digital asset exchanges are really to support thousands of tokens trading on the platform and treating all assets kind of as the same class citizen, which is somewhat justifiable because honestly, the tokens that are being traded on exchanges right now don't really have strong utility at this moment, but down the road, we definitely foresee a world that is completely different from the current status quo. So I want to kind of ask the exchange, how do you balance the resource allocated to support a large number of blockchain tokens in a generic way versus to develop blockchain-specific knowledge and know-how to better integrate with the ecosystem? So one example is in the Bitcoin SV ecosystem, we have this address protocol, paymail protocol, that is being supported by all BSV native applications and wallets. So, what's your view on, from the exchange side to support, let's say, deposit and withdrawal using a paymail protocol for BSV? How do you balance that need? Why don't we go to Tom?
That's really a great question. And I think, at the very highest level, what we always try to keep an eye on is where innovation is happening in the industry and then what our customers are looking for. So as we see customer demand for very specific protocols and for different things that are being implemented, then we pay a lot more attention to that and try to make sure that we're implementing it. We also try to project out a little bit and see where the really innovative use cases are, what people are building that's going to be interesting in the next 3 to 6 months, and try to stay on the cutting edge of what's happening. I'll tell you one of the most interesting parts about this industry, though, is that it moves so fast and people are building such amazing things that it becomes really, really hard to predict. And so, one of the other things we like to do is support as many tokens as we can, because we just frankly don't know what's going to come out the other end as the big winners and where teams are going to continue to innovate and get market fit and market adoption and go from there. So it's really a continuous balance of trying to support a lot of tokens, a lot of protocols, and as much as we can, while really focusing on things that our customers want. But again, at the end of the day, we're really just trying to focus on increasing adoption, on supporting innovation, and on allowing our customers to access the very best tokens, the very best assets, and grow their wealth and improve their lives that way.
Yep. So Armin, you obviously are more involved and integrated with the Bitcoin SV ecosystem compared to regular exchanges. And I know you've explored other blockchain protocols before to build your decentralized exchange. Can you share with the audience what's the decision process to choose Bitcoin SV to build PDXP on, and how's your experience so far?
The key benefit of building on top of BSV is the infrastructure and ecosystem of brilliant, wallets. It's either Money Button, RelayX, or Dot Wallet is also coming on TDXP very soon. And in one chain world, everything is much easier. It's I think for an exchange like OKX, it's almost impossible to keep up with all those new crypto platforms and tokens listed every week. We at TDXP, we are integrated deeply into the ecosystem from day one. So our users can enjoy all the benefits of such integration. They can sign up to the platform with a single click. They do not need to deposit any funds in advance. They trade, they pay as they trade, right? And when the trading position is closed, funds are automatically withdrawn to their private wallet. It's really very convenient. And, when I saw that the users of BSV are actually buying likes, when I understood how microtransactions are working, it was like a no-brainer for us.
What other blockchains that you explored before Bitcoin SV, and why did you choose Bitcoin SV to build on
company,
in the end?
Yeah, our development company, we tried developing a charity smart contract on top of Ethereum. We were using EOS to do what we are doing now. We're trying to use it. We also considered Cardano platform, as well as we were working with BitShares for quite some time. And the main problem is stability of the protocol, because since BSV is fixed in stone, we as developers, we can rely on the code that we are writing, that it will be operating like in the future. And in case of BitShares, for example, it was changing. Yeah. It changed like 2 times in a year, and we had to rewrite all of the code. And another important point is scalability. None of the crypto platforms, especially Ethereum, they are not scalable.
Yeah, that's a great point. Daniel, so we've heard a lot from Ryan on the tokenization platform that Fabric is providing. Can you share a bit about what's the plan for Fabric to collaborate with the rest of the Bitcoin SV ecosystem? And for the interest of builders and companies out there, what types of businesses and projects should come and talk to you guys?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, we've already have built out a tokenization platform where anyone can come and register, and they can actually create a token very, very quickly, and that's powered on the BSV blockchain. They would be able to create a token pretty much on almost anything, whether it's real estate, artwork, a card collection. They could create their own token, whether it's a security token, a utility token. That they have the opportunity to be able to do anything. But the nice thing about this is, it's built on the BSV blockchain. There's other protocols out there that are either built on Ethereum or other companies that are trying to come up with it. But at the end of the day, what the best thing about this is the scalability, right? And the ability to do microtransactions. And we made the interface so simple and so easy to use. I would really encourage anyone who's ever thought of creating their own token in any way, whether it's a high-end to raise money or something to just take my card collection and I want to tokenize it, you're able to do that. And then we're going to be building out a marketplace for those tokens to be able to trade on so that users can come and be able to trade that in a regulated and safe environment.
So a marketplace for Bitcoin SV ecosystem tokens.
Yeah, so, like I said earlier in my introduction, is at Fabric, we are a BSV-backed or supported ecosystem, right? Again, whether it's through custody, whether it's through the fund, whether it's through the exchange, or through even security tokens. Everything we're doing is based on the whole BSV infrastructure.
That's great to hear. And we already touched upon a little bit earlier about tokenization of real-world assets, such as stocks, bonds, commodities, real estate, company shares, etc. And I'd like to ask the panelists, how do you see the role of digital asset exchange developing to kind of facilitate these asset classes rather than, nowadays the native blockchain tokens? And how do you foresee the exchange landscape evolving over time? Let's go to London.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we have to think about this from a regulatory perspective. At OKCoin, we only list utility tokens. And this creates a space which ultimately supports the user base that we have. The tokenization of securities will, I'm sure, develop over time, but the regulatory framework around that, I cannot see being ready for some time. But no doubt we'll get there eventually.
Yes, and this tokenization of real-world assets is not really a new concept. It's been around for some time, and we've seen a few companies out there experimenting that on public blockchain and private DLT solutions. But we haven't really seen any real asset tokens being built on other blockchains are popularized yet. What do you think the reason is? Tom, do you think it's scaling challenges? Is it compliance and regulatory issues that Gabor mentioned earlier, or it's lack of demand, liquidity? What do you think the reason is?
Well, I think that Gabor and Daniel are exactly right on this. I think that the regulatory side here is incredibly complicated and incredibly hard to navigate. So what you're doing in a lot of cases is taking this incredible new technology that's evolving at an unbelievable pace and trying to pair it to a regulatory system that has laws that were written 100 years ago and standards that are been enforced over the last 40 or 50 years in a very particular way. And trying to get regulators comfortable with things and move that quickly is just a long, slow process. But ultimately, I think, I agree that we're going to get there because the technology works so well, and there are so many things where tokenization makes perfect sense for the long term, from real estate to art to companies doing fundraising. When they, I can see a world where a company starts its seed round by creating securities tokens on a blockchain, evolves through venture capital funding and private equity funding, and then goes public just by pushing a button. And all that really changes is who has access to be able to trade or invest in those tokens. So I think the applications for this technology lend themselves really well to all these use cases, but the entire system really just needs to pair together. And circling back to the decentralized exchanges versus centralized exchanges, I think this is where there's the tremendous advantage for centralized exchanges. We, with the fiat on and off ramp, and with KYC and AML checks, and with working together with the traditional financial system and trying to integrate those two things a little bit more closely, I think that we have a better chance to move forward with making regulators happy and showing them that we can use this technology in productive ways and still protect customers and follow all the principles that have been set out behind this regulation. So I'm incredibly optimistic about the future of this. I think it's just going to take some effort from the ecosystem to get us there.
Yep, for sure. Daniel, you have a comment on this?
Yeah, actually, I do. So on the whole aspect of, I agree with Tom about the decentralized and centralized. In terms of the regulation side of this, right? So it's really important for us to be able to work with regulatory bodies, because at the end of the day, if we don't, we can't create something, right? And I was lucky enough that I came from a world of really heavy regulation, and I understood a lot from different parts of the world. And I was able to create actually the first digital stock on the blockchain. I did it actually on Ethereum. It came out in late 2018, early 2019. We tokenized real world shares like Apple and Amazon, and we got a lot of coverage on this around the world. And the whole story around this was to be able to do microtransactions, which now everybody seems to be doing microtransactions on stocks now. But that was really unique at the time. And it really kind of showed that power of what can happen under a blockchain technology. But what was really challenging with that was the regulation side. Now, we were kind of clever in the way we came up with being able to kind of make a hybrid stablecoin / derivatives / this. We kind of merged 3 different regulations together to be able to do this. And what I'm really hoping is that one day that we can really see a much clearer path line for us to not have to jump through these hoops. And or, again, I don't mind challenging the status quo and using the assets or the regulation that we have and try to push a little bit further, because we definitely did in that case. So, that shows it is possible to create these other digital types of assets, again, whether it's stocks or commodities, existing or new ones that are created out there. But the challenge will be continually on the regulation side. But it is possible. And proof was, almost 2 years ago, the first digital stock was actually created.
Have you seen much demand from the issuer side, and what specific values that they see to issue, their stocks or bonds on blockchain? From your experience,
so,
Daniel.
The issuer side, not so much yet, because I think people are still trying to figure out what chain is going to win, or where is the liquidity, right? I think one of the biggest problems is where's the liquidity. Yeah. I can say that when the first digital stock was issued that we put out there, I think a lot of people didn't know what to expect, right? Some people wondered if it was legal, if it wasn't legal, and I think still that holds kind of true today when you're talking about other companies trying to bring something forward. In terms of pickup, quite frankly, the digital stocks, we saw a lot of good pickup in the third world countries, which actually is that bottom billion people that need these kind of microtransactions to be able to gain access to these financial products that they didn't have access to before. But of course, the volumes are very low, right? You're talking, $10, $50, maybe $100 would be traded. But then if you start to multiply that eventually, if there's a real adoption by, 20 million, 50 million users, that really starts to gain good traction and volumes. Now, one of the biggest things that we're asked about is by tokenizing Apple, wasn't Apple upset with you for redoing that, right? And they were saying, hey, you can't actually reissue another share that's already been issued. But because we made it more like a derivative and we made it like a stable coin, what was really great about that was the fact that we were buying the real world share, which was creating liquidity in the real market, as well as backing the one for one in the digital space, right? So from my friends inside some of these bigger companies, they actually thought it was really cool that we were able to do this. So, how that will transcend to new companies going digital only instead of, the existing companies, it's still playing out. But, I think the existing companies, that's the first step, getting over that hump and moving in that direction right now.
Yep. As you mentioned, one asset class is tokenized fiat currencies or stablecoin. And earlier this week, we have the first stablecoin wrapped USDC being issued on the Bitcoin SV network by RelayX team, facilitated with the RUM protocol. And we believe that all tokens will eventually gravitate towards the most scalable network with the lowest fees and fastest transactions. We've already kind of seen that with USDT went from BTC Omni layer to Ethereum and now to other alternative chains due to very high transaction fees. And really that high transaction fee impact the customer experience at those exchanges. Coinbase Pro recently announced that they're going to let their users to take the burden of the transaction fee because it's getting way too high. So how do exchanges view what protocol-based stablecoin to support next? Let's go to Lennox.
What kind of stablecoin that's going to support next? Are you talking about? Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, in general, yeah. Yeah, from the exchange's perspective, like what's your view on which protocol-based stablecoin to support?
I think in terms of stablecoin is kind of like an idle fund or the parking fund for user to tap into crypto. So before they trade on anything else, they have to hold certain kind of stablecoin. If they sell on something, they have to hold on certain kind of stablecoin as well. So the believed consensus of stablecoin that having a relatively stable in terms of value that is mimicking the current real world asset class, for example, like US dollar versus euro dollar, is very, very important. So the mechanism of how stablecoin to deliver this promise of a stabilized value is our first evaluation of criteria for us to add or even consider any stablecoin to make it available on to OKX. And normally there are only two or three kind of stablecoin in general right now, like a US Tether, a fractional reserve-based stablecoin, or the full reserve-based stablecoin like USDC, or algorithm-based stablecoin like MakerDAO or something. So I think we are going to see the conversion between the speed and the robustness, the tech behind the conversion between different kind of stablecoin. For example, we would like to exchange fiat back to your crypto and crypto back to your fiat. What would the process look like? How the API protocol that we require to integrate? What kind of compliance procedure, AI procedure that we require to check? And what's the threshold of compliance, the requirement of compliance that we require the customer to provide? So I think these kind of factors are very important in terms of a balance of compliance and also the liquidity or the prospective or the potential liquidity of such stablecoin.
Now we talked a lot about asset classes that we can see in the traditional world, but with unbounded on-chain data capacity and microtransactions on Bitcoin SV, we can now have innovative models such as tokens, whether it's fungible or non-fungible tokens, being the vehicle to form new data markets. And that's not something that we hear often being discussed on other blockchain projects. So before I wrap it up, my final question for each one of you is, what other forms of tokens for data markets or other use cases that we currently don't have in the conventional market are you mostly excited about? I think like an example, I can give you an example. I think in the first panel we have today, the ecologist mentioned about tokenizing data streams. We have ideas in the Bitcoin SV communities about tokenizing memes to create a meme market. We can even, in the future, maybe be able to tokenize a Twitch and being able to trade it and monetize from that. So I'm curious to see, personally, what are the types of tokens that you're mostly excited about, and how do you see the role of exchanges may fit in? Let's start with Gabor.
The most important thing, I think, is that we continue to see mass adoption. And I don't have the answer for you in terms of what is going to be the next token that will take off, or what trend will be the next trending thing. But what I see every day is mass adoption coming to the digital asset space. I see the caliber of clients coming through the door, onboarding on a daily basis, and I see the volumes growing on our exchange. So that is what makes me excited, and I think that is what will drive our ecosystem and the continued growth of this digital asset space.
Thanks. Tom?
Yeah, so we like to say around our offices that time in crypto moves about 10 times the speed of time in the normal world. So, to me, one of the most exciting things about being in the space is watching what other people are building. And I think I frankly have no idea what people are going to be doing 6 months, 12 months, 2 years from now. I would never have predicted some of the things that have happened, the rise of DeFi and all these different things that people are building. But, what we really are focused on is just where there's liquidity, where there's customer demand, where there are really interesting use cases. We want to make sure that we're adding those. And so, again, supporting innovation as best we can, and seeing what people do and witnessing this incredible growth is the most exciting thing.
That's great. Armin, what are you excited about the most?
Well, I am very excited about regulated tokens, security tokens, tokens proving ownership of commodities, real estate. There are immense use cases for tokens, but in my opinion, exchanges should get involved only with regulated tokens. As for non-regulated tokens like utility tokens that, by the way, can't be used to raise funds or traded as a financial asset, I believe use case for non-regulated tokens is, pretty much applicable to, brownfield businesses that want to introduce some customer retention programs, bonus programs, or some loyalty initiatives. I'm not so excited about non-regulated tokens in general, as I believe that as a new business who can accept negligible fees, microtransactions, for example, or your API seller, in most cases, it will be more beneficial for you as a business and your customer to transact directly in BSV native token or stable coin like USDC introduced by Relay. Thank you.
Thank you. Lennox, what's your view? What are you excited about?
Yeah, I spent 5 minutes to think about. I think of two ideas actually, just roughly idea. I would particularly think on the tokenization of time, especially time on the professional. So, for example, like people around the world seeking for career advice, and for professional, they are often required to book the time for the real professional, like industrial professional. For example, I often be asked to seek advice from somebody else that would like to change their career to crypto. So why not book my time by paying BSV, right? That is some of the idea. And also, I'm particularly exciting that a tokenization of XX rights to close-end liquidity provider or market maker or HFT fund, because normally they have really high return, but at the same time they have a really limited capacity. The tokenization of these access rights for investing this kind of HFT will be a valuable use case for these kind of data markets. That is some fun data there's some idea for 5 minutes thought.
Daniel, what about you?
Before I tell you what I'm excited about, I think I'll try and answer your original question with perhaps an example for the audience. So I think, like, let's take solar power, for example, right? So I can actually, as a solar owner with panels, right, I can sell that power to a third party who then will sell it to some aggregator who will then sell it to another person, and then that eventually comes back to the consumer, right? So there's so many markups in between that whole journey, right? And I look at is if we could, for example, tokenize maybe in a power grid or something like this, every kilowatt is, I don't know, costing a token or something, that a shop on the corner who is buying their energy could go to the exchange and be able to look and see, well, what is the best price? And or maybe there's the best prices right next door to me, right? Maybe I, as the owner of that solar, could then sell him my energy directly. And this is only can happen through tokenization. So again, that's, I think, just one example of, perhaps thousands of ways to be able to do this. In terms of what I'm really excited about, I'm really excited about a potential corona vaccine, and maybe that could be administered on BSV blockchain. I don't know, but that's what I would be really excited about.
Yeah, I would be excited about that too. With that, I would like to thank all the panelists, Tom, Lennox, Gabor, Armin, and Daniel for joining us with this very insightful discussion and for their continued support to the Bitcoin SV ecosystem. We're really excited to see a Cambrian explosion of all types of tokens powered by the Bitcoin SV in the background, to facilitate more efficient price discovery, better accessibility, and higher liquidity. And really look forward to collaborating with all of you. Thank you.
Build your future on BSV with TAL, a world-class blockchain infrastructure and service provider helping companies to build applications and services on the Bitcoin SV network. Led by industry experts, built on a solid foundation for sustainable business growth. Direct transaction submission, fee transparency at standard and volume rates. Regulated and publicly traded, TAL brings an unparalleled level of compliance and regulatory standard that private processors and operators can't offer. Build a business today that will succeed tomorrow with TAL. Discover more about TAL today at taal.com.
Welcome back to CoinGeek Live. We have a few sessions to complete day 2. I hope you've enjoyed the conference so far. Before we get to our next session, which will be highly interesting, I'm sure, for you all, I wanted to just remind you to make sure you vote, if you have not already, for the hackathon finalists of your choice to win our 3rd hackathon. Voting closes at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time today. So if you've not done so already, download the conference app. It's the CoinGeek Conference and AR app that you can get on the App Store for Apple or the Google Play Store. And you can, in addition, collect some BSV tokens through the Omniscape augmented reality experience that is on there. We'll be doing another airdrop later. I'll announce that later. So that's an extra reason to get engaged. And make sure you interact with the virtual booths of the sponsors in our virtual conference platform and interact to collect points and have a chance to win some BSV. Finally, our sponsor Omniscape and Transmira are also still having that prize drawing for the Oculus headset. So that's really exciting as well. And I want to again thank our day 2 sponsor, Blockchain Intelligence Group, the leading blockchain analytics firm. Check out information about them on their website. Thanks very much for your support. Next, we have a very interesting panel where we're going to continue the conversation about whether or not Bitcoin SV can help reinvent the internet, especially for people who are the creators of online and social media content. Can Bitcoin SV and the blockchain actually help creators make money from their content? Joining us to discuss this is a panel of people with varying degrees of experience in this field in terms of actual usage of the applications on Bitcoin SV. And I think it'll be really interesting to hear from all of these people who are content creators themselves. Let's welcome them all to the virtual screen because they're all appearing virtually from different places. At the bottom of our screen there, we have Isaac Morehouse, who BSV people will know. He is the CEO of Crash Inc. as well as Praxis. Hello, Isaac.
Hello, Jimmy. Great to be here.
Thank you. Joining us from our London studio live is Eileen Brown, who is a writer and blogger for ZDNet and other publications. Hello, Eileen.
Hi, Jimmy. It's nice to see you, albeit virtually, from London.
All right. And finally, we have a surprise guest panelist who many of you may know, and hopefully you've read his books, of which he has many best-selling ones, as well as listened to his podcast on NPR One. He is the author and host of Team Human, both a book and a podcast. He's a professor of media theory and digital economics at SUNY Queens, the City University of New York here in Queens. He is Douglas Rushkoff. Welcome, Douglas.
Hey, good to be with you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask each of the panelists to start by giving an introduction of who you are and the kind of work you do, and also what experience you have so far with Bitcoin and Bitcoin SV. And I think I'll start with Douglas this time.
Well, I was an early computer and internet enthusiast. You know, I was one of the people back who, you know, when I saved my first read-write file, realized that the whole world could be saved as read-write files instead of read-only files, and money seemed to be the king of all files that were artificially locked down. And I started wondering from the late 80s and early 90s, and got involved in what was called the crypto anarchy movement, really looking at what are the possibilities for alternative and local currencies. And along the way, was always interested in keeping the internet social and about people rather than extractive and about business? How do we keep it, peer-to-peer and alive? And when the Bitcoin white paper came out, I thought, this could be it. This could be the way that we really help to engender a much more of a Tor-like, almost serverless peer-to-peer internet economy and culture at the same time. So I'm, really excited now to see the original values of Bitcoin get retrieved by Bitcoin SV, where we're looking less at how do we grow businesses with tokens and really how do we facilitate peer-to-peer exchange and authentication between real people.
Great, good to hear. Eileen, tell us about your experience.
Well, I got involved with social media in about 2004 when I was working at Microsoft and looking at it purely from a business perspective. I first heard about Bitcoin several years ago when there was challenges of people losing their seed code and losing their passwords and losing lots and lots of money. But I was more interested in the technology and the potential for the scalability. And of course, because I've been on social media since 2004, over the last 16 years, I've seen many, many platforms rise and fall again. And it's quite interesting that I followed one platform for 2 years and I saw it rise and fall. And it was trying to reward the content creators for their original content. It was not built on blockchain, and it would be an absolutely perfect case study for a success story of social media on the blockchain. So I started using social media, blockchain-based social media apps with Twitch from last October. And I had some barriers to get started, namely, I couldn't post for the first time because I didn't have any money in my wallet. I've never actually bought any Bitcoin, but fortunately, somebody onboarded me with $5 so that I could start to post on Twitch. And I also use Powping, which has no limitations with the paying to post, although I still need an electronic wallet to receive tips. And I think I've earned nearly $30 now over the past year. So I'm never going to be a big investor, but I'm very interested in the potential of the scalability.
Right. And I know you've written some articles covering Bitcoin SV applications, so that's good to have you here. Isaac, well, most of the Bitcoin SV community knows who you are, but please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Jimmy, I'm really just a curious numpty over here. As you mentioned, I'm an entrepreneur, the CEO of Crash.co, but I'm also a content creator. I've written several books, I hosted several podcasts, published thousands of articles, and a little over a year ago started a Bitcoin show with 3 other guys. We call ourselves the Numpties, sort of playfully, and was posting those videos to YouTube and getting, 3, 4, 5,000 views. I was like, hey, this is a lot of fun. And we switched over to Streamanity, which is a video hosting service that uses BSV for payments. And I can tell you, Jimmy, I have seen the future for content creators, and it is built on Bitcoin SV, and it is phenomenal. The world, there's nothing like experiencing something to really understand it. Because I've been following Bitcoin and been an early experimenter for probably since 2012 with all these different apps. But actually the difference between posting to YouTube and then posting to Streamanity, putting a price on it, and seeing what you can do with near instant, almost zero fee transactions down to the 100th of a penny. You can divide them up, revenue shares instantly between as many people as you want, give a share to people who promote it. I just saw like this eureka moment. This changes everything for content creators. I'm so bullish on the world of independent content creators. And I think the world of the market, the consumer market, is more tired than ever of like big branded institutional creators, more skeptical. And the growth of whether it's TikTok and Instagram influencers, independent podcasters, self-published people, that market is huge. And I think the promise of the internet removing the transaction costs of exchanging information has been realized. But until now, the transaction cost of exchanging value, of exchanging money, has been too high to really decentralize and make everybody their own company, their own firm, and be truly peer-to-peer with the relationship between creators and consumers. And now I have tasted just a little bit of what is possible on Bitcoin SV, and that has me ridiculously excited.
Well, it's great to hear you're so excited, Isaac. Now, I want to talk to you all about how you perceive the differences between, I would call, the legacy online service and social media platforms that we have today, such as Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, that content creators use, and this new breed of on-chain services such as Twetch or Streamanded on Bitcoin SV, which allow creators to both own their content and data and monetize with micropayments. Doug, what's your perception of this growing area of on-chain services? I know we've asked you to take a look at some of them. I don't know how much you've had a chance to actually engage with the platforms, but what do you think of it from your experience as a content creator?
Well, I mean, I think when we moved from traditional publishing to online publishing, we saw in some ways a democratization of these spaces, but we also saw the immense impact of power law dynamics on creation. So we thought that giving people more access, having more openness on YouTube to create our own videos, that it would lead to, you know, a long tail of many more people being able to make content that actually gets looked at. What happened actually was the reverse. We saw power law dynamics, which means that, you know, the things that are in the top 5 or top 10 videos end up getting all the likes, or we have fewer musicians making a whole lot more money and a whole lot of musicians selling 1 or 2 records each. And as I see us move from what you're calling sort of legacy media platforms to blockchain-based ones, I think we're going to see yet another leap in that direction. We're going to see more and more velocity and more power law dynamics, and even a greater split with, you know, Brad Pitt over in legacy media, you know, me maybe in medium media, and then 1 billion people in more blockchain type media. So I think we'll see, you know, many people making that $30, but fewer people making, perhaps making sustainable income. Not that that's a terrible thing, but what I think it will do is create kind of a new, almost a prosumer level of media. Tons of podcasts that get 100 to 200 listens each, and where the person makes, you know, 40, 50 bucks a week doing it. So it's kind of a prosumer, slightly paid amateur level of everything, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a different thing. I think it's going to be harder to be a professional content maker, and the line between a professional content maker and a kind of successful social media human is going to collapse.
Eileen, you know, that's some interesting comments from Doug. You know, the legacy platforms don't make it easy for content creators to make any money. For example, on YouTube, you have to hit 1,000 subscribers, for example, on your channel before you can even monetize with your own ads, and I think 4,000 watch hours. Do you think allowing content creators to make money, even if it's small amounts, immediately is enough to entice content creators to move to these on-chain services?
Yes, I certainly do, because let me take you back to 2014 when a brand new social media platform called Tsu came out, TSU, based out of New York. That got 1 million users within 5 weeks of opening, and they were attracted to the possibility of, if they made individual, unique content, that they would be rewarded by their content, by their friends and their followers. Now, Tsu as a platform only lasted for 2 years because a lot of people came onto the platform wanting to make a lot of money, wanting to get rich quick, and using Google images and copied and stolen copyrighted images and passing them off on their own. And that's where the immutability of the blockchain comes in, because you can post something onto social media, Powping, for example, that content is yours. And I think that's going to completely change the way we view social media. Instead of Facebook actually drawing your eyes towards the adverts and the advertisers in order to get their revenue to scale the platform, now you can own your own content that stays with you on whichever platform you happen to put it on. And instead of people drawing you in to watch the adverts, you will get paid individually, whatever, 1 cent, 2 cents, $2, $20, that's irrelevant, but that content will be yours forever. It won't be passed off because it's on the public ledger and it's there forever. So I think in the future, it's going to completely change the way we use social media. Even Jack Dorsey of Twitter on Tuesday said that he's running a project called Project Blue Sky, in which he's going to move Twitter to the blockchain. So that tells you straight away this is going to be successful from a technical perspective. And now with the scalability, nothing's going to work without scalability. Facebook does not run on one server. It runs on a whole chain of servers. And blockchain is going to give you that scalability, that horizontal scalability, to enable hundreds of millions of people to be able to use this.
Isaac, let's talk about business models as a content creator. How has the services and micropayments capability of Bitcoin SV and things like Streamanity, Twitch, Powping, how has that opened your mind as to different types of ways you can charge for your content and make money for your content? And are there ways you're looking to experiment?
Yeah, you know, it's pretty incredible. And let's take a concrete example, because there's sort of two benefits without projecting into the future what this means for the creator market. Right now, the two benefits of creators switching to something blockchain based is, one, on the operational side, the simplicity and the reduction in transaction costs for all of the things that it takes to put out content. And then two is just the ability to grow and have a better relationship with your customers. So my friend Steve Patterson, who does the Numpty show with us, he's got a podcast, a blog, books, Patterson in Pursuit, and he runs it through Patreon because it's sort of a classic 1,000 true fans type of thing, where I don't even know if he has enough people to monetize on YouTube, but he doesn't want the ads. So people subscribe on Patreon. Now you think about everything that's involved there. He might have somebody who does some editing work for him. Maybe somebody does a little graphic design, making the promo images on social. Maybe he has people that help him distribute and share his content. If he's running that like a business, he's got people that subscribe on Patreon. Patreon takes a big cut. He gets paid out once a month, takes 2, 3, 5 days for the money to hit his account. Now he's got to turn around and pay out all these contractors he's working with, the people who did the editing, the production, the promotion. He's also got to project ahead of time how much those services are going to be worth, whether they're going to increase the listenership, the subscribership. It's kind of a gamble. It's a lot of bookkeeping. It's a lot of management. Contrast that with what you can do right now on Streamanity and all the things I can imagine being able to do in the future. You can post something and you can have, when people purchase that episode, they can pay per episode. They could pay per minute or per second. You could easily have that accomplished. They can pay per episode $2, $5. That is it instantly hits the creator's account, and that creator, and you can do this today on Streamanity, can split that payment as many times as he wants to. So Steve could say, hey, my editor, he gets 10% of the revenue of every episode. The guy that does promos, I give him a promo link, and 10%, 20% of whoever watches through that link instantly goes into his wallet. You can bring on guests and give them a revenue share. Hey, you're coming on as a guest, you get 30% of the revenue from this episode. And now instantly the money is in everyone's account based on what they've done. And we experimented with this with our videos. I did an interview with Steven Zeiler from AnyPay, a great merchant adoption company working on Bitcoin. And when I posted it, I'm not a good audio editor. You couldn't hear his audio. It was a lot quieter than mine. So I went to Twitch and I said, hey, does anyone know how to fix this audio? If you do, I'll give you 50% of the revenue for this video. And I was charging $1 for the video. It was like an 1.5-hour interview. Somebody direct messaged me and said, I can do it. I sent them the raw file. They gave me their PayMail, sent me back the fixed file. I uploaded it. I pasted their PayMail to my Streamanity, creator account and typed 50% revenue share. And everyone who watches that video in perpetuity, 50% of that $1 that they pay goes directly to this person. So I didn't really know the value of fixing that audio up front. And it just immediately made me realize, if you're an editor, a producer, a promoter, you can instantly start offering those services as your own company. You don't have to get hired by some content creator or try to come up with contracts ahead of time. And the ability to instantly split those revenues and share them, like that alone, from sort of a back-end operation standpoint, is a game changer for creators.
Well, it certainly would solve a lot of royalty and audit disputes in Hollywood for back-end participations, as I like to say in that industry. Doug, I know you are, obviously a student and thought leader and academic in media studies, and I was a communication studies major myself. So Marshall McLuhan is always front of mind for media, students. The famous saying, "The medium is the message." informs me to ask you this question, which is, even though we're not necessarily changing the medium of delivery, it's still online, but blockchain powered because of micropayments capability and data ownership, do you think these on-chain services would shape or change the nature of the content that gets produced by content creators?
Yeah, I mean, and I very much prefer talking about blockchain-based content creation platforms than social media platforms. To me, they're kind of really different, and I'm interested to see them separate. So we can just socialize and not worry about paying anybody, but then get content where everything is paid for a lot more easily. I mean, I think the big shift is realizing that in many cases, content creation online, the medium is the business plan. You know, so does the change in the business plan change the message? Yes. So when you're on YouTube or on one of the existing media platforms that are advertising based, you're basically making videos to appeal to an auction for eyeballs, right? That's a strange thing. So the more sensationalist you make your media, the more it serves the algorithms that are here to bring eyeballs to particular advertisers, the better your media. So you can't help, even if you're trying to stay conscious of it, you can't help as a content creator, but change what you're doing to fit that business model. On the other hand, what the blockchain can allow is if people are basically paying for you, right? These are your listeners, your viewers paying for you. Then what you're doing is crafting better and better content for the audience that you're intending to reach. So it's to me, it looks like it would lead to a much more a natural, open channel between people and their audiences without this, you know, strange middleman that we're all trying to satisfy. So it should lead to much higher content, higher quality content, and much less of that sort of recommendation, you know, engine hell that brings you into alt-right violence or Al-Qaeda or car crashes. You know, it's going to bring actually toward people more toward what they're interested in than what ads could be run on top of.
By all means, let us get out of recommendation engine hell. Eileen, let's go to you. One of the advantages of these on-chain blockchain platforms that we're talking about is the ability for users to own their own data and content, but also not need to give it to the platform providers. Current legacy platforms obviously monetize by monetizing the data of their consumers. How do you think these blockchain services will grow or not based upon a different approach where they do not have to monetize their users' data?
I think that's going to change dramatically. Because if you've ever been on a social media platform that's actually closed its doors, you've lost all of your data, you haven't been able to download it, and all the hard work that you put in to making content has all gone. The great thing about putting content onto the blockchain is it doesn't actually matter what the front-end application happens to be. Your data is immutably on the blockchain forever. And so you can access that particular piece of content from whatever platform you happen to be using at the time. And I think the permanence of this data will up the game for content creators, because content creators, especially those who have to actually pay to put their content on the blockchain, will be a lot more considered in the quality of content that they create for the blockchain. Their commentators, if they have to pay also, they will also consider, be a little bit more considered in the content that they are actually putting on the blockchain. And I think it'll completely change the media landscape. For example, if you think about the way the World Wide Web works, you put a bit of content on and people use hyperlinks to actually link to that content. And people could replicate that content onto other servers. The hyperlinks change and you no longer get the eyeballs on your particular site. Well, a block is a block. Your content is in that block. It is always yours. And if somebody wants to replicate that content, well, that's no longer the same block. So the permanence is really, really key to making this actually your content. The only thing we need to sort out, that the Bitcoin industry needs to sort out, is to make the onboarding to these new social channels as frictionless as possible, so that even your mum could understand quite easily how to get onto these channels.
Isaac, do you think advertisers have a role in a blockchain online and social media universe?
Yeah, I never like to try to predict what the market will produce, but I can envision a lot of ways. One of the things that's exciting to me is the way that these blockchain-based, content platforms and micropayments can make a more seamless process between different types of media. So podcasts are a great example. They have a lot of listenership. They're a growing market, but they're notoriously bad at converting listeners to people doing anything else, because you're usually listening while you're walking, you're in the car, and they'll have advertisers or affiliates that will say, hey, you can go get a special discount on this product. Type in this thing. They're telling it to you verbally. Type in this web address. You got to go get on a website when you're back at your computer, do all this cumbersome stuff. I think the ability to make that seamless. So I can envision streaming podcasts from the blockchain, for example, and maybe you're paying per second or per minute. Maybe you get to the end of the free portion and it says, hey, if you want to listen to the paid portion, swipe right now and you get to listen to it. You don't have to go become a pro member and get all the paid versions. Or you have a guest on that wants to promote a book and you say, hey, for your listeners, you get a 50% discount. Swipe now and your wallet associated with your PayMail here will be charged $10 and you'll get the book in your inbox, or you'll get a code to go get it from, to go buy it from Amazon. The ability to make the connection seamless, I think, opens up a lot of possibilities for like native advertising or affiliate things that are less cheesy and less forced, that are more natural. In the middle of the conversation, you can have a gated portion, or you can have products that come along with it with a simple swipe. I think there's a new type of advertising that's likely to emerge.
Doug, let's go back to Eileen's point about the need to make onboarding as easy as possible for all users, especially people who are not familiar yet even with Bitcoin. I know we sent you a bit of an onboarding kit to educate you about some of these applications. I'm curious if you went through the process at all and how you found it, or what you think we as an ecosystem can do to make things easier for people.
Well, I mean, I'm an old programmer, so I mean, this is simple compared to some of that. I'm still back in my auto exec bat days, getting my MS DOS and Windows machines to work. I think the easiest, oddly enough, I think the most important thing in trying to onboard people into this is in some ways not to tell them even too much. Once you're talking about blocks and tokens and verification and all and authentication and where you know what I mean? Whereas, I look at it's funny. I mean, the main one I've been playing with is Mines, which has its own, they have a Mines token on there. And looking at the hardest thing for people to understand is what is the value? What are these units that they're using? And they're so fast to want to then translate, oh, well, how many of these are in $1? And it's sort of trying to get them off that and to get them thinking more about the value exchange that they're doing on the platform, particularly in the social ones, where what's my recommendation worth? And if you look at the way people are taught about currency in Minecraft, or even back in Second Life, they kind of catch on once they understand that they're in a new territory, that they've migrated, that they're like, citizens in a new country, and these are our customs. So they're thinking about it that way, almost before they're thinking about it in terms of monetization. It tends to help people, and also, and I think it's valuable, it helps keep money in world, rather than I measure, in some ways, I measure the success of a system and how long are people willing to keep their money in the platform rather than constantly going to the bank and cashing out. You want it in the ecosystem. You want it circulating. So sort of the more you can create that feeling of welcome to this place, here's how we exchange value, and keep the whole, this is what it's worth outside in the other world, almost as a secondary consideration, I think we're better off.
Well, we're definitely in the Bitcoin SV ecosystem trying to develop a whole universe of applications and uses for people to use their BSV that they might earn from one of these applications in many places. And as that grows, it'll give them many more options so they don't have to convert to fiat currency. Eileen, you've gone through the onboarding experience yourself, obviously. What can we as an ecosystem do to make it easier for people like you and your friends and family to start becoming content creators or audience members of these platforms?
I think it needs to be frictionless so that all of the apps authenticate with each other using a suite of wallets, for example, and the concepts of why you have to have an electronic wallet needs to be made much more simple for ordinary users. It's very difficult for people of an older generation to even remember their passwords, let alone a seed phrase. And I noticed that the Handcash wallets making great steps to actually make that more frictionless by using a different type of authentication than a 12-word passphrase that makes anybody terrified that if they lose it, they've lost all of their earned dollars. So having something similar to open authentication in the traditional social media world would make things so much easier. And I think the question is, if your mother can get onto the blockchain and use Bitcoin seamlessly without asking you any questions at all, then you've actually succeeded in your goals.
Okay. Isaac, what do you think of some other ways that these platforms allow content creators to make money, such as the troll tax? I know that Twitch has implemented, so it costs somebody money to troll you. What do you think of that, and do you have any other creative ideas for such types of features that allow more earning?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see all these things emerge, like troll toll. If you want somebody to stop commenting, you can set a toll any amount you want to. And if they want to continue to engage, they have to pay that. And I see that more as an incentive changer than necessarily a big moneymaker. Although I do have some friends that made like $50 because somebody couldn't stop trolling them, even though they set a toll at like $10. In terms of all the ways that are possible to make money, it's like the more you sit and think about it, you just go for a walk and start thinking through. There's no end to it. And I think, to me, where I'm at right now with this content creation on the blockchain is, you hear that for a new technology to be adopted, it's got to be like a 10x improvement over the status quo. And content creation consumption is a two-sided marketplace. So on the creation side, the creator side, right now, today, let's just take YouTube versus StreamAndy. It is easily a 10x improvement for creators. The only thing holding them back, especially those lower mid-level YouTube creators that aren't making a ton of money there, having the complete control over how much they charge, how much they share revenue with promoters, et cetera, is the thing holding them back is they can't bring their audiences with them because their audiences, as we've just been discussing, have too hard a time getting the BSV needed to become consumers of that. And so frankly, the biggest impediment is law. It's KYC laws. The fact that you can't just put in a credit card and say, cool, I love this platform. Fill up my wallet with $20 and then I can go around and purchase stuff that you have to go and upload an ID and all this stuff. So I think solving that in some way, either working around those laws or those laws being changed or whatever, that's when the floodgates will open and then the experimentation will go crazy because it's already dramatically better for the creators. They just need to be able to bring their audiences with them and then have that direct peer-to-peer relationship with them. And then I think the experimentation in terms of ways to earn money, I mean, it's going to be off the charts.
Yeah. Well, on that note about making it easier to get small amounts of BSV, one thing that CoinGeek and we at Bitcoin Association have supported is the buybsv.com platform. It's a website, it's a retail site where you can actually buy small amounts of BSV without KYC requirements under a certain threshold. It differs, around by jurisdictions, but if you go check that out, there's a button that can actually be integrated to other sites so that a new user to a site, if they want, can just instantly buy BSV without going through KYC requirements. Up to a certain limit, but certainly enough to get started, on one of these platforms. So we are definitely working to make those things easier. Doug, let me go back to you. So obviously there's great promise for content creators to be earning money on these blockchain, social and online platforms. What do you think are the big hurdles and barriers that, for example, our Bitcoin SV ecosystem still needs to overcome to get lots more content creators on this?
Well, I mean, it's almost always the same thing. I mean, what will have people running will be when there's a few crazy success stories. You know, it's the Justin Biebers that get everybody going on YouTube. It's I even forgot her name, the star on TikTok that she's going to be in a movie now. You know, when you see a few of those, then everybody will come on. So in some ways, I feel like the trick is like when even it's a terrible example, but when, you know, Spotify gets Joe Rogan to start doing his podcast on there, then people come. You know, when Howard Stern went to Sirius XM, then people took that seriously. So it's even if you have to bring them in as a stakeholder, you know, bringing in a few, you know, tempting some current content creators. And also the other way to do it, it seems the most successful so far, is when one of the legacy platforms does something really bad. You know, when they're doing something and they get everyone upset, you know, when people say, oh my God, they just changed our agreement. They just changed our privacy. They just changed our ownership. And then it's like, where do we go? Then it's a matter of having a kind of a readiness to pounce on that, to be there to receive them is really almost what you have to do. It's almost an opportunistic waiting game for that moment when people are going to jump ship and then be ready for them.
So when we get you, Doug, onto one of the BSV social platforms and you're posting a lot of your content there, we're all going to take off, right?
Well, I wish I was big enough to do that. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to build up, you know? But yeah, I mean, when he's talking about, you know, I struggle on Patreon with my podcast. You know, I've got 60,000 people who listen and 200 who are paying members, you know, and I think, damn, if these 60,000 people were given 10 cents a pop, I'd be making more money than begging these people who don't have the money to pay $10 a month.
And that's right. And you can earn that on Bitcoin BSV applications. So we're going to get you on at some point.
Exactly.
Eileen,
I know how to use it.
Let me turn. Awesome. Yeah. So we're going to get a new content creator out of this. Eileen, so let's get a last thought from you. What do you foresee as future trends or predictions of how blockchain-based online applications will change the very nature of consumer behavior and content?
Well, the analysts Gartner have predicted that blockchain-based activities will add $3.1 trillion worth of business value into enterprises, right the way down to individual content creators by the year 2030. That is a massive amount of money, and it's available for anybody that creates content. And so I think solve the technology issues, which are on the way with potential scalability and terabyte-sized blocks, solve the onboarding issues, and people will come to the platform because they see a definite value for them because they're actually being rewarded for what they actually contribute to the internet, as opposed to, at the moment, they're putting money in somebody else's pocket.
Isaac, I'm going to give you 60 seconds to do a commercial to the world out there of online content creators and social media creators about why they should be using a Bitcoin SV powered application. Go.
Yeah, you really need to experience it to see how amazing it is. So everyone who's a content creator, Doug included, come over. If you're making videos or podcasts, come over to Streamanity and attempt it. And at least with the small band of rabid SV users on there, put 10 cents, 50 cents on there and see what it feels like to experience that. And until a big personality like Doug is there, the numpties will have to shoulder the burden of elevating the success stories of creating on these platforms. But come over and try it. And there's a really cool thing, to Doug's point, really quickly, on making the early success story creators stakeholders. Streamanity, I think, just announced a couple weeks ago, if someone comes onto their platform and their first purchase is your video, so let's say they watch one of my videos first, from then on out, any transaction they make, any video they purchase on that platform, I get a percentage of that in perpetuity, like 5%. So any big creator that's bringing new people to the platform is a stakeholder, and so it's a really cool time to get there early. Even if you only bring a handful of your listeners or followers with you, give it a try. It's actually a really fun experiment.
All right, Doug, and we'll conclude with you with this interesting question. And I asked this about on an earlier panel. We've talked a lot about the difference between the legacy and now the blockchain platforms. But do you think that the more legacy social media platforms can play a role in the blockchain universe with the Twitches, Powpings, and Streamanities of the world on BSV?
Huh. Well, they're certainly going to try to, aren't they? I mean, the one thing Facebook seems good at is somehow buying whatever it is that it sees as a threat, and usually ruining it, unfortunately. But you know what I mean, though. They seem ready. I mean, I feel like the best defense against that, and the best way to get them to play nice, is what he was just describing about Streamanity. The more that blockchain enterprises or blockchain-based enterprises can be understood as platform cooperatives, in other words, the more that our participation in the platform gives us some kind of ownership stake in what's happening, then the more we're going to understand it as ours, the more we're going to take ownership for everything that happens there. And that's a fundamentally different energy than what Facebook is doing. So I think then a Facebook or a YouTube can participate in certain ways and try to share content and all that, but then it's going to feel much more like not it's them interacting with them, but them interacting with us. You know, we're going to feel more like the home team. And that's going to change the way we relate. It's going to change how much power we feel we have as stakeholders in this universe when that universe wants to interact with us. So no, I definitely do see it, and they're going to want to share content of all sorts and get us to look at their stuff. But all of a sudden then they're going to learn, what is two-way linking? What is this? What do you mean the piece of content stays associated with you all the time? It's like, yeah, that's our culture. Those are our rules. If you want to play with us, you're going to have to learn how human beings actually interact about their content and creativity.
Thank you very much. And yes, come play in our world, as Doug just mentioned. I want to thank all of our panelists. Before we let them go, I'm going to say this out to the Bitcoin SV Society out there on Twitter. I want to actually run a Twitter poll right now. You can just send it with some notes to everyone across Twitter about what should be the subject matter of both Eileen and Doug Rushkoff's first videos on Streamani or any other platform, because we're going to get them posting videos so that Eileen can make more than $30 and Doug can make many multiples of that. So shoot your suggestions out to Twitter and we'll see if we can get them some really good suggestions for content. I want to thank Eileen, Doug, and Isaac for joining me for this really, really exciting and interesting conversation, and good luck.
Thanks.
All right, now that we've excused that panel, I am going to proceed with introducing our next speaker. As I mentioned earlier, we had to move him around in the schedule, and he's been gracious enough to come speak this afternoon. He'll be speaking about the drive for transactions and transaction processing in Bitcoin SV. He is a partner at Unbounded Capital. Let me introduce Jackson Lasky.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. And I do have a few announcements to make today, but I wanted to start off a little bit more big picture. And I figure, what better way to do that than to quote a man who looms large over this entire conference. And I'll give you a hint as to whom I'm talking about. It's not the doctor. Now, the quote, or maybe it's more of a proclamation, but is this: the protocol wars are over. The protocol wars are over, and the implication is that BSV has already won. Now, I would agree, but it's a controversial statement in a lot of rooms, but not this one, or at least this virtual room. And why is that? Only BSV scales to meet global demand. Only BSV scales to meet global demand, and as more and more people realize this, their incentive is to join us, not to try and reinvent the wheel. And those who feel compelled to copy are going to be confronted with the impressive network being formed on BSV before our eyes. My name is Jackson Lasky, and I'm a partner at Unbounded Capital, a BSV ecosystem fund offering venture and hedge exposure to the BSV space. And when our firm switched from a multi-network strategy to
to focusing exclusively on BSV, our peers found this to be a bold choice, to say the least. But to us, it wasn't. It wasn't bold at all. Really, we had no choice. Only BSV scales to meet global demand. We simply recognized that the protocol wars are over. And so now it's time to think at scale. We all know that the ability to scale isn't the same thing as scale itself. And I would argue that understanding that scale is possible is not the same thing as thinking at scale. Now, many in BSV are already thinking at scale, but I think we all need to strive to think bigger, and especially to think deeper and to think farther ahead. It's time to think at scale, and here's why. The countdown to FAMGA has begun. Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, $6.5 trillion in combined market cap. And I'm going to do a little math for you. That's about 6,500 Kelvins. So if Bitcoin is what we think it is, if BSV is what we think it is, this is our competition. It's not BSV's competition, but it is the competition of BSV businesses. $6.5 trillion. There's no outspending these companies, only potentially outwitting. The countdown to FAMGA has begun. At Unbounded Capital, we love BSV startups and entrepreneurs. A BSV entrepreneur must do two things. One, you guessed it, think at scale. And two, embrace competition. Now, it really isn't bold to be a BSV investor, but it is bold to be building a BSV business. And I work with BSV entrepreneurs almost every day, and I find myself constantly inspired by the vision, the ability to think at scale, the creativity, the determination, the passion, and I feel compelled to do what I can to help these companies succeed. And it isn't just because, for a firm like ours, our returns would be better if BSV startups outcompete the tech giants. It's much more important than that. I really think the tech world needs a fresh start, a new culture, a culture that I think is being built here at BSV, a culture that focuses on serving customers, not deceiving them, a culture that focuses on building real economic value, not just the promise of economic value in the future, and a culture that recognizes the value and the beauty of an individual, not a culture that seeks to shape and control the masses. I think that culture is being built here on BSV, and I think it's because of the technology. I think the technology has a way of grabbing people who already have these values and bringing it even further out of them. And that's why at Unbounded Capital, we love BSV startups and entrepreneurs. And we think that we can help. We want to help drive the adoption of services created by BSV startups. We want to see every Fortune 500 company using services created by companies like Run, Handcash, Planaria, Soken, Tokenized, Unisat, Tall, Matterpool, Mempool, Chronoverse, RelayX, BitBoss, Bayesian Group, MetaStream, MoneyButton, Senti, Bitstocks, Enchain, and the list goes on from here, and it's growing quickly, as we all know. And so, I'm extremely excited to be introducing Unbounded Enterprise. We're diving in to take a more active role in driving the adoption of services created by BSV startups. Time is of the essence. The countdown to FAMGA has begun, and we think we can help accelerate this adoption. So what is Unbounded Enterprise? Well, first, let's recognize that competition demands specialization. Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley loves moats. Moats that you can build around your business and keep out the competition.
But in Bitcoin, moats are hard to come by. Bitcoin's a space where autonomy and interoperability are the expectation. So Bitcoin startups must embrace competition, and competition demands specialization. Now, from a consumer's perspective, competition and specialization are good, but that's really skipping steps. Specialization can lead to fragmentation, fragmentation to complexity, and very few consumers can afford complexity. At Unbounded Enterprise, we want to make sure they don't have to. Making adoption simple. That's our North Star at Unbounded Enterprise. Imagine a simple business like a ticketing company that uses Run for tickets, Handcash Connect for payments, Planaria to view the whole universe of tickets, and Zokin's Allegory protocol to track the identity of each ticket holder. Of course, you would need a transaction processor as well. And while this is a relatively simple example constructed exclusively of unbounded capital portfolio companies, we can already see the complexity starting, and there's many more examples like this. We could think of a VR game that uses tools from Chronoverse and Omniscape, which we saw yesterday, and maybe it uses MetaStream for IoT devices embedded in the home of each competitor. And if it's a VR game, then we know Bitstocks is involved somehow, although I don't think anyone really has the details yet. The point is this. There's already so many great BSV startups and services. And as that number continues to increase, the possibilities are going to explode a number. But we want to make sure complexity doesn't explode as well. Back to our North Star, making adoption simple. Okay, so what is Unbounded Enterprise? We're still a work in progress, but we're striving to be a single point of contact that makes it easy for businesses to adopt the services being created by BSV startups. And how will we do that? We'll do it by making the core of Unbounded Enterprise a transaction processor. Now, those of you who caught Jerry Chan from Tall, an entrepreneur in an organization for whom we have immense respect and admiration, those of you who caught his talk earlier today will already know that transaction processors live and die with the growth of the ecosystem. Processors are incentivized to drive ecosystem growth, and the ecosystem is dependent on having multiple great transaction processors. It's a role that it works well with our goal of growing the ecosystem at Unbounded Capital, and it's a position from which we think we can have the greatest impact in driving the adoption of BSV services. I don't know where we'll end up, but I do know where we'll start. We'll start at the center, and to me, the center of any business function on BSV is with the node network. Now, we know that the BSV network is theoretically unbounded, but the bound at any one time is determined by the level of investment by nodes and the technology available to nodes. It's for this reason that I'm extremely excited to announce that there's a company called Zokin Labs. Zokin Labs has a founder and CEO named Nathan Mani, and Nathan Mani is a man who thinks at scale. And Zokin Labs is creating a new BSV node implementation called Zokin Vega that I believe will be the state-of-the-art in scaling Bitcoin and Bitcoin applications. And for that reason, I'm extremely excited to announce that Unbounded Enterprise will be the first transaction processor to be adopting Zokin Vega upon its completion in Q1 2021. Now, for those of you who care about such things, Zokin Vega promises to be the end to such BSV app developer bugaboos as the child transaction limit, the dust limit, and I think ultimately all practical scaling limits. We'll also be integrating Zokin Nexa, which is an existing blockchain indexing and SPV service, which helps scale BSV applications, not just the blockchain itself. And that's Zokin Vega and Zokin Nexa. I really couldn't be more excited for the future of Bitcoin, the future of BSV startups, and the future of unbounded enterprise. But we're still early on this journey, and we don't have all the answers. So for that reason and more, we want to connect with you. If you're a BSV startup looking to understand what we can do for you as a transaction processor and a partner, we want to connect with you. If you're a business looking to understand how BSV services could be used to help you improve your business and achieve your vision, we want to connect with you. If you're a hash operator and you're looking for a mining pool with unique opportunities, we want to connect with you. And most importantly, we're growing our team. And if you want to take this journey with us, we want to connect with you. For more information about Unbounded Enterprise, Unbounded Capital, and our partners, including Zoken Labs, please check out unboundedenterprise.io, and you can contact us there as well. I want to sincerely thank Jimmy, I want to thank Calvin, I want to thank CoinGeek, and everyone who helped us make this announcement of an exciting evolution at Unbounded at such an amazing conference. And I want to leave you with a promise from us to you. We will make all of your dreams come true in 18 months. And if you don't get that joke, I envy you. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you, Jackson, for that presentation and announcement. So many announcements happening here at the conference. Now we're going to move on to our next presentation, which will be remote from both Canada as well as, I believe, our London studio site. And it's going to be a really good introduction of more information from the Bayesian Group. You've heard their name several times throughout the last 2 days. Well, you're going to hear from its chief visionary, Roy Bernhardt, as well as one of his new colleagues, Cassandra Cook, who will be talking to you about the world of modern finance on Bitcoin SV with the Bayesian Group. Please welcome to our virtual stage, Roy Bernhardt.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Jimmy. It's great to continue to be a part of this amazing conference. The presentations over the past couple of days have been outstanding. And it really got me and the team buzzing with ideas and opportunities. And thank you to the hundreds of people who visited our digital booth so far. We're actually very honored to see you all. I'm also very excited to be here today to update everyone on the Bayesian story. And with me today is Cassandra Cook, our Senior Director of Customer Enablement, live in studio in London, England, to add color and detail to this exciting journey. Hi, Cassandra. The last time I was in front of everyone at the CoinGeek stage, I had the pleasure of introducing the world's first BSV Alpha Fund, an AI quantitative digital asset hedge fund focused on generating alpha on top of BSV. So we formally launched the Bayesian Fund on May 4th, 2020, and have been hunting for alpha every day since. It's been a fun and tumultuous ride strapped into the volatility roller coaster that is the digital asset investment space. But understanding the markets more and more each day, as I'm sure many of you are too. As it turns out, that was just the beginning of our journey. Next slide, please. So the technology, education, and access to deep and unique liquidity sources derived from building the hedge fund gave rise to some interesting and unique vertical shifts, actually. So we had a platform with historic and real-time streaming data coming into our data lake, a trading strategy pool, a distributed execution engine, core components of any financial system. So we designed and coded some intelligent algorithms that allowed us to create and launch a smart, quantitatively driven OTC desk, followed by a multi-asset, multi-exchange, smart market-making platform. So since its launch in Q3, we've processed upwards of $300 million in transactions with our market-making platform and tens of millions of dollars at our OTC desk. And we're just dipping our toes in the water. This month, we are launching a smart liquidity provision product that enables payment processors, aggregators, and retail operators the ability to dramatically reduce risk while providing end consumers and businesses with the magic of digital asset payments in the real world. Basically, financial world staples just done better. And you know what? We didn't stop there. On top of our live tokenization platform, which I'll talk about a little bit later, at the turn of the new year, we'll be launching another massive financial staple. Something we have been working on for the past year, also done better. But after putting all that stuff together, and it was a handful, and we've been able to migrate from 6 or 7 people to now over 80 people in the Bayesian group. Something magical happened, something Bayesian. We realized that we had to think bigger, to move high above finance with a bigger vision, a bigger mission. Otherwise, everything we were doing in the fintech world would be limited to a subset of biased internal ecosystem beliefs versus helping everyone in the real world. We realized that we needed to look from the outside in and not the other way around, as most of the digital asset industry has been doing. And over to Cassandra to share a little bit more about what we discovered.
Thanks, Ray. We live in a world full of systems that we've created and that we've accepted. But these systems are limiting the way in which we explore and benefit the world around us. Systems that are broken and unfair, inaccessible, overcomplicated in industries that we're talking about at this conference. But today, superior technology exists to overcome these limitations, and our friends at nChain have given us the tools to solve these problems and progress various global industries. Today, more is possible.
What we did was we created the Bayesian group, essentially a think tank to understand the interconnectivity of the world around us.
And our purpose is to further the probability of positive change, transforming the fabric of our global systems, driven by the opportunity of equalization. Our solution is a regulated, consumer-first, transparent approach built on the BSV protocol. We're not waiting for people to tell us what their problems are. We're solving problems people don't even know that they have yet. And we're doing this in a transparent way, driven by the right moral compass. We are enablers in universal advancement, supporting people and helping people that living in these broken systems every day. Our mission is big, but it starts with the first step, finance. Finance makes the world go round, and disrupting this sector is key to disrupting sectors all around, other sectors around the world. This is a picture of today's financial system. To break it down, it's a bunch of business units that are connected at the top of the house. Individuals and businesses interact with this ecosystem and enter it in various different entry points. But when it comes to working effectively and efficiently between the units, it's limited. And there's many disadvantages to this system today. It's siloed. The system is constrained by the geography and the institutions, which themselves are constrained by their P&Ls. It's outdated. The tech stack of most of these institutions are over 50 years old. It's inefficient. The overhead associated with the physical assets are just no longer needed in this digital age. It's overcomplicated with the lack of access of data, and it's risk averse. The market pressures derived from the 2008 crash have created cultures that limit or completely eliminate risk. These systems are outdated. And it's outdated for people around the world. Over 1.7 billion people cannot access this financial system. It's expensive to be poor, and there's a need for the equalization of opportunity to unlock true global financial power. When it comes to money, we believe people fit into one of 4 groups. You got your high net worth, and these are people who can afford to have somebody else manage their finances. You've got the Henrys, the high earners not rich yet, and these are people who are making more on a monthly basis than they are spending, be it £20 or upwards of that. You've got pay as you go, and these people can access the system, but through products like a bank account, but these people are living paycheck to paycheck, regardless if it is that person who's working 3 jobs just trying to put food on the table for their family, or that person who's taking holidays twice a year and shopping at Whole Foods. The core here is that they are making enough money to live their life. And finally, that bottom billion, the people who can't access this system. Now, as I mentioned, there's 1.7 billion people around the world who fit in this group. But what's important to note is 1 million of them live here in the UK, which reminds us that this is truly a global issue. Now, if each group is a level, the movement between these levels is quite difficult and breeds complexity. And most institutions are actually looking to solve these problems, but they're focusing on the service. And it's not the service, it's the system. And the only way to fix the system is to fix it at its core, ensuring that everyone truly benefits. To throw those levels right out the door and level the playing field. We live in a new world, a modern world, and we need a new system that fits our needs. And that's why we're creating Fabric. Fabric is here to create a frictionless, open digital asset marketplace where everyone prospers, where everyone has the power to live the life that they aspire to, defined by in the eyes of the beholder. Our solution is an interconnected system that can transform, hold, trade, and grow every asset you own, based on technology that can scale with the world's needs, that does not only just help with microtransactions, but nanotransactions, something that's simply just not possible on any other system. We're building a world where everything is digital. Now, as a reminder, this is our current system. And we believe there is no amount of innovation that can be built on this framework to fix the problems and fix everything at its core. So we are planning to rebuild this to make sure that it's fully interconnected to fix its pain points. And that's why we're building tomorrow's marketplace. This is a place that not only transforms real-world assets into digital assets, but allows for, once you're in the system, for it to be fluid, less limiting, and circular. A place that truly benefits consumers and businesses.
And unlike any other marketplace, we're not just bringing the players together. We're the players as well. We know that in order to kickstart any new ecosystem or marketplace, any new disruptive movement, you need to be the architect, the general contractor, the tradesperson, all at the same time. Movie studios, would they change if Netflix didn't create its own movies and shows? I don't know. So we believe in healthy competition with the same energy as we believe in collaboration. For example, the iPhone comes with a messaging app because Apple knew people needed one for the iPhone to deliver on its value proposition to its users. Our marketplace comes with a custodian. Have a better one? Amazing. Come and play and win over market share. Or better yet, partner with us and let's create custodial solutions the world has never seen before. Be the WhatsApp. But make no mistake, we're not standing still waiting on someone else to be a key piece of this marketplace. It's simply unfair to all marketplace participants, and most importantly, end consumers whose lives we will all change by our collective products and services, by our collective mission, and by the power of the real Bitcoin. By example, last month we launched our tokenization platform. Yeah, we ruffled a few feathers, but the many panels and talks at this conference and lots of social conversations that are happening are proof that we all win when we work together to compete in a healthy way. In fact, it is our tokenization platform that is the fabric that binds the marketplace. You will notice I use the word platform instead of protocol. It's a seemingly simple difference, but it's key to understanding our ethos in this revolution. Instead of defining a new token protocol and custom wallet, we focused on creating a system that would allow for many protocols and wallets to come together. This achieves several benefits to the community. It allows protocol engineers to focus on developing best-of-breed protocols that are suited for anything from generic to highly specialized use cases, and wallet engineers to focus on user experience and usability. By creating a bridge between the two, there's no longer a battle to be the best protocol, or as many of us have been doing, waiting for any protocol. With a single line of code, a wallet can switch the token issuance and operating protocol that is being used, querying, transferring, transacting, written once and done. Protocol upgrades should no longer break wallet integrations or be held up by wallets that are too slow or unable to adapt to a new feature set. And in true Bayesian style, once the platform was ready, we built our own token protocol derived from the fantastic Tokenized white paper and our own operating wallet. Because theory is nice and all, but this platform, without tokens to issue, mint, or melt, without a place to store, view, and transfer them, well, everyone would just still be waiting then. With the Fabric tokenization platform, wallet, and token protocol all live, we opened up and launched a private invite-only beta to test all the basics, speed, stability, usability, etc. We've had over 200 registrations in the past 45 days, unique and interesting projects, limited initially in size and scope, but quite a peek into what's to come. Our first platform release is focused on utility tokens, which is amazing for businesses and consumers with big imaginations and the ability to see the many use cases and needs real companies and people have. From teachers rewarding their students to companies opening new ways for their employees to acknowledge one another. The use cases are countless before even touching the financial products. The fun and inventive way we did that was by integrating Zapier. Zapier is easy automation for busy people. It connects thousands of apps to each other without coding. What it enabled was that in addition to our developer-focused API, tokenization could be automated and workflows could be designed by non-coders. Through Zapier, token balances can be queried, tokens can be transferred, and more. This opens up really neat possibilities, such as sending someone a token from a tweet, for joining your newsletter, or even for reading it, without end users needing to even know what Bitcoin is. A fun example I can share is our own use of the Fabric tokenization protocol. Eric, our VP of Customer, a non-coder, put together in less than 1 day, on top of his busy day-to-day duties, a fully gamified reward program for the staff at the Bayesian Group. It integrates Slack, Google Sheets, and Fabric tokens. Anyone at Bayesian can go to a Slack channel, Being Bayesian, and type out the custom hashtag, Being Bayesian, with a kudos, and then an @ name to anyone at the company. And in the background, tokens are transferred from the kudos giver to the kudos receiver. Yes, it's an internal currency of thanks, the best kind of currency. And the best part, he even whipped up a live dashboard so anyone can see who's got the big stack of love. All of this in less than a day, without writing any code on the tokenization platform from Fabric. And of course, we're not stopping there. We have lots and lots of big plans. The platform will bring you stable coins, wrapped coins, and shortly after that, tokenized real-world assets and securities. And with all of those use cases and more, we will finally have a marketplace for everyone. A marketplace for companies who want to enhance their liquidity by taking a liquid share, tokenizing it, and setting it free. For companies, professionals, and even robots, growing value on behalf of others, so automated or at the educated discretion of a human, we hope, be able to provide custom wealth management across traditional and digital assets, including the many new ones that were just set free. For people who are growing value for themselves, DeFi style, no middle person. Swap your assets, make payments, borrow money, get a mortgage, or invest 2 cents in $1 trillion company, all on your own, all simply. And also for companies enhancing the trading experience for people in their individual ecosystem, like taking a closed system of loyalty points and listing it on an open marketplace, exponentially increasing the value of those tokens or those points. And it's going to all happen in one simple place that will actually be everywhere, owned by everyone. That will be the fabric of modern finance, bridging traditional finance with digital finance using open finance and blockchain. I know it's a mouthful, but in a short and sweet way, we wanted to share with you where we started, how we got there, and where we are now. And I mean, the buzz that's going on in our organization is fantastic. The buzz that's going on in this conference is fantastic. Everything that we've been able to see, hear, and share gets us all crazy excited about what's going on. And I guess on that note, and perhaps a little bit early, and happy to open it up to even a little break or a conversation with Jimmy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Cassandra, and everyone behind the scenes at CoinGeek for giving us this wonderful opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Roy. We are actually running still a little behind, so we're going to have to close this session and move on to our last session of the day. But I want to thank you for that great presentation from you and Cassandra. And we all look forward to seeing what's going to be happening with the Bayesian Group and Fabric over the coming months and years. Now it's time to close day 2 with of course, the man of the conference, Dr. Craig S. Wright. You heard from him yesterday in his keynote presentation about outsourced computation. As we prepare for him, he's getting ready in the London studio. I want to give a few other announcements. I want to remind everyone that voting for the Hackathon Finals closes in a little bit. 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time is the deadline. Please make sure to vote. To vote, you need the conference and AR app that is provided by Transmira on its Omniscape platform. Download that app onto your mobile device, and then you can vote. Just vote once. You can only vote for one finalist. In addition, you can use the app to get digital items, virtual items that are tokens of BSV on the BSV blockchain connected to whatever wallet that you integrate with the app. We'll be doing another airdrop after the session is over here, so be prepared and you can pick up some cool BSV tokens. I also want to thank our sponsor again for day 2, Blockchain Intelligence Group, the leading blockchain analytics firm, for their support. And please check out information about their services and the support of Bitcoin SV on their website. Tomorrow, we've got another full day, not quite as long as today, but we'll be bringing the conference to a close with a whole host of presentations and panels about some exciting topics. Expect some more interesting business announcements and cool use cases of Bitcoin SV you may not have thought about until you hear them. All right, I think we are ready for Dr. Wright. I hear Steve Shatters has been warming him up for me. In fact, I think I saw a picture on Twitter of them next to a fireplace. I hope he's not too toasty because I need him to be ready for this fireside chat. Please welcome to our virtual stage, live from our London site, Dr. Craig S. Wright.
Hi, how are you, Jimmy?
I'm well, thanks, Craig. We're here to talk about It's About Time.
Certainly is.
Which is the important timestamp server. So it's about time we have this conversation.
Looking forward to it.
So the reason we're having this conversation is the Bitcoin white paper does not use the word blockchain at all.
No, it doesn't.
Instead, it uses the phrase distributed timestamp server in 2 places, the introduction and in section 3 of the white paper.
That's correct.
So tell me why you chose to describe distributed timestamp server in the white paper.
Well, it actually goes back to an earlier service that was mentioned in there by Matthew Siddell, and effectively it's something that people have been working on for quite some time as a way of doing a concept that was actually before even blockchain or whatever else, a proof chain. So going right back 25 years ago from now, there was a concept of a proof chain where you could store evidence in a way that was tamper resistant.
The idea of timestamping information is very old, right? It goes back in history centuries, if not thousands of years. Why do you think it's so important to timestamp information and records?
So it really becomes critical to ensure that you have accurate records. So, for instance, how do you tell whether someone has altered evidence or records or files or documents or accounts? It's one thing to be able then to prove that you haven't altered them. How do you know that you haven't got a second set? So the nature here is to have one sort of basically stream of evidence, of proof of what exists out there in a tamper-resistant way. So whether that's for digital currency, where you need a ledger of what's occurred, basically so that you don't get all the problems that DigiCash and eCash type systems had in the past, where criminals can use it for money laundering. Because if you have the ledger, then people aren't able to do that without leaving a trail. That's really what blockchain's about. But more than that, it is the ledger that enables auditing of records, of invoicing, of purchase orders. So you can ensure that they match and that they haven't been altered afterwards. And that doesn't mean you can't change things. In accounting, you can always change a record, but you need to leave a record of the error and the change. So what you should be doing is actually leaving the incorrect record there, as Bitcoin would have, and then basically going and having a new record saying that the previous one was in error this is how we update it.
Now, you were an auditor for a long time, or worked for an audit firm. What lessons did you learn from your experiences in the auditing field that informed your design of Bitcoin as a timestamp server?
So yeah, I worked for a time in a firm called BDO, and my role was in forensic support, in technology support, working with CATS, which is computer-aided audit technology, and I always found it was very inefficient. I found that the way people had to keep going through the same paper records year after year was basically horribly wasteful. And many of the teams would actually re-audit the same material. Why should you do that? Why should you take something because you need to use it over multiple years and re-audit it, when all you need to do is prove nothing's changed? If you can actually just take a hash of that document, that should be the check. And then you can actually have people working on more important things, actually analyzing the business and what it's doing. And auditors don't lose jobs by automating. They do things that are actually more beneficial for the business. And computer-aided audit techniques actually create more work and help and benefit companies as well.
Let's talk about trusted digital timestamping. Before Bitcoin, the majority of timestamp services that would timestamp information or documents acted as a trusted third-party service. And now Bitcoin is more of an external timestamp authority, right? That is not managed or controlled by any one particular individual or party. Talk to us about the importance of moving from having a trusted third-party service for timestamping to this external network that's distributed, such as Bitcoin.
So in the past, there were a number of PKI companies that have been compromised. One of these around the time of Bitcoin was a company called DigiNotar. DigiNotar, as a public key infrastructure company, also provided signature verification and timestamping services. Some of that used the Matthias type protocol. But the problem with a central service like that, and especially when it's implemented and it's all run on their site, is that a compromise means that everything is compromised. And people don't seem to understand, but it's not just compromised now. When DigiNotar was compromised, it meant that the certificates were compromised in the past. So that 20-year mortgage you have that's 15 years in, it's no longer trustworthy. With a Bitcoin solution, a blockchain, if you get a compromised provider, then it's only that provider and that everything continues. But more than that, the problem Matthias didn't understand is it's not a technology solution. It's game theoretic. It's economics. So the way I looked at having nodes, rather than having a company that becomes super fragile, you can make the system robust through competition. If we have multiple entries, and say one has 30% of the network, that gets attacked and taken out. Now, 70% of the network are earning 100% of the fees. That makes it highly profitable. And because it's profitable, that brings in other players. So those who were suboptimal before now decide to scale up, and the attacked entity, even though they've been taken out of the network, if they can't continue, if they've lost money, doesn't matter. They get instantly replaced. So Bitcoin isn't nodes for every person on Earth. It's about making a robust self-healing network.
That's a good description. I want to dig into a couple specific portions of the white paper that reference this. In the introduction of the white paper, one of the sentences talks about the solution that's proposed in the white paper to the double spending problem, using a peer-to-peer distributed timestamp server to generate computational proof of the, and this is the part I want to focus on, of the chronological order of transactions. So why is having transactions tracked in chronological order on a distributed timestamp server important?
Okay, so if we think about things like checks, The problem with fraud on checks was that someone could basically go over a weekend, say, and give out multiple versions of the same money. They might have $1,000 or £1,000 in a bank account, and they could spend 900 here and then 800 there, and the same money would be spent multiple times. Whoever gets in first then gets paid, and then they have to try and fight to get money back and all sorts of things like this. But imagine if we can speed that up. Imagine if in seconds everything goes out to the network and you can see who was first. Not only that, you can see the other people who come in after. So if you're the vendor, if you're the merchant, then you can watch and see that there's been no other transactions on the network. You can see that you're the first one. And if the network assumes first in, first out, then it's very easy. All the merchants are going to know that they get paid. And that's really what it's about. So if you now come in second, you lose. And that becomes very, very easy, even if you are a second or two late, because transactions are broadcast across the entire network in milliseconds. Even a second late is too late.
So about 2 years ago, when we were having the disagreements with the Bitcoin Cash competing implementations at the time, and there was disagreements about transaction ordering, did the white paper and your design of Bitcoin to preserve the chronological order of transactions inform your opinions and position at the time?
Well, the entire process was really about having time-ordered transactions. And if you're going to arbitrarily decide that you're going to reorder those, then that defeats the whole purpose. But that wasn't why they wanted to do it. They wanted to use it as a basis for a different network that they sat on top to make new sorts of ICOs. ICOs are failed. ICOs had failed before Bitcoin. ICOs are just web IPOs rebranded. No one seems to be old enough to remember the 1990s and the internet, and old buggers like me do. And there were many, many companies would roll up a .com and have no business and just roll out and do nothing and take money. And that's really what they're trying to do there. So we wanted to ensure that we kept the primary purpose of Bitcoin. Very simple. First transaction in, first transaction gets put in a block. If you have a simple system, it doesn't need to be complex. I know developers, engineers love to make things more complex. Simple wins.
And so this is important to your concept of time-based ordering as the rule to determine whether nodes should accept or reject a transaction as valid or not on the Bitcoin network. Is that correct?
That's correct. And more importantly, if you can start manipulating the order, how do you trust it anymore? It gets to the point where the developers and others are now setting the rules. The rules are meant to be there and just act. So a lot of people have this false notion that the internet, TCP/IP, was really taking off and became the protocol that everyone uses now because it's free, that it's some anti-capitalist thing, that it's free. The internet did not take off because it was free. The internet was never grown because it was non-commercial. The internet stagnated and did nothing until it became commercial. The commercial nature of the internet is really the same as Bitcoin. But the commercial nature that people overlook, it grew for one reason. It didn't change. It wasn't that it was free. Most companies that I worked with didn't want to use the internet because it's free. They didn't have someone to blame. Most companies didn't care that it was free. They went to Novell, they went to IBM. Why? Because someone else will do things. And besides, the internet wasn't free. You had to pay ISPs, you had to pay providers, you had to pay everyone. So the only people who benefited out of that were a bunch of engineers, and most of them still went for the other protocols. But Novell changed every year. IBM changed a little bit more than that. So if you're a business, a bank, and you're spending millions of dollars implementing a new protocol in your business, and 12 months later you have to throw everything away and start again, you very quickly stop actually doing anything. So the internet is here because it didn't change. And Bitcoin's not going to change either.
Let's focus now on section 3, which is the section of the white paper which specifically addresses timestamp server. It talks about a timestamp server working by taking a hash of a block of items to be timestamped and widely publicizing the hash. And it also says the timestamp proves the data must have existed at the time, obviously, in order to get into the hash.
That's correct. So a 256-bit SHA hash, you're not going to need to worry about collisions. They will exist, but the number of collisions in the size of the universe and all that sort of stuff, we're a long way away from worrying about that. Now, really what this is taking the protocol that was proposed by Mathias et al., goes right back to 1991 for the first iteration of something like this, and they were sort of my age and were looking backwards for how networks worked, which is unfortunate. If they'd looked forward to this new upcoming network, the internet, which no one was looking at because you had CompuServe and Novell and all this other stuff, big commercial players, if they'd looked forward, rather than saying, we can publish the hash in a newspaper, they might have said, we can put it on the internet. And then they might have thought, we could actually use the protocol to distribute the actual information in the protocol. Then they might have thought, if we only need to put the hash out there, maybe if we combine it with how we transfer this thing, we could make something like SPV. So this really came about as taking the idea that Mathias and all the others had for securely transmitting, well, basically digital signatures and attestations on those, and using that to expand, not just to digital cash, but to ways of storing information securely in order.
The white paper then continues and says each timestamp includes the previous timestamp in its hash, forming a chain with each additional timestamp in reinforcing the ones before it.
That's correct.
I want to focus on this because I think it's a portion of the white paper people don't hone in on enough, which is that the timestamp has to, the chain, excuse me, includes the previous timestamps in each hash forming is what helps link the chain together. Why was that important to you?
Okay, so if you incorporate the root hash from the prior block, that means you can't change the prior block. Then you have the one before that. And just by putting that minimal amount of information in the header, that allows you to create a chain of information that can be sent not to the nodes, but to the users. So this is something people don't get. If you look on the original SourceForge site, I know SourceForge has been taken down, but people do have archives. What you will see is I discussed Bitcoin as a system of users and nodes, and they're separate. And that's an important aspect here. Nodes end up being commercial, but users can ensure that the nodes can never cheat. Users can keep things honest because they have evidence of any changes in the chain. And they do this not by having the whole blockchain, but just the hash of the information. Remember, that block, no matter how large it is, can be hashed down to a single small hash of every part of it. If you have terabytes worth of information, you still only need to maintain the block header. If you have petabytes of information, as a user, just maintaining the block header allows you to know that it is completely secure and has never been altered or tampered with.
But more specifically, why was it important to you to include the timestamp in the hash to create the linked chain?
Why are you timestamping? I mean, it's more about the block number in that. So it's not time in the way we do it, but a block number is still going to be a form of time and allows you to put a point in time where you need to check. So if you're looking at a particular block number, you can match that to time, and that will allow you to quickly find where you happen to have a transaction. This is part of how SPV would work. Rather than having to, again, have the entire block, you just need to scan parts and be able to filter on time. So if everything's ordered, it's not reordered cantologically or anything like this, then you can actually start working out where transactions will be and more efficiently sort.
Beyond solving the Bitcoin, the double spending problem to help enable Bitcoin, did you envision other business use cases of this distributed timestamp server way back in 2008 and before?
Quite a number, actually. The first thing I started working on was actually with a company called CenterBet. I wanted to try and use Bitcoin and the blockchain as an alert system to, well, basically act to stop malware. One of the possibilities was a canary system. So the same way you have canaries in a coal mine, we would have alerts set up that would monitor, for instance, if there were spam emails coming in or malicious activity on ports, and information then would be sent out as a transaction. So that would then record on the blockchain, and no matter where you were, securely, someone wouldn't even know what the transaction was. It's private, and yet the company could then have a full record that a particular server, a particular site's being attacked. So I'd actually tried to build a peer alerting system, a IDS intrusion detection system that would be on multiple nodes around the network. And unfortunately, that didn't take off within CenterBet because they ended up being sold. And the project I was trying to start, building a blockchain-based alert system in 2009, ended up being scrapped.
So we're now seeing on Bitcoin SV a number of business use cases for timestamping of information. For example, we heard from the Veridat venture today about timestamping or hash of clinical research data. There are businesses that are creating timestamping of documents. And you've talked even yesterday about attestation of computation. What are other business uses that you think can be made of this timestamping function of the Bitcoin ledger? And what would you like to see the entrepreneurs out there in BSV land help create?
Okay, so first of all, I will actually note that the verification of scientific data is a big issue. I'm glad to see people doing that because for a lot of psychological studies, marketing studies, whatever else that are meant to be scientific, people drop information. If you have a survey and you can exclude things and leave them out, or drug trials and leave information out, you can radically change and skew the results. So not being able to do that is very important. But I'd like to start seeing the movement of goods and services. So imagine if we have a locking device that is linked securely with something like I talked about yesterday, a puff, a combination of that and RPuzzle so that you can securely lock a customs declaration in one country, load a shipping container, and now have full records about where it's been, link that to GeoIP data, link it to times and movements, and verify that it must have been on this boat, it must have left this port, it has not been opened. Then it's not like some of the things now where we have seals and people get paid enough money and they get opened and resealed. All of these things start to become much more difficult to do. If we can start actually attributing things with multiple sources, it becomes really difficult to actually falsify evidence, to change things after the date. So imagine, for instance, it's not just you and your machines, but other cameras and other devices would also be putting out evidence that act to corroborate evidence. So as we're going forward, this will allow accounting records to be more accurate. It'll allow logging and other servers to become more accurate. It will mean that if your server's attacked, the attackers won't be able to delete logs. It'll mean malicious software will be easier to trace. Money laundering will become harder, much harder. So recently we've just seen BitMEX have been indicted for money laundering, or a number of their people. I expect lots of other things to happen here. And because of the nature of blockchain, as we move these services on blockchain, there'll be no deleting of records anymore. So it's going to become easier for law enforcement to ensure that those people doing things wrong are caught. But mostly, I want to be able to see where we can track and trace everything that's occurring. For instance, here in Britain, quite a number of years ago now, with mad cow, many cattle that basically had no relation to that were killed. Why? Because they couldn't tell where the movement of certain cows came from. Now, if we could actually start tracing that back right to the farms and know, I bought this piece of meat, this is where it came from, that opens up a lot of sort of controls around safety that will ensure that people have products that are top quality and still pay less money.
Are there things about the timestamp server nature of the Bitcoin ledger that the Bitcoin society, including in BSV, misunderstand or get wrong that you would like to take a moment to clarify for them?
Many. The nature of 10 minutes and everything being safe and whatever else, and thinking that you have to have a block found and all the rest is wrong. For a start, blocks are really consolidated after the 100 block period. But that's not what you need to worry about. Your transaction should be in a block and it should be ordered no matter what. If you've paid a mining fee and if it's sufficient and you haven't tried to get a free one, then your transaction will be ordered. And you should be able to view and trust that quickly. Not because of miners or anything like that people say, not because of the 10-minute limit. You should be able to do it nearly instantly because you know people are competing for it. They want your fees. They're not large now, but think about every search you do on Google. You don't make much money on a Google search. If you thought about the cost of a Google search, you'd think, how does Google actually make money? But it's volume. It's how many of these you're doing. And over time, more and more transactions are going to occur. More and more channels are going to happen. And as that occurs, it becomes more and more automated. And it becomes more and more automated. There's no people watching. No one can interact. That means you have more and more ability to trust the ordering of your transaction. So the more Bitcoin scales, the more you don't need to worry about the 10-minute limit. The more you can trust as soon as you send a transaction, you know it's going to be in.
So speaking about time and the 10-minute average block time, I know you've addressed this before, but do you want to take a moment and explain to our audience why the 10-minute choice for average block intervals?
It was fairly much a good guess. I have to actually say that, to be honest. It was a good guess. It sounded about right. It worked out well. 10 minutes goes into an hour quite well. An hour has all the Babylonian sort of divisibility without going into fractions easily, because 6 and all the rest. So effectively, it really came down to a good enough. If it was much shorter than that, it would become too difficult to transmit blocks in time. The cost associated with building large blocks and scaling would take up too much of the time when you get particularly large blocks, and it would cause forks in the network. If you make it too long, on the other hand, then again, either you end up with too larger blocks to transmit, or gaps in how things happen. So it was really a guesstimate about, if I make it a minute, it's going to fail. If I make it 20 minutes, it's going to fail. I'll pick somewhere in the middle, and 10's a nice round number.
And as we get close to wrapping up the session, let me ask you this. What do you hope to see from the Bitcoin SV society out there for uses of your timestamp server that you could not have predicted 10 years ago?
That I couldn't predict 10 years ago. I think we're still getting to the point where we haven't got to that. I'd love to see something that I couldn't predict even now, but we're not quite there yet. I want to see people start implementing controls so that industrial Internet of Things will run and use a bus, and that bus will be Bitcoin. It will enable them to ensure that they're linked and that their times are set, they're secure. They'll be able to trust other machines. They'll be able to send alerts without having to have a central server. They'll be able to monitor each other's performance. And when I say IoT, I'm not just talking about home nanny monitor things or coffee makers. I'm talking about industrial robots and industrial sensors. I'm talking about the ability to monitor oil pipelines. So SCADA networks are horribly insecure right now. They're really critical for the security of every major nation, and yet we're still not doing a lot of work on them. I'd love to see people working on that, and that's an area that I'm sure people could actually surprise me on.
And the theme of our conference is One World, One Chain, because we believe Bitcoin SV should be the world ledger. Why is that important to best fulfill the potential of your design for a distributed timestamp server?
Well, it becomes difficult if you have a whole lot of protocol gateways. So one thing that anyone who lived through the early days of the internet will remember, you don't want protocol gateways. So the IPX to IP, the DECnet to IP, all these other types of things that started popping up, they're horrible. Even the way that Novell tried to move into a centralized server that they controlled the network on and whatever else was horrible, because you had to go through protocol exchanges and you had to change how you're doing things and you had to remap information. And here's the secret. If you have to remap information, you make errors. If you have one system and you have the same protocol across all of the systems there, even though people are on separate subsystems, it becomes really easy to start transmitting data from A to B to C. And if you can open up the transmission of information between organizations, you're going to open up opportunities. So that's why.
Yes, one chain, much greater efficiencies. So my final question for you, Craig, is that as you see what is going on with the development and growth of the Bitcoin SV ecosystem around the world, what advice would you give to the developers and entrepreneurs out there building for this future vision of one chain?
Be strong. One thing I've found is there are a lot of bullies, and that's all they are. But really, bullies are cowards. They're going to troll you, and they're going to attack you, and they're going to make you want to fail. Don't let them. Don't back down. Don't ever, ever walk away and think that they can win. The best thing you can do is show them that you're better. That no matter how much they attack you, you'll come back. No matter how many times they knock you down, you build better. And one day, you're going to build something and it's going to take off before you know it. And they'll be out there crying about it and saying how terrible it is, and they should have had that opportunity. And you're going to remember you did this because of your own grit, your own determination. Because those cowards are nothing. They seem a lot. They seem important. They seem big. They're not. Those people on Twitter, those bullies, they're small. And they're fearful. And they're afraid. And once you realize how fearful they are, build the courage and build something that people want to use.
Well, on that note, I will say, Craig, your life and your own journey with Bitcoin is the personification of that in its entirety. I want to thank you for joining me for this discussion. And with this, I'll close out Day 2 by thanking everyone who spoke today, thanking our Day 2 sponsor again, Blockchain Intelligence Group, and thanking everyone who's out there watching in interest for Bitcoin SV, building on Bitcoin SV, getting their friends, business contacts, looking at Bitcoin SV. It takes all of us to build towards this powerful vision of one world with one chain. I hope you've enjoyed Day 2 of CoinGeek Live. Transmira, with its Omniscape platform, is about to shower people with another airdrop of Bitcoin SV tokens in its conference and AR app. You've got a few minutes left to go vote for the hackathon finalists of your choice if you have not done so already. And I can't wait to close out the conference tomorrow with another great day of presentations, panel discussions, business announcements, and most importantly, the ability for all of you out there to connect, even if it's virtually, with each other for a vision of one world, one chain. It's Jimmy Nguyen, and I'll see you tomorrow.